This guy is a literal zombie, so the moment the president of the Heroes Association spots him, she decides he's getting executed on the spot. She rushes in and swings her sword with everything she's got, but it instantly shatters into pieces, and the zombie doesn't even get a scratch. She's completely stunned, but there's no way she's backing down. She pulls out her second enchanted sword, convinced this one will finish the job, but it's not even close. The zombie effortlessly dodges every single swing like she's moving in slow motion. Desperate to land even one hit, she tears up the entire street with her attacks. Still nothing. He casually weaves through everything she throws at him, completely embarrassing the strongest hero in the city. At this point, it's obvious he's not even trying. He's just playing with her. Realizing brute force isn't getting her anywhere, the president changes her approach. Instead of fighting him, she tracks down where he lives and invites him to enroll in the Heroes Academy so they can finally see what he's really capable of. And the moment he accepts, the entrance exam turns into a complete joke. He outruns every single applicant without even looking tired. Then comes the javelin throw. Our guy launches it so absurdly hard that it flies into space and smacks a satellite, leaving even the academy director standing there with his jaw on the floor. So the real question is, who the heck is this zombie? His name is Zombie. He isn't sure about his age, nor does he remember when he died. But he has a dream to one day become friends with humans, so he will no longer be treated differently by them. Considering this dream, he tries to improve himself. There is still a lot to overcome, but by working hard, he believes he will succeed one day. He has actually helped a lot of humans in pursuit of this dream. He once stopped a plane from crashing into a football field, saving many lives. He also rescued children from a burning apartment, but in the end, everyone still freaked out because of his appearance. Originally, he wasn't like that. One summer day, there was a zombie apocalypse in his town. He was studying in school at the time. The apocalypse happened so suddenly that he didn't manage to escape and got bitten, becoming an ordinary zombie like the ones we are familiar with. Until one day, humans started killing them. Humans burned zombies for fuel and also created a perpetual energy machine by exploiting them. Mr. Zombie was confused by the human-zombie hatred, but to survive, he decided to change himself and began training from that day. He lifted weights, ran, swam, and jumped around every day. He started resisting meat and survived only on protein powders for 3 meals a day. He continued to train at night until one day, he became strong and decided to live in human society by helping them change their perception of zombies. He wanted to live as a civilized, law-abiding zombie, like a normal person. Mr. Zombie is at Yeehaw supermarket to buy more stock. Clueless, the counter girl asks him if he doesn't find it uncomfortable to wear that zombie mask all day, which makes him nervous. Later, the workers help him move the items into the truck since the stock is too much. At the corner, 2 reporters are spying on him. One of them mentions that he will take off his mask to see who is under it. Meanwhile, Mr. Zombie finds Agu's wanted poster and stresses about it. Back there, the 2 reporters are discussing how it might be false information released by the media that this super person lifted an aeroplane. Just when they were talking about it, Mr. Zombie lifts up the whole truck in front of them and flies with it, leaving them freaked out. He actually takes the fully stocked truck towards the city he conquered, full of zombies, which is far away from human beings. He has ordered all the zombies there to eat eggs as a replacement for the protein they get from eating human flesh. He asks a little zombie about Agu and the rest of the zombies, to which he gets to know that they are in the hotel's main hall. As he enters the hall, there are 6 boss-level zombies of his crew. Since he's the leader of the crew, they formally greet him upon his arrival. Mr. Zombie informs Agu that he's wanted by humans again. Blackie formally addresses him, informing him that since they are increasing in numbers, they always have to hide from the humans, for which they already have changed their bases multiple times. Additionally, Varmint requests him to allow them to go out to fight with humans since his chainsaw is rusting from not having fresh blood for so long. The boss, Mr. Zombie, politely stops them, informing them about how terrifying humans are. Just then, a strange sound echoes. It's from a human aeroplane above the zombies. It's the military aeroplane of humans, sent to attack zombies. The workers inform the president that all the signals are normal and clear. All equipment is ready to go. The payload, armed with the nuclear warhead, is set to detonate in 20 minutes. Mr. Zombie realizes that it's human forces, and they are under attack, so he takes charge and orders the other zombies to evacuate the citizens first, while he goes to deal with the humans. The president lady informs the ground unit to save the civilians and evacuate within 20 minutes. She also alerts Marshall, suggesting he be on standby to intercept if any boss zombie shows up, to which he acknowledges. The scene changes. There is a white-haired guy standing tall, with a little mushroom head boy informing him that the people from the Extraordinary Academy have found zombies. The white-haired guy starts his gameplay and releases a bunch of humans in a cage into the middle of the hungry flock of zombies. Back there, the lady gives a follow-up to Ground Unit Team A to proceed towards the marked location since they have redacted the signs of human life. The ground unit charges accordingly. Mr. Zombie shields 2 helpless baby zombies, and since the bullets were not working on him, It makes the soldiers realize he might be some kind of kill zombie, but the squad leader refuses to accept such a thing and launches a powerful missile at him. Just then, a soldier informs him that the person they're firing on is that extraordinary famous being who always wears a zombie mask that has been helping people lately. The senior soldier panics and stops everyone since they've shot the wrong person. The president lady commands Marshall to take charge since a boss zombie has been detected in Zone B. Since the military saved almost all the civilians, the strange white-haired guy decides to try something more interesting this time. He toys with one of the zombies by pressing a button and upgrades his level to a boss zombie. That zombie grows huge. An alert signal comes from the plane to all units that a boss zombie has appeared in Zone B. Without wasting a minute, the squad leader runs toward Mr. Zombie, catches him, and forcefully puts him in his truck, heading over to Zone B with his team since saving a life is more important to him. A pink-haired soldier in the truck asks him if he is that zombie mask person who always helps humans. She's curious why he always wears that mask, which makes him even more nervous. Back there, the boss zombie throws a huge bus at the soldiers charging him. Just then, Marshall appears in the scene, slicing the bus in half. All the soldiers start cheering since it is their belief that with him, they will certainly win. Marshall commands all the soldiers to take all the civilians and evacuate from this place. The soldiers start doing so accordingly when Mr. Zombie realizes that this boss zombie is Little Nine, so he heads over there, leaving the pink-haired soldier clueless. Marshall pulls out his sword politely and flies into the zombie, effortlessly slicing him into pieces and completing the task in minutes. But this isn't over yet, since Mr. Zombie appears. The workers inform the president lady about the confirmation message from Marshall that he has defeated the boss zombie. When Mr. Zombie feels sorry over the death of someone like him, Marshall understands that he's also one of them, so he rushes toward him to attack. Suddenly, the workers detect another boss-level zombie, while Marshall has suffered critical damage. They all start stressing since not all the civilians have evacuated yet. When the president lady doesn't see a way, she flies herself to the ground. The president lady charges toward Mr. Zombie with her sword, but to her surprise, the sword breaks into pieces, which pisses her off. The worker tries to connect with her, to which the president informs that she's fine. Just as the hero apologizes, it makes her wonder if he is some kind of mutant or variant since he can talk. Without wasting a single second, she pulls out her enhanced blade sword while Mr. Zombie is trying his best to communicate with her. She throws her attack toward him, which he dodges smoothly, but again, unstoppable as ever, she strikes again, only to be dodged one more time. The circumstances are irritating her, and the workers ask her to retreat since all the civilians have been evacuated. But she's not in the mood to listen. She keeps on charging at the hero while he's just running, trying his best to convince her for a conversation. But the situation has pissed her off extremely, and she jumps to Eido level 2. With that, she flies at him with full force, and finally manages to take him down, enjoying the conclusion that the target has been eliminated. The president lady asks her co-workers to lower the plane's altitude to pick her up. Back there, Little Mushroom Head informs about the successful rescue operation of all the civilians, but they still have a spy on the military plane and decide to use him. Just when all the humans were excited to go home safely, the spy on the plane releases the nuclear warhead toward the ground. The other workers catch him and inform everyone about the spy among them. They send a follow-up to the president about an enemy spy infiltrating them that has dropped the nuclear warhead. The pilots alert everyone for heavy turbulence since they are opening the cabin doors and lowering their altitude so the president lady can get in. She has to jump up, or else they won't be able to manage their escape from the explosion. The president lady hasn't panicked since her leg boosters stopped working. She didn't charge the battery before heading out and used the remaining battery to catch the running Mr. Zombie. Soon enough, the hero stands up and unexpectedly throws her toward the plane. About the nuclear warhead, Mr. Zombie single-handedly catches the missile in the air, freezing everyone, which eventually blasts in midair. Mushroom Head is curious about a signal of life in the area of the explosion, but this is not the first time they have fought against those from the Beyonders Academy, and it won't be the last either. They will get them next time. In the plane, the president lady is sitting alone while some workers passing by are wondering about her because it was strange how she spent her whole life fighting against zombies only to be saved by one in the end. Just then, a worker approaches the president, informing her about the misunderstanding she had about that zombie, who is actually a famous masked hero. They have confirmed that he has lived in the city for a while now and dislikes hiding his identity with a zombie-looking mask. Later, Varmint calls the hero to suggest not to worry about them since they got out safely and are looking for a new place to stay. Mr. Zombie confirms that he will find them once they find a place to settle down. After a while, the president lady gets to know about Mr. Zombie's whereabouts and invades his house while he is working out. She commands her bodyguard to take everything from his kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom, while informing the hero that he has been accepted as a new member of their Beyonders Academy. They forcefully take him along with his belongings with them. Later, the pink-haired girl hesitantly questions the president if it is fine to just enlist him on their own since the academy has strict criteria for recruitment. Additionally, the academy's dorms are specially planned out, so he will not have anywhere to stay, but the lady insists that he can stay with her. The The president lady asks the boys to move the things inside her room. Mr. Zombie is very anxious and hesitantly asks her if he will be staying here in the future. She mocks him, asking if he wants to sleep with her, which makes the hero even more hesitant. He can't imagine a zombie sleeping with a human. The president informs him that he will be sleeping in the guest bedroom. In a low voice, the hero tries to make it clear that he's not a human actually, but the lady couldn't hear him and took off her half legs out of the leg boosters. Clueless, he asks about her legs, to which she explains that when she was a kid, a zombie outbreak occurred in her town. Her parents became zombies and they bit her on the leg, so in order to survive, she had to cut off her own legs and kill both of her parents. Since then, she hates zombies and her goal is to kill every zombie she meets. The hero is sweating with fear, and when she asks him about the thing he was saying earlier, Mr. Zombie changes his statement out of fear. He asks her to tell him about Beyonder's Academy. The lady explains that it is an organization that is expert in coming up with ways to kill zombies. It has been 1,000 years since the first zombie outbreak occurred, so in order to survive the zombie apocalypse, their sisters established the Academy 2 centuries after the first outbreak. The Academy's only purpose is to fight against zombies, and through the years, it has raised countless talents to help fight against the zombie apocalypse. This information hits his mind, according to his blurry memory, that he must have become a zombie at the start of the first outbreak, and he's now 1,000 years old. The lady suggests he report to the Academy tomorrow, since she has already enlisted him through a back channel, and if he tries to run, the Academy will investigate his motive for trying to run away. After that, she introduces her name as Violet. Side note, her name is Ziling as well as Violet, so don't get confused if we use one at a time. And mentions that Dawn will be the one to bring him to the Academy tomorrow, for which she is sure that he must have already met her, but actually, he doesn't know anyone named Dawn. Same for her name is Dawn and Xiao Xiao, so don't get confused if we use one at a time. The next day, Dawn, the pink-haired girl, meets Mr. Zombie and recalls to him that they were together in the armored personnel carrier. The hero remembers how she was too small back then, which makes her furious. But she decides to stay calm because it will be best for her if she doesn't argue with her future schoolmates. She just finds him an idiot. Later on, she takes him for the entrance exam, and upon asking, she explains that every kind of school has an entrance exam, which is meant to test both their physical abilities as well as their special skills for killing zombies. She gives him an example that the world record for the 100-meter sprint is 9.58 seconds. In order to pass, he must finish the 100 meters in 9.57 seconds. This makes him understand the meaning of the word Beyonder in Beyonder's Academy. Dawn asks him about what he thought of her earlier, to which he mentions that according to him, it was an insane asylum, and they all were crazy people. The scene changes, and there is a huge ground filled with a lot of students present for the entrance exam. Dawn gets into a heated argument with some randoms. Mr. Zombie nervously asks her if someone who has lifted an entire aeroplane needs to take the exam, referring to himself, to which she explains that there are plenty of people in the academy who can lift planes. This academy is regulated by the old government, and everyone here has some sort of secret, and no one watches the news here. Soon enough, the sports department president Chen greets all the students, announcing that he will be the examiner for today's exam. He announces how it has been 800 years since their academy began. During this time, countless talents appeared and left. He mentions their ancestors who fought against the zombie kings back then, but he doesn't need these students to be able to split those mountains. Just as he continues, Mr. Zombie interrupts him with an innocent question about what will happen to a zombie if it is found inside the academy, to which President Chen explains that it will be torn from its limbs, then they will hang its corpse by the academy gate for everyone to see, and they will also neuter it. The hero is dead inside. Later, there are a bunch of training sessions for the students to practice fighting against zombies. Just like that, Mr. Zombie somehow got dragged into this insane academy and was forced to learn how to fight someone like him. Other than learning theoretical knowledge about zombies daily, there were also training exercises, which are making the hero sick. There were sessions after sessions. The examiner announces the next test, named Shot Put, and the students will need to hit 80 meters to pass, 100 meters to be qualified. The hero was trapped in the academy with a group of crazy people and is just trying not to attract any attention to himself by making sure to control his extraordinary strength. Soon enough, President Chen receives a message from President Violet regarding the newcomer named Zombie, in which she mentions that he's quite strong, but at the training sessions, he only manages to get a passing score in all the tests, which makes him wonder if he is pretending to be weak. Later, at the next session, a student hits the target with 32 km to qualify the test. The examiner invites Mr. Zombie since he's the next person, and when he is about to throw, the president stops him, mentioning that President Violet has already told him that this zombie named guy is quite strong, but based on his current results, he has only managed to get a passing grade. President Chen doubtfully questions him if he's hiding his real strength, because all the people who manage to get in here try their best to be qualified, and no person dares to hold back. He suspects him of being a human, which makes the hero shake with fear. The examiner commands him to show his true strength, since he is not asking him to hit 32 kilometers like the previous student. But as long as he can beat a tenth of that, he will qualify Mr. Zombie, and if he cannot do that much, he'd assume the hero used some kind of practice scam on President Violet. Considering this fact, he will treat him like a spy and punch him. The boss zombie is now under full pressure. Although he doesn't remember much about his past memories, the people chasing him around when he first became a zombie must also be from this place. So in order not to become their fuel or an endless energy generation machine for them, he decides to throw it with all he can. Mr. Zombie raises his hand and throws the shot with full force, ripping the air apart around him. The javelin flies out of the earth and hits the satellite, causing a huge blast, leaving everyone speechless. Everyone freaks out upon witnessing his jaw-dropping throw. Mr. Zombie himself is clueless. He just tried his best, just as he was told to do, and now that he's qualified, he wants to go home. Dawn is confused by his decision because he can become a president with his current strength. She starts explaining to him about the authority he would have if he became president of a department. Using President Violet as an example, she mentions that Miss Violet can command armies of troops, tanks, aircraft, and long-range cannons. She even has access to nuclear warheads. Moreover, she holds the highest authority over a city of 30 million people. The mayor is just someone who helps her manage the city. She still has the final say. But the hero is not interested in these kinds of authorities. Later, Dawn takes him to the Department of Biotech, which is also called the Logistics Department. This is where all their weapons are made. There is also a family portrait of the former Biotech Department president, named Jamie, but they called him the logistics head. However, ever since his wife died, he became obsessed with crazy experiments involving both humans and zombies. It is said that his goal was to fulfill his wife's dream, but he was kicked out by the Academy for going overboard. Additionally, the Academy even issued an order to kill him on sight. Now there is a female president, the adopted daughter of Professor Jamie, who is the current Biotech Department president. She asks them what kind of equipment they need, and Dawn requests something that can easily carry weapons, something like a pair of trousers that can hide her weapons. When she turns toward the hero, his features freak her out because she mistakes him for a real zombie. But the little girl confirms that he's not a zombie, but a normal human who just likes to wear a zombie mask. She insists, mentioning that she saw his face when he was throwing his javelin earlier, which calms the president a bit. Then she asks him about his weapon details, to which he cluelessly answers that he wants a set of clothes that won't rip, since whenever he goes out, he somehow always ends up going home naked. Back there, a helpless Marshall explains about the hero, that he was so strong, and as soon as he charged toward Mr. Zombie, his entire vision went black. The very next second, he found himself hanging on top of a lamppost. The blue-haired boss lady asks him if her president can win against that unkillable being, to which he confirms that the hero is even stronger than his president. The boss lady curiously asks the name of that being. The boss lady is the president of the sword department, Zhang Lanqi. In the next scene, a theory-based zombie class is in session, where the professor teaches about zombie habits, how they discovered that zombies love eating eggs besides human flesh, so they must use their likes to their advantage. Their weakness, the head, is to be targeted when setting traps. Soon enough, an announcement calls all students to urgently gather at the gymnasium. President Violet is also there, advising both the hero and Dawn to stay mindful and not cause any trouble since they were both recommended by her. Lanky is present along with a crew member who thinks Mr. Zombie is a bit slow-witted, but cannot judge his strength just by looking. He asks his president for permission to go test the hero, and she agrees. Minutes later, the chief enters the gymnasium. Everyone bows to show respect. Dawn introduces him to the hero as the Mechanical Lifeform Department's president. The chief asks the president of the sword department not to cause trouble, so she leaves since the chief is more important to her than Zombie. She respects only the strong. The chief then appreciates President Violet, which makes the hero comment on the strange atmosphere, wondering if there's something between them. Dawn explains that the chief is Professor Jamie's masterpiece, and an evolved version of humans, as he is the only survivor among thousands of Professor Jamie's experimental tests. After Jamie was expelled, he formed the Mechanical Lifeform Department. The city his department controls has over 50 million people. During his 10 years of presidency, not a single zombie has appeared in his city because he exterminates the entire area until it's sanitized if a single trace of zombies is found. Soon, the chief begins his speech about how the academy needs help from the freshmen. He asks his assistant to start a projection showing a clip of a spy who was brutal and was caught a few months ago after almost dropping a nuclear warhead on their own people. He explains that although someone like him should be killed immediately, they have level information that he is a close subordinate of the traitor Professor Jamie, which makes the hero realize that zombies are not their original target, and all conflicts are due to infighting. The chief continues that they have tried countless methods to get him to talk, but nothing has worked. Now they want everyone in the gymnasium to help the academy. He promises to make anyone vice president who manages to make the spy talk and reveal information about Professor Jamie. Since the opportunity is unbelievable, everyone steps up to try their best. After 2 hours of fruitless effort, the freshmen begin to grow desperate. At first, the methods were normal, but they slowly turned much more unusual. Then the hero claims he can not only make the spy talk but even make him sing. Dawn points at the hero, saying her friend claims he has a way, so the chief invites him. Mr. Zombie realizes that his subordinates have always been very obedient, but for some reason, in the past few weeks, they've been randomly losing control. Maybe this spy human can explain why. Just as he steps into the room, there sits a person in rough shape who refuses to say anything and won't betray his fellows. The hero gives him a slight cut on his hand, which makes the spy laugh. He mocks Mr. Zombie to at least use a little strength because he's not even afraid of that. The hero then asks him to stand up. The spy gets hypnotized and obediently spills his name when asked. Everyone is shocked by the hero's mind-controlling ability. The spy reveals that they dropped a medicine created by a brother named Faye onto the city. When zombies ate the medicine, they went crazy, and the humans were able to control them to a certain extent. This is how they used them to attack humans. Through the battles, they collected data on the Beyonders Academy. The spy doesn't know the reason, but was only tasked with gathering data on the members of the Beyonder Academy by controlling zombies to attack them. He even mentions a secret base where Professor Jamie is hiding, about 500 meters below H City. After that, Mr. Zombie asks him to turn around and quietly takes his leave, saying to the spy in the zombie language that these people are really hateful and that he has placed a virus inside his brain which can trigger him to commit suicide. 15 meters beneath the ruins of City H, Professor Jamie learns that their spy has confessed and their location has been exposed. But he doesn't get bothered, instead suggests doing what they are supposed to do. Professor Jamie has zero fear of the danger he will be in since his experiments have almost been completed, and he wants them to witness the birth of his new life form, which will be a historical moment for him. Back there, as soon as the hero steps out of the room, everyone in the gymnasium freezes in shock, and since the chief promised to make the person who got the spy to talk to the vice president, he commands the hero to walk with him for his registration. President Jang understands that there must be something else cooking in the chief's mind because there is no registration process for becoming a vice president, so she follows them with her junior. Soon enough, the hero and the chief reach a strange place. The chief addresses him as a zombie and asks him where he learned to speak human language. The hero hesitates. Suddenly, a tachyon cannon comes flying toward him and beheads him, having the ability to disintegrate everything. President Jang almost gets hit by it, but thankfully her subordinate saves her. The chief calls the people back at the academy idiots for letting the hero staff into the academy, but Mr. Zombie couldn't manage to fool him. He thought the weakest part of the zombie had now been demolished, so he couldn't counterattack. But to his surprise, the hero charges forward with the speed of light and slams him into the wall. Then comes the lifeguard of the now helpless chief, who also gets destroyed by the hero in seconds. The president of mechanical lifeforms is now wondering how the zombie is able to move when his head has been beheaded. President Zhang and her subordinate are astonished by what they witness. Mr. Zombie throws a powerful punch towards the chief, but he dodges and pulls out his cannon, firing back. However, the hero is incredibly fast, manages to escape the cannon's range quickly. The boy with President Zhang is concerned about the chief, but Zhang Lanqi knows the chief's true strength will be revealed now, and suggests moving further away from the area of effect. Mr. Zombie regenerates his head while offering a peace gesture, suggesting they have a conversation since he doesn't want to hurt anyone. But fueled by hatred, the chief calls out for his Model 1 and gears up in his full mechanical life form. The true battle begins as the chief charges towards Mr. Zombie, cutting through the thin air and punches him down. Without letting him fall, the chief throws him back into the sky with his fist. Now the hero is trapped in a whirlpool of punches, unable to defend himself. Finally, the chief delivers a powerful attack, slamming him down, and believes the zombie must have died. However, Mr. Zombie stands up again, revealing a stronger version of himself, leaving the chief in utter disbelief. Out of nowhere, the sky gets darker, baffling everyone around. They point at the sky and show it to each other with a look of terror in their eyes. Zombie now looks dead into the chief's eyes and declares that he's done being soft now. Lanky decides to leave at once. On the other hand, the mechanical life form doesn't get bothered by Zombie's threat. With that said, the fight between the two begins, while the Sword Department's president and her subordinate discuss how they have never seen this kind of zombie in the zombie database ever. As soon as they think they'd be safe by running away this far, something hits a building with great force and speed, passing just by their faces. The duo is shocked to see the chief lying there after getting hit by the building, while his arms and legs are gone. He yells out for 3 more models of his, but the hero kills them with an explosion. The chief then asks for the duo's help, but they refuse and advise him to run away with them. Seeing the 3 fly away, Zombie hits his hand on the ground, making the new city area float in the air. While Dawn and the others are shocked to see this, he bolts towards his enemy, grabbing him by his hair once again. With a villainous smile, he then mocks the chief by asking him if he's started to feel scared now. Mr. Zombie grabs the chief by his head. Agreeing with his earlier comment, he accepts that he can't control a robot's mind. However, since the mechanical life form must still have a human brain, the hero begins to read his memories. He gets to know about how the chief was orphaned and got his body modified until no part of his body was human. Realizing the sad life the enemy has been living, the protagonist drops him off the building, but the blue-haired president catches the chief midair and saves him. Upon getting back, Mr. Zombie regrets losing control of his emotions, so he reminds himself to be a kind zombie and gathers his stuff. When President Violet sees him running off, he turns around to get rid of the witness, but stops upon seeing his promotion paper for becoming the vice president of the Beyonders Academy. Leaving him surprised over why the chief signed it, she walks off and hopes for him to become a president soon. In the hospital room, Linky yells at the chief for messing with a zombie. He explains that he needs Zombie to catch Professor Jamie and asks her if she has made the arrangements for him to erase all traces of the professor. Far away on a cruise, Zombie's crew fighters get to know about their boss being held hostage in a human city. Varmint, the creature with a chainsaw as a hand, decides to rescue their boss with the help of the zombies, whereas a purple-haired man thinks that their king is strong enough to fight for himself. Their conversation is followed by the announcement of the captain conveying the order of the command center, directing them to catch Professor Jamie at all costs. Back in the human city, Dawn and Zombie are wandering the streets when a group of commanders arrives and greets him with respect. Their leader then introduces themselves as part of the Central Command's 4th Division, the 56th Regiment, consisting of 12,000 people, and claims that they'll be taking his orders from now on. In order to test out if the commanders are really going to listen to his orders, Zombie asks them to kill themselves. However, when their leader pulls out a grenade, he snatches it from his hand and throws it away. When the two men in silver armor see this, they refer to the hero as an insignificant side character. They then come forward and say that they're from the Stainless Steel Academy, next to their academy. They are sent to help the protagonist in catching the target. On the other hand, the Sword Department's president and her subordinate call Chief Gang to help them out in Mechanical Lifeform's motive. Telling him not to pry into their academy's personal matter, the president begins to brief him on the details, telling how the hero is blocking the exit of the place they want to attack. When the man asks why they turned a newbie into a vice president and have him guard an important location, the chief remarks that he's too powerful to be considered a newbie. Not taking it seriously, Chief Gang reports that he has deployed his 2 academy members to help secure the exits, so they need not worry. In Brother Faye's laboratory, he's informed by the mushroom head boy about the entire city getting surrounded. Upon this news, Faye orders him to release all the zombies, but Varmint arrives and begins to shoot them, so the boy informs his head about it. The Steel Blade boys calmly sit as they find everything boring, whereas the protagonist declares that they aren't from his tribe. When the Stainless Steel Academy's president tells Mr. Zombie to go back and leave it to them, the chainsaw-handed creature arrives, and the mushroom head boy shockingly tells Brother Faye about Varmint's maxed out attributes. 2 hours earlier, this creature receives a small tank of gasoline from Little Seven, who rushes off immediately. However, Varmint stays confident in his own capabilities and thinks that he doesn't need gasoline, until suddenly he smells something weird and drinks the gasoline. Gasoline boosts Varmint's powers, while Dawn looks at him with a shocked expression. The department heads laugh at finally getting something interesting to deal with, whereas Mr. Zombie grabs her hand and runs away, telling her that none of them can deal with that creature since it has an undying body. The department heads consider the hero as a scaredy cat for running away, and the vice president decides to deal with Varmint alone. However, with a single hit, he is sent flying across the street, making the president almost drop dead before the creature out of fear. Varmint then begins to kill off the zombies, and the mushroom head boy watches the city get destroyed with interest. The Stainless Steel Department's president gets brutally smashed by the chainsaw-handed creature, but continues to claim that he isn't a weakling until the creature throws him far away. Varmint then steps on his chest, making the president beg him to stop. However, he keeps fighting off until the blade touches his throat, and he screams out for his mother in tears, asking someone to help. The mushroom-headed boy enjoys the situation, while Dawn realizes that an ordinary soldier isn't capable of dealing with that creature. Wondering why Varmint hasn't recognized him yet, Mr. Zombie asks the girl to deal with the creature, but she completely refuses. To help her out, he bites her arm in order to control her mind and cautions her not to hit the creature too hard. Dawn walks up to Varmint, who's busy crushing down President Gang, and asks him to play with her. When the creature turns around, he finds the girl dragging a deathly modern weapon with a sinister look on her face. The zombie cells inside Dawn's blood begin to spread out quickly until the effect is done. She intentionally riles up Varmint by calling him a bragger and shoots bullets from the weapon she carried out. The chainsaw-handed creature dodges the bullets, while the department heads run away to save themselves. The girl then jumps towards Varmint and stuffs 2 grenades into his mouth, which results in a huge explosion. However, the creature walks out of the smoke unscathed, but she showers his face with even more bullets. When the head of soldiers asks Mr. Zombie about what he did to Dawn, he confesses to having modified her genes, enabling her to become even more powerful. Varmint bolts towards her by pointing his chainsaw at her, but she jumps up to dodge it and kicks him in the face. This results in him flying across the street. She then takes out another dangerous weapon, whereas the creature pours big cans of gasoline down his throat, leaving the protagonist shocked about what's happening. The girl shoots at Varmint with her gun, and he slashes her body with the blade, claiming to be an undead creature. Right then, the hero steps in, making him too stunned with his appearance to speak. Meanwhile, Dawn's body also regenerates as she reveals that she's also an undead creature now. With an evil smile, Dawn suggests starting the gameplay. Varmint is confused since he couldn't notice a real zombie. The hero didn't expect Dawn to be this powerful after the genetic mutation, and her body has taken extreme damage. Although he can use the healing ability on her, the pain is still severe. He refuses to take the blame since Varmint disobeyed him and didn't stay at home, so now the consequences have become worse. With the speed of light, Dawn reaches her target and punches him hard, slamming him down to the ground. Unstoppable, she throws a bunch of hits at him, by which the helpless Varmint begs her to stop and reassures her that he will go back to his town. Dawn believes his word, but as soon as she lets her guard down, she reverts to her original condition. Then comes a sneak attack from Varmint, throwing her back. Varmint understands that she had taken stimulants, but now the effect has worn off. He mocks her, suggesting not to believe what a zombie says, as he hits his final attack. The mushroom-headed boy is very excited. Witnessing Varmint being this strong with an awesome sneak attack ability, he commands to slaughter them all. Soon enough, the protagonist himself steps onto the ground and makes Varmint freeze with fear. The hero asks if he still remembers him and why he disobeyed his orders. Varmint recalls when a local in his town informed him about the gangster causing trouble who wanted him to be his underling. Later, he met the gangster, who was Mr. Zombie, and had a one-on-one with him. Mushroom-headed boy is continuously yelling at Varmint to attack the protagonist, but he is recalling how Mr. Zombie ripped his undying body into shreds, leaving him to dry on a tree for over 1,000 years. This memory has him shaking to death, and he takes off running, refusing to fight with the hero. The mushroom-headed boy is stunned, wondering how Varmint got rid of his control, since this is the first time anyone has ever been able to lose his control. Soon enough, Professor Jamie shows up and calms down the little boy, informing him that the Beyonders are about to come down anytime. In the next scene, the helicopter has reached its target, and the pilots confirm their arrival to the president. Lanky asks the spy if he's sure that his brother is down there, to which he agrees by giving the additional information that there are 6 floors and the total area is over 11,000 square meters. Just then, one of the presidents jumps out of the helicopter, invading the area by demolishing it with his strength, which is even faster than taking the elevator. He claims that any problem can be solved by an absolute amount of strength. Jang Lanky freaks out and suggests using his brain cells wisely because there might be some kind of trap. Soon enough, another one jumps out and leaves the second line of defense to the rest of the people, claiming that all schemes are useless in front of the one with absolute strength. President Jang is even more furious now. The soldiers surround the area from every side. They report to both Chief Gang and Chief Chin that Area 1 and 2 are clear. They are in disbelief since they have blocked all the routes of the city. Back there, Lanky is irritated and suggests going along with both the chiefs, while President Violet insists on staying, since they are both their superiors after all, and they cannot move without their orders. Lanky curses them with bad luck. At the same time, on top of a building somewhere, the mushroom-headed boy informs Brother Fei that they are inside their location, upon which he commands him to execute Plan A. Back there, a strange letter shows up in a chamber with a threat written on it, stating that there is a zombie king inside, so it's extremely dangerous. It also dares them to open it, if they are a man. Chief Gang orders them to blow up the chamber, but Chief Chin stops him, since they are here to catch the people, not to take any kind of risk. Since their plan doesn't work, Professor Jamie commands to execute Plan B, and the chamber blows itself. The professor is laughing because, from now on, the end of humanity begins, and it's time to welcome the dawn of a new great species who will wipe out the whole human race, including him. There is a baby zombie standing, but Chief Chin alerts everyone not to underestimate it, because most of the time it's problematic when they look weak and harmless like a child, and he has been through this kind of situation many times. Soon enough, the baby zombie hits Chief Gang. All the members are now commanded to retreat immediately. The chief slices the baby zombie in half, which eventually degenerates into 2 bodies and mixes together to form one. While both the chiefs are busy with the little zombie, Professor Jamie's team releases a flock of zombies to distract the others so they can escape. Lanky's subordinate panics upon witnessing thousands of zombies together and suggests setting up a defense line, but she stops him and instead suggests watching her warm up first, since it is her belief that experts should handle specialized work. She pulls out her sword, and in the finest way possible, eliminates all the zombies effortlessly in just seconds. The mushroom-headed boy panics, since they are left with no zombies, and tries to take control over that zombie with the chainsaw. Blackie and Agu are on a mission to find Varmint. As they try to ask about him from the foreign zombies, they rudely refuse to tell. Agu is afraid that the hero will punish all of them together if they can't bring Varmint back, but reassures him. Back there, both the chiefs are still playing around with that baby zombie, who is getting on their nerves. Chief Gang gets irritated and asks the zombie to stop running and be a man who fights seriously. Just then, that baby zombie turns himself into an attractive girl, leaving both of them stunned. The grown woman zombie tries to entice them to fall into her trap, but Chief Gang flies into her to attack using his twin blade cleave technique, which she stops with her one finger nonchalantly. Sheen pulls out his Model 1 gear and charges at her to take her down, but instead, she throws him away out of the building. He falls in front of Blackie and Ago, who decide to help him, but he refuses since they are zombies. Soon enough, President Lanky and Violet recognize him. His voice trembles as he struggles to explain the whole situation, but they understand that he is talking about a zombie. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the hero, along with his subordinates and Dawn, are having a barbecue, in which zombies are barbecuing eggs. They offer some tea to the hero, addressing him as President Zombie. Just then, a strange sound echoes. Both President Lanky and Violet look at that girl zombie and realize that she's not an ordinary one. They have to call a truce to work together in order to take her down. Dawn mentions that there have been explosions coming from underground the entire time, but the latest one comes from a little closer, prompting Mr. Zombie to charge ahead to take a look. The zombie girl efficiently dodges every attack and makes the girl suffer by her attacks. At last, President Violet manages to kick her in the face, but she doesn't even budge and states that it wasn't powerful. Like that, she continues to dodge every attack made by them while the stainless steel department's chief activates his backup suit, which she finally finds interesting. The girls attack the zombie girl at once, but as they get closer, she transforms into a scarier form, making them fly away with the force. She now becomes a giant, muscular, monstrous male zombie with 2 red horns. Once the girls regain their balance, they watch with terror as the armored guy and the ripped zombie walk closer to each other. Declaring to decide in a single hit, the zombie giant swings a punch at the armored chief, which he defends with a punch as well. This results in the clash of 2 great forces, and a huge explosion occurs, resulting in the chief losing his arm. Nevertheless, he keeps standing tall to see it till the end. Mr. Zombie and his group, along with the head of soldiers, arrive at the place where the fight is happening. They are shocked to see when the Zombie King once again changes his form to kill Chief Gang, though he turns into a young boy instead of a giant, but with the same physique and features. The Mushroom Head Boy cautions Brother Faye that they've lost their control over the zombie, but he acts rather proudly about this. Nevertheless, the girls sneak attacks him, one from the front and one from behind, whereas the armor guy also lunges to attack. With a single flick of his finger, he throws all 3 of them off the building, and the girls fall at the feet of Mr. Zombie. The hero carries them both on his shoulders while his team looks at the 2 with great shock. On the other side, Chief Gang still doesn't give up, which makes the Zombie King annoyed. When President Violet reveals to the protagonist and others that it's the Zombie King they are fighting against, the Zombie King directs the army of zombies to attack them. The department heads freak out at the sight of the incoming zombies. Lanky asks Mr. Zombie to order everyone to run away since they can't compete against the zombies. However, the hero throws the girl down on the ground and screams at the large number of zombies, which results in them stopping immediately. Seeing the influence of the protagonist, the Zombie King gets confused about his identity. One after another, Mr. Zombie knocks down every zombie in his original form until it's the Zombie King's turn. He then declares the survivor to be called the King, and the fight between them begins. No matter how strong the red-horned zombie punches, the hero stands unfazed in front of him, mocking his strength. Now that it's Mr. Zombie's turn, he smacks the villain zombie so hard that he flies across the city, hitting against a submarine in the sea. Professor Faye can't believe that the hero is also a zombie, while the Mushroom Head Boy informs him about their inability to analyze him. The Zombie King gets under the water, and after lifting the submarine, he throws it towards the protagonist with such great force that it actually ends up in the city. The other crew member gets Blackie's attention, telling him to stop wielding. They look at the King's aura emerging from their right, recognizing it as their Zombie Kings. On the other side, the fight between the zombies continues. The hero jumps high, putting a leash through the pretend Zombie King. Chief Gang backs off while the 2 zombies continue fighting for the title of Zombie King. The hero punches the other's face, throwing him off the grid. The other zombie does the same. The hero, wanting to change the location, continues attacking him in the water where cruise ships were located. The soldiers stand their position, trying to identify the person who flew into the water. Upon finding that it's a zombie fight, they start running for their lives as the pretend Zombie King taunts him to throw something too. On the other side, the mechanical life form chief tells the crew members to leave, since he is aware that their hero is strong, but that the creator of the other zombie is a once-in-a-lifetime genius who only knows how to create unbeatable weapons, already betting on the man-made zombie in the current ongoing fight, and suggests that it's not safe for them to stay here and wait for the winner. Blackie tells him to keep quiet since he is assured that not even God can beat their king in a fight, showing his confidence in their leader. On the other side, the hero moves with lightning speed as the other zombie takes the hit directly on his face and leaves the earth for a little while from the sheer amount of force. He wakes up to notice his surroundings, only to find a cruise ship coming his way from Earth. The flying cruise collides with him as both the flying objects crash into the moon, leaving the audience on Earth in heavy shock. The hero throws the ship as he waits for the other to attack, leaving the soldiers in confusion as they run anywhere to save their lives. On the other hand, Chief Gang and the others decide to stay and watch the fight since it's useless to go anywhere. The moon shakes as the other zombie tries to get himself out of the sandwich. He uses all his force and throws the ship back to the planet as an earth-wrecking scream leaves his mouth. The hero hears him before he sees him. The other zombie is shouting that the fight is still going on, so he shouldn't celebrate yet. The other zombie, now resembling a blazing sun, comes rushing down as he activates his nuclear reactor toward the hero, while the hero laughs and challenges him to come at him. The hero, on the other hand, takes the attack and comes out undead, mocking the other zombie, saying that this injury is nothing more than an itch to him. Chief Gang asks Dawn to look over and see if the fight is over. She stands up from the ground only to find the hero taking his position to fight back. The other zombie truces mid-fight. Since they are both the same, there's no reason to keep fighting. Instead, they could cooperate and destroy the world together. To further solidify the deal, he suggests that both take half of the world while promising never to enter the other's territory. Dawn listens to the proposal, thinking it's a bad deal on their end. The hero says that he has no interest in that. On the other side, the mechanical lifeform chief realizes what's going to happen and tells the crew members to retreat. Blackie again tells him to stay quiet since he doesn't know that a king can transform once again, taking the mechanical lifeform chief by surprise. The hero lets out a laugh, declaring that the other zombie isn't even worth working together with. At the shattered rooftop of the tallest tower, Mr. Zombie stands firm and claims that only the weak dream about ruling or destroying the world. The Zombie King declares that the fool will not understand unless he teaches him properly. Mr. Zombie's fury bursts, his shirt rips and the stones around him rumble. Then all goes still. Goo shakes the unconscious man awake and drags him forward to the air to witness his master's strength. Mr. Zombie stands unbending, his eyes cold as death. The sight of his sculpted form leaves everyone frozen and whispering about the terrifying change in his body since the last encounter. Ain begins to fall, one drop after another. Violet watches in confusion, and the Zombie King roars in frustration as he rushes to strike. But before his fist can land, Mr. Zombie thrusts his hand upward with immense force. The king's limbs tear apart, and his body flung high into the storming sky. The rain, the fishes from the ocean spiral upward before crashing back to the earth. As everything crashes back to earth, fishes rain down from the sky. A woman shouts that it looks like a giant cyclone forming above. Others fall to the ground in disbelief and questioning how such power can even belong to a zombie. Then a massive whale lands on the rooftop, shaking the entire building. Faye and his brother freeze with jaws wide open at the sight. The Zombie King, now without his arms, lies broken yet disbelief at his defeat. Jamie's brother claims that they have never seen a zombie like him. He nods, agreeing with his brother's words. The Zombie King rises, his flesh forming back around his arms. The hero steps closer. He grips the king by the neck, stating that the king misunderstands the meaning of death and asks if he truly believes one must destroy a body to kill. In that instant, the world around them shifts, and they stand in the vision of an ancient time when the old civilization falls. The mechanical guardians that once served humanity acknowledge that this marks the 6th time the human race faces extinction. Zombies' grip grows even firmer and the air trembles around them. The king's vision blurs as energy surges through space. With a single snap, his soul leaves his body. Back on the ground, the hero releases the lifeless body from his hand, which falls from the rooftop and crashes into the ground. The crowd watches in shock, whispering if it is finally over for the Zombie King. Blackie claims that he must have been frightened to death after witnessing their leader's third form. The man beside him trembles at the thought. Jamie and his brother exchange glances while realizing that the battle has ended. His brother grabs him, urging him to leave quickly since all the coastal defense ships are already destroyed. Before they can move, a chill runs through them. Zombies' presence emerges from behind, making their bodies stiffen in fear. Jamie's brother whispers in disbelief, wondering how he even knows they are here. Mr. Zombie steps forward slowly, his expression calm yet cold, and asks if they wish to surrender at once, or if they prefer to join the dead body of the Zombie King. His brother surrenders at once. Jamie follows silently, and they both, who were meant to be executed on sight, are captured alive by President Mr. Zombie. Later, 2 women stand outside his office. One whispers in confusion, questioning what is wrong with the president. The other amidst she does not know, watching Mr. Zombie quietly on the floor. Mr. Zombie mutters that his other self is too frightening. He is the kind one. Violet pushes the nervous women forward and promises to make her his vice president if she can handle him. The woman steps closer, asking softly what happened to him. Zombie Bro lifts his head, calmly replies that he is hungry. Hearing his gentle tone, she finally exhales in relief and walks beside him, asking if he remembers what happened a few moments ago. He only recalls fighting strange zombies, but not the details. Inside an armored van, Jamie sits in handcuffs beside his brother. Jamie never expected to encounter a being as strong as Mr. Zombie. He vows that one day he will obtain a sample of his genes to create something even stronger than him. The creature created by Professor Jamie dies by Mr. Zombie. Soon after, unknown entities offer Zombie the position of president. They state that a true president must protect his city, warning that if he fails to increase its population, then his title will be revoked. Upon asking which city he wishes to rule, Zombie Bro chooses the places where he once caught Jamie. The council reacts in disbelief, reminding him that the city has no inhabitants and mocking that he cannot raise life where not even a single soul exists. Mr. Zombie stands firm and refuses to change his decision. With his unwavering resolve, they approve his request. Zombie's single regiment expands into 4 and marks a new chapter in history. Humans and zombies working side by side to rebuild the empty city into a living home. From his high post, Mr. Zombie watches as his secretary reports that all citizens have arrived safely under his command. In the city, an officer's strict tone frightens a young zombie child who hides behind his mother's shirt. The officer assures them that the president's order is final and declares that all of them are equal under his rule, without any harm coming to them. They realize they now have a true home. Mr. Zombie observes that a race does not need war to prosper. His men nod in agreement, and one of them asks what to do with Varmint. Mr. Zombie orders to leave him hanging. At the main office rooftop, Varmint hangs suspended with bound limbs, pleading for forgiveness and promising obedience. Meanwhile, across the city, the local zombies celebrate their leader who grants them peace and shelter. Elsewhere, Violet crashes against a wall and coughs through the dusty disbelief in her eyes. A woman stands at a distance with a powerful weapon in hand. Violet stands still, her eyes locked on the girl before her, unable to believe that this is the same woman from earlier. The lady claims that she can still fight. Violet flies forward to strike from her back, but the woman twists her own neck completely around. She steps back while the lady draws out a dual gun and unleashes a storm of bullets. Violet dodges swiftly and swings her sword, stating if the woman wishes to become president, then she must prove her strength. She charges forward with a series of sharp slashes. The woman only grins wider, mocking her, but Violet's blade slices through her body cleanly, yet the woman's smiles never fade. Violet freezes in disbelief as the body regenerates before her eyes. The woman laughs again, standing upright with torn clothes still hanging from her. Violet steps back, calling the sight unreal. The woman throws a fierce punch that sends her crashing to the floor. She coughs and orders to stop the match. The woman halts, her body still radiating heat, and asks if Violet is fine, claiming she never meant to go that far. Violet stares, then asks if she truly is not a zombie after being bitten. The woman explains that she underwent a complete examination and everything in her body remained normal. Hearing this, Violet starts to walk away. Her secretary hurries after her and asks where she is going. Violet replies that she is leaving for H City immediately. Without delay, she boards her private plane and takes off. Upon landing, they head straight toward the main building. Her secretary is struggling to keep up. Inside the office, Zombie Bro is in a meeting with his close men, distributing responsibilities. He assigns the management of the city's treasury to his trusted secretary and declares that from now, all finances will be under his control. Violet burst on, breathing heavily. Zombie Bro asks what brings her and mentions that he was about to summon her for the city management report. Violet walks closer, grabs his head and forces him to bite her elbow. She leaves afterwards. Outside, her secretary questions how she could allow him to bite her. She declares that if it means gaining such immense power to survive any injury, then she does not care what the cost is. Meanwhile, Zombie Bro remains puzzled in his office but continues developing the city. Over time, the beings thrive, the progress of shops opening, even constructions and business rebuilding. At the other side, Inspector Chen examines Zombie's appointment letter with a sharp gaze, admitting that she cannot understand why the Academy chose him as a city president. Her guard speaks about the letter. She explains the appointment is part of competition among academies and stating that even without any slander, she dislikes Mr. Zomb. At the far north, mountains shine under layers of snow as a helicopter hovers above and a massive ship anchors by the frozen shore. The professor steps out, greeted by his research team. He asks about the report concerning the discovery of the ancient corpse. His assistant explains that during an experiment, they uncovered a dried body believed to be thousands of years old. It is buried 500 meters deep in the ice, and they are currently lifting it using a crane. The professor instructs them to proceed carefully, warning not to damage the remains. The crane rises slowly, pulling up a giant block of clear ice with a human figure sealed within. The workers express astonishment, claiming that this may be the greatest discovery in human history, and waves them to lower it gently. He hopes this will bring new insight into their study of the ancient ones. From the back, a few unfamiliar workers approach. The professor notices their presence but remains focused. One of the operators continues lowering the ice when suddenly one of the strangers bites the worker's neck. The professor shouts in shock, realizing they are not part of his team. One of the attackers kicks him down and mutters about using him as a sacrifice. Before he can call for help, they drain the blood. Some of them sit back, while others carefully shatter the ice around the body. Just then, we see a lady breaking out of the ice and straight up asks the whereabouts of Mr. Zombie while everyone hails the queen. Landling reports that the hero is still alive and rebuilding his clan by mingling with the humans. Another attendant adjusted the queen's jacket carefully. Her jaw tightens at the thought of him living, and she mutters that she will not lose to him this time. At the provincial headquarters, several presidents gather to observe a restrained man they have captured. Violet states that she has never seen anyone like him, while another remarks that he does not even resemble a zombie. The man, discovered wandering near the North Pole and now lies chained to a bed as doctors attempt to control him. Violet orders a specialist to be called. Outside the building, armed officers stand in line as the hero steps out of his vehicle. The gathered presidents greet him, though some exchange mocking smiles. Our boy simply shakes their hands, content that his plans are progressing. Inside the observation room, the doctor invites him to assess what kind of creature the restrained man is. Mr. Zombie replied that he does not know his own true age, questioning how he can identify another being's origin. Yet he steps forward and inspects the bite mark on the man's neck. The man growls at him, but with a single motion of his hand, he silences him. He declares that the captive belongs to the blood tribe. The pressure from his presence forces others to stumble far back, and even the restrained man begins to tremble. As they all fall back, hitting the walls and collapsing to the ground, they question what has suddenly happened to President Zombie. Mr. Zombie seizes the captive by the neck and demands to know the whereabouts of the Little Red Queen who once tried to poison him. The man trembles, pleading that he does not know. Zombie's dark aura fades and he returns to his calm state. The presidents witnessing the scene exchange uneasy glances, now fully aware of his strength. Mr. Zombie walks forward. One of them questions what he meant about the blood tribe. He warns them to stay cautious in the coming days, and begins to explain further, but pauses midway, admitting that he has forgotten the rest. Violet's eyes narrow in irritation at his careless memory, but he chuckles softly and promises to remember next time. Another president mutters in disbelief, calling it nonsense, but a single cold glance from Mr. Zombie silences him immediately. Meanwhile, rain falls steadily over the city. In an alley, they huddle under the torn umbrella, shielding their queen from the downpour. Nearby citizens scoff at their appearance, tossing a single coin toward them and mocking why beggars still exist if the government truly governs the city well. The queen shows frustration, but Lanling quickly grabs the coin with desperation. She shouts at him, demanding why they even bothered to revive her if they have fallen to such a pitiful state. A woman beside her begins to cry, explaining the 1,000 years of hardships they have endured, pretending to be dead before Zombie Bro to escape his reach. She adds that they have lived in the same alley since then, and that Lanling himself has changed. The queen's eyes harden as she mutters that once there was no need for war, but now she cannot even touch a strand of his hair. Lanling insists that they revived her for a reason, and explains that they have obtained a crucial piece of information about someone who can help her become invincible. She demands to know who it is. He pulls out a folded paper from his pocket and reveals a picture. Inside the headquarters, near the massive machine, the prisoners remain chained and cuffed tightly against the metal structure. Zombie Bro enters the chamber with 2 others at his side. He gazes at the captives and questions why they have not been executed yet. Violet replies that there is still valuable information to extract, including the identities of the spies planted among them. Zombie Bro asks what if the prisoner manages to escape. Ying laughs and denies such a possibility. He explains that the prison was constructed specifically for this purpose, built deep within a mountain, guarded by thousands of armed soldiers and several presidents overseeing hundreds of floors. He reassures that there is no chance of escape under any condition, and points toward the giant machine, and reveals that it is connected to a bomb powerful enough to destroy the entire facility. Zombie Bro glances at the machine, hesitation flickering across his face. He then steps back quickly, deciding to leave the area at once. Meanwhile, in the alley, the queen and her followers observe everything. Back at the underground level, Ying leans against the railing, lighting a cigarette. He asks her if she plans to warn President Zombie about Inspector Chen. She narrows her eyes, muttering why he is telling her this. He replies that Inspector Chen's next target is Zombie's city, explaining that the Academy has received a report claiming he is raising zombies instead of humans. Hearing this, she silently takes out her phone and hums in thought. Meanwhile, in the city streets, Zombie Bro walks casually with his hands in his pockets. He observes the prosperity of his surroundings while humans nearby glare at him, unable to accept his presence among them. Faye and his brother remain chained against a large metal machine. He claims that he will obtain Zombie's genes, but his brother trembles and warns that they will be executed soon. Faye denies it, explaining that without his research they will kill him, and before being captured he already ordered others to send his data to a place even he doesn't know. He calls their captors fools and promises that they will regret keeping him alive. His brother refuses to believe that anything stronger than our zombie can be created. Faye states that if they find a vessel strong enough to carry Zombie's genome, the rest will be easy. His brother keeps doubting, reminding him that they are trapped in the highest security base with no escape. When the food delivery robot arrives, Faye instructs the robot to follow his discussion and guard the vessels carefully. He asks where the Zombie King's corpse is kept, and the robot answers that it lies on the 200th floor under the watch of 2 chefs. At another place, Zombie's phone rings. A woman informs him that the gang has reported him to Inspector Chen, who investigates the president's life. She warns that Chen is heading toward Zombie's city, and if she discovers his true nature, he will be dismissed immediately. Mr. Zombie hesitates, but she shouts that she knows about the cities he made for zombies and ends the call. A chill runs through his body as he tries to think of a way out. His eyes then shifted toward the reflection of the makeup display across the glass wall nearby. At the same time, Chen steps out of the car as the secretary mentions that the plane is ready. She stands firm and determined to find a reason to remove Zombie's name from the president's list. Several vans loaded with makeup kits crash onto the ground from the sky as President Mr. Zombie lands firmly beside them. He walks toward the main entrance of his building while his secretary hurries to ask what has happened. Mr. Zombie answers that the Inspector Chen is arriving for inspection, and he orders that all truck supplies be distributed across the cities and that every zombie must disguise immediately. He warns that if she uncovers the truth, then they will lose everything they have built. The secretary orders their men to send the vans to every zone city and tells everyone to use makeup if they do not wish to live on dirty streets or dark alleys. He then applies makeup himself, while Gu questions whether it truly works. He replies that the king must have his reason for this command. Across the zones, some shout to remind others that if they refuse to use these makeup kits, they will return to living under bridges like in their past lives. A mother with her young son pauses as he asks what it means. She realizes that the king wants them to disguise themselves as humans, so they hurry to collect a set and seek guidance. The boy asks her to try it first, but when his mother turns, her appearance changes into a graceful woman, leaving his son stunned. Back at the office, two giant creatures ask Gu what will become of them, and the secretary answers that they must act as the president's pets. Soon, they stand at the airport, waiting for Chen's plane while holding their rope. They wonder why the king ordered such a thing, but the secretary silences them immediately. In the zone city, Inspector Chen arrives with her guards. One of them remarks that choosing for inspection here first was wise. Chen explains that since there are few presidents in the province, their arrival likely leaked already. She moves deeper into the city, ordering that the best investigation begins not from the top, but among the civilians to witness the real face of President Mr. Zombie. Behind her, the guards whisper about her strong dislike for this president, yet before they finish, Chen turns and states that she already heard. She adds that since the overseer gave away authority to anyone for becoming a president, and only someone with leadership qualities deserves to lead humanity like her Lord Overseer himself. As they move deeper into the city, Chen orders them to begin inspection. One guard murmurs that it has been long since anyone saw the overseer, while the other replies that he will return once his exploration ends. At the airport, Blackie waits with the pets, glancing at the sky. He mutters that this should be the exact moment of her arrival, yet the side one suggests waiting a little longer in case of delay. On the street, Chen shouts in frustration and realizes that the people resemble zombies more than humans. She curses the president for building such cities and orders her guards to record everything as proof to remove him. Inside the office building, President Mr. Zombie shivering against the glass after finishing his meal. So Gu asks his side monster about the food he prepared. He admits that he made spicy scrambled eggs. Shock strikes as he explains that the chilies have triggered the president's berserk state. At the airport, the secretary receives a call from the office describing the situation. He replies that all chilies were already disposed of, yet now it is beyond his control. The monsters nearby whisper that if the issue remains unsolved, their president might devour the inspection team. Back in the zone city, Chen decided to continue her inspection, but before she moves, a large truck crashes down from the sky beside her. The impact throws her to the ground as Mr. Zombie lands on top of the vehicle, declaring that he will personally take her on a city tour. Her guards asks who the figure is, but even she has no idea. Mr. Zombie declares that he is the one she has been searching for. Terror spreads as they realize he is the President Mr. Zombie. Chen steps back, warning him to stay away, yet he claims to have something for her. President Zombie grabs her collar and leaps into the sky. Her guards stare in shock before one commands to chase them. From above, the secretary notices Chen in the king's grasp and rushes to follow. The hero lands on the rooftop of the tallest building while Chen still dangles midair, praying for her life. He gestures toward a vast city below, filled with white-collar workers and builders following strict order. She nods frantically, begging to be put down, but he jumps higher again, dragging her along. As he crosses a wide road and points out that every citizen follows traffic laws without failure. When a truck spreads toward him, he kicks it aside and sends it crashing into a distant building. Her guards take a cab but witness the wreck, but Zombie's men are already rescuing the driver. Chen accuses him of killing, yet he calmly explains that his people never let civilians die. When the guards reach the street and call her, the hero tosses Chen back toward them. They catch her safely as he turns away, his voice declaring it his domain and daring her to challenge him. After hearing the challenge, the guards exchange looks of disbelief and murmur that whoever called this man weak must have been blind, for he appears more inhuman than ever. They whisper to Chen to leave at once. The hero warns them to depart before he changes his mind, yet Chen tells him to wait. She admits that he manages the city well, but as a president, strength must match leadership. His monsters tense, halting his steps. Chen questions his ability to protect an entire city, and her tone filled with doubt. One of the creatures moves swiftly, covering her mouth, but she provokes further with her eyes. Moments later, they are dragged to the beach side. The hero stands near the waves while Chen watches with curiosity. One of his men whispers that the air feels heavy with danger, and she demands to know why they are brought here. Gao beside her mutters that whatever happens now is her fault alone. Chen stares at Zombie's back and asks what he plans to do. As the wind shifts, the guards notice the rocks in the sand rising slowly into the air. Zombie Bro focuses his graves and closes his eyes, leaving them frozen in shock. He makes both the waves and the rocks freeze in midair. The air thickens with the energy while Chen feels the charged pressure closing around them. Before they can react, a thunderous burst throws them far across the sand. One monster catches a falling guard while the others crash onto the shore. When the smoke clears, they realize Zombie Bro is gone. Goo places a stethoscope on the sand and gestures toward the sky, urging them to look. Through the lens, she sees Zombie Bro standing on Saturn far from the Earth, and shock spreads among them as disbelief turns to fear. From that distance, Zombie Bro draws power into his arm and throws a single punch across space. The force strikes the ocean below, creating a massive explosion visible from space. His men step back, faces stuck but the shockwave as the waves rise like a towering tsunami. They rush to escape, and alarms ring through the tower building while the defense system activates in hastes. Through the glass wall, she watches the colossal waves rushing closer, voice trembling with fear of the world's end. Before the waves strike the shore, Zombie Bro descends between them and his presence splits the water apart. He looks toward Chen and calmly asks if she has seen enough or not. Zombie Bro stands calmly as the waves retreat from around him and leave the city untouched. Without another word, Chen leaves in silence, taking a cab away from the shore. They whisper that even monsters seem more human than Zombie himself. As the cab drives off, Goo wonders if inspectors will attempt to seize the city. Blackie shakes his head, saying he knows they will not dare. After returning, Chen loses her composure completely and grants silent approval to the zombie's authority. Meanwhile, inside the tower laboratory, a monster calls the Zombie King's existence abnormal. The other one examines him and mutters that he can't understand how such a being was ever killed, adding that Jamie's case remains a great loss. He sighs that if he had lived to continue his work, humanity might have advanced far beyond this point. A robot continues working quietly in the corner. One of the monsters remarks that there are no vital signs left, calling revival impossible. Yet the robot, linked to Faye, follows his remote instructions. Faye orders it to mix chemicals from the main vessel in a ratio of 7:1. The robot complies, combining the liquids with precision. Though the Zombie King's consciousness is destroyed, his body remains intact and leaves a faint chance of restoration. Faye directs the robot to inject the mixture at the right moment. A monster nearby claims he will patrol the area, but the doctor scoffs that there is nothing to guard 3,000 meters underground. Before they can react, the monster notices the robot injecting the corpse. He slams it against the wall, demanding an answer, yet the ground shakes violently as the ceiling cracks open. The Zombie King rises from the table alive once more. Faye's voice echoes through the device, commanding him to kill everyone in sight and release them in exchange, promising even greater power than the President Zombie Bro itself. A plane flies above the massive hole in the earth, shaking through the air currents. The Queen suddenly kicks the entrance door open and stands at the edge as the wind howls around her. The plane tilts out of balance while her assistant shouts to calm the frightened passengers. Some soldiers press their guns at the pilot's head, warning him to stay still until their mission ends. The Queen speaks to her lieutenant that the enemy has early warning systems covering 100 kilometers, and this route is their only entry point. Her assistant murmurs nervously that Jamie carries a self-detonating bomb and suggests that they should reconsider the attack. The Queen narrows her eyes, calling it a mere trick, and declares that if she cannot face something like this, she does not deserve her crown. She orders her soldiers to jump out from the plane, claiming that to win violent wars, one must be more violent than the enemy. One by one, they leap through the storming winds, diving into the vast hole below. Deep underground, workers at the first level sound alarms and announce full defense formation. One of them shouts to stay calm, reminding others that they have 30 presidents supporting them. Yet confusion spreads among the workers as panic rises and someone calls it a jailbreak. At the upper levels, the Queen lands with her squad, facing hundreds of defenders, while the Zombie King remains sealed deep below at 3,000th floor. Inside the underground laboratory, Jamie King slams a monster against the wall, cracking it with a single push. He growls that Faye refuses to save him or his brother, even when they plead for mercy. Faye replies that he is merely his creation, and that his life remains under his control. Faye promises if he helps him achieve his ambitions, then he will personally end his existence when all is done. The Zombie King stares at him, claiming that humans are far more terrifying than any other creature, and asks about a power equal to the president's strength. Faye assures him that his word never changes, and the experiment will make him stronger than ever before. The Queen and her fighters descend through the levels, clashing with workers who try to defend the underground base. Some grip their weapons tightly and demand to know their identities, but their voices tremble in fear. Two powerful presidents observe from a distant corridor, unwilling to waste their strength in a meaningless fight. She steps forward and commands silence. Her voice echoes through the chamber as she offers a choice between two paths. Either they hand over Jamie, or she will make them experience her real power, One of the guards rushes at her with a metal rod, but before he reaches close, two sharp waves of energy slices through the air. His arm falls to the ground and he collapses in shock, unable to understand what just happened. Far below, beside the massive machine, Zombie King unlocks the restraints around Faye and his brother. His brother questions the risk of the bomb, warning that it will explode if anyone gets too close. Faye mutters that no system is flawless. He explains that once the power shuts down, there is a brief moment before the sensors reactivate. The Queen appears and declares that anyone who cannot even touch a single hair of Mr. Zombie after his second phase does not deserve to become his vessel. Faye freezes at her words while Zombie King stiffens. The Queen offers her own body as the vessel instead. Zombie King questions if she truly believes that she is stronger than him. She replies that not only is she stronger, but he may test it if he doubts her. He throws a powerful punch, but she swiftly counters with a strike across his face. The impact sends him flying back, crashing against the massive machine. He mutters that her power feels equal to President Mr. Zombie himself. Though, King stands again, rage flashing in his eyes, and decides to trigger the nuclear bomb mentioned before, vowing that if he cannot win, then everyone will perish together. The others behind him shouts for him to stop, but he ignores and approaches the bomb. Faye's brother calls out, reminding him that he once said he is unreliable. The machine begins to vibrate violently, its systems bursting in sparks, but before the explosion takes place, the Queen raises just gestures at the nuclear and it reverts. Plus she uses it to crush Zombie King beneath it. Then she rushes again, lifting King by his neck in midair. Her grip tightens as she demands to know how he was killed by Mr. Zombie. When he looks her into her eyes, he spots the same terrifying spark that once belonged to Mr. Zombie. Realization dawns on him that they both are remnants of an ancient civilization. She squeezes harder before hurling him to the ground. The impact echoes through the chamber, ending King's chapter there. Thus the Zombie King is killed once again by Queen Red. She asks Jamie if she is strong enough to become his vessel. Jamie accepts her offer. At the office building, Violet rushes toward the president's chamber while Goo tries to stop her, warning that it is not the right time to meet him. She insists that it is an emergency and demands to see President Mr. Zombie. He refuses, calling it dangerous, but walks ahead to confirm by herself. Mr. Zombie turns his head with a glass of wine in his hand. A chill runs through her body as she sees the darkened form of him. She asks about his sudden transformation. So Mr. Zombie replies that he just finds it interesting to change things from time to time, then questions the reason for her visit. She informs him that Jamie escaped. He calmly remarks that someone like her could never stop Queen Red. She questions how he already knows something that happened only moments ago. He answers that whenever she uses her bloodline power, he just senses it naturally. Confusedly, she mutters that she must report this to the higher authorities. Before she can move, Mr. Zombie pulls her back, her shoulders pressing against his chest. He suggests she should stay a while to eat and let him show her the city. Her eyes widen as she forces herself free, warning him not to play games and reminding what he did to Inspector Chen under the same excuse. Mr. Zombie takes another sip of wine as she turns to leave, declaring that she has no time for his tricks during an emergency. But his voice stops her when he asks if she does not wish to know how he uses his bloodline power. His words freezes her steps. She turns slowly, realization dawning, and she teases that in that case, this lady will consider it a date. Meanwhile, in the hospital, doctors rush the injured men through the corridors on stretchers, as one of them struggles to speak. The doctor leans closer, realizing he is still breathing. The man gathers his remaining strength and requests to call the department head. Inside the laboratory, the Queen sits calmly while leaning back. One of the presidents admires the creation, claiming it is his first time he sees such a perfect body. Jamie dismisses it as unscientific. Another one questions the danger of experiment and if his genes truly are able to strengthen their queen without harming her. His brother responds with confidence that Jamie's research stands at the pinnacle of all human knowledge. Jamie focuses on the monitor and explains that there has already been a successful enhancement before, although all those cases were aided by Mr. Zombie himself. Since their queen is not human, then there should be no problem. He adds that all they need now is Zombie's genes. Landling questions if he really expects them to approach Zimby for a single hair. He smiles and replies that he is not fooling about seeing anyone to their death. Another demands to know how he plans to obtain it, then for Zomb isn't generous enough to hand it over. The Queen also glances at him in silence. His brother chuckles and reveals a small tube filled with green liquid, claiming that something like this cannot stop them. They looked in disbelief, questioning how he managed it. Jamie calmly explains while missing the chemicals that a woman once came to if she had turned into a zombie, and during her examination, he secretly drew a vial of her blood. He remarks that having a spy among the enemy is always useful. They show no interest in his explanation, and he orders them to begin the process. As afternoon turns to evening, at a restaurant, Violet sits across from Mr. Zombie while the chef places the dishes before them. She crosses her arms and comments that his power hardly matches its name, asking if it had any side effect or if he cannot revert back. She demands an answer. Suddenly he turns back into his normal calm state, which infuriates her. She shouts not to turn quiet after she gave up an important task just to go on a date with him. She shakes his shoulders, insisting him to stop pretending and change back. He pushes her gently, reminding her that she came willingly. Furiously, she turns to the chef and demands chilies from his kitchen. The chef nervously replies that every chili in the city has been confiscated by the department head. 2 months later, in the hospital, a woman sits near his hospital bed and remarks that it is her second visit to see him in the hospital. He speaks through the breathing mask, asking if she sent the message before he lost consciousness. She confirms that she used his satellites to send it as a red-level emergency as soon as she learned what happened. He answers that their opponent was not ordinary. Even the nuclear bomb was neutralized and reversed. He adds that she is not from this era for sure. Deep underground, near the damaged machinery, several fighters stand looking upward at the destroyed layers above. One remarks that no one could have imagined a whole city buried under this place, and that their technology was advanced, but still perished. Another nods, but before they speak further, one of them runs up to the leader shouting that it is an emergency. An old corpse lies at the stone steps while the fighters gather near it. One of them calls to head and reports that Professor Jamie, who was recently caught, has escaped again. Whispers spread among the team as the news travels quickly. The head explains about the corpse they found. He states that the body has more than 130 fractures already, plus every remains here is burnt completely, then asking why the corpses did not rot even after 1,000 years. He claims that they are empty shells with no value for research. A fighter besides him mentions that there are traces of a massive battle in this site with such advanced technology. He wonders what kind of monster could have caused this. The head brushes it off, saying there is nothing else worth studying, and asks about the emergency report. He replied that the academy recently recruited a new president who captured Jamie, but for some reason he escaped again, and many presidents were injured in the process. He orders us to move out at once. Before they leave, a fighter points at a strange mark on the ground, asking what it is. When he presses it, a bright projection activates from behind the corpses they found. Everyone, back in shock, realizing the ancient mechanism still works. A shadowy projection of a human appears and claims that it is the first time he is seeing humans with such strong bodies like them. The head calmly says it is only a projection and turns to observe. The figure declares that he can make them stronger if they vow to protect human civilization with their lives. The projection then displays the image of Mr. Zombie. 1,000 years ago, the Earth had 7 continents and 8 oceans, a world far more advanced than today. The figure, along with his army, have even won against aliens and all sorts of threats. However, one man, our Mr. Zombie, remained undefeated, even when the whole world united against him. They stare at the display picture of Mr. Zombie while one of them whispers his doubt, saying the man does not look powerful. Their head of department replies that the ancients do not lie about such matters, and asks if they ever wondered why they keep fighting the zombies. He returns to the corpse projection and asks how they should face such monsters. The shadow claims that pairing physical strength with ancient technology brings hope, as he brings them a gauntlet from the ancient technology. The projection warns that no matter what race appears on Earth, only the zombies remain their greatest enemy. They vow not to disappoint him and prepare to move. He decides to pursue Professor Jamie first, then rather chase a single name across the vast world. At the restaurant, Violet gets the calls that their head of department calls a meeting, and she rises to move, fetching the hero with herself. He asks quietly which head she means. In the laboratory, Jamie mutters for a little more time and then reaches a breakthrough as the queen sinks deeper into a green vat. 2 presidents kneel, exhausted, while one steward laments that the tribe has but a single coin and fears he cannot feed the people even if he works multiple jobs in a day. His companion hushes him and suggests a practical plan, offering a plan to rob a bank where people move slowly. She promises that with their speed it will take only 10 seconds instead of 30. He finally nods in agreement. At the headquarters of Guangzhou province, subordinates report to the department head about all the presidents arriving, so they should start the meeting now. Hearing this, the department head immediately puts on his helmet. With his command, a row of black cars slowly set off. Alternatively, when the hero and Violet came to the headquarters for the meeting, a bank in his hometown was being targeted by some thieves. Lang Ling is squatting on the street, finding all of this very slow. Right then, a van stops in front of him. Thus, the drama king signals his subordinate to start the operation. Getting in the van, Lang Ling and his team immediately grab their gear. Being confident, both the companions assure him that they have scouted a place having very few people, so Lang Ling shouldn't worry, because according to them, they are professionals when it comes to robbing a bank. While Blackie is being informed about the release of February's financial reports, the group of petty thieves begins breaking into Zombie's bank. Meanwhile, his staff informs him that the calculations are complete. Their current assets total $435.5 billion. Upon hearing it, Blackie instructs the accountants to go through the accounts again, as they must not make any mistakes. As the king's subordinates, they can't afford to make even one mistake with the city's money. On the other hand, the front building of Zombie's bank is being hijacked by Ling Lang and his small friends. They warn everyone to not make any move, while the drama king has gone crazy after seeing so much money, realizing he has become rich and now he won't have to live a life of poverty anymore. Standing in front of the window, Blackie notices the commotion, demanding to know from his people what is going on. From sources, they got to know that someone just robbed one of their banks. With all the robbed money, Ling Lang is ready to leave with his team, But this is when a voice echoes in the surroundings, calling out for him. Surprised, Ling peeks out of the car, noticing Blackie standing at the top of the building. Witnessing him, cold sweat trickled down his face. Realizing that something is wrong, the drama king grabs his subordinate in anger, demanding to know what bank they robbed. The subordinate looks clueless as he doesn't know how to read. At this point, the other one, trying to be helpful, dramatically pulls out a dictionary and reveals that they accidentally robbed Zombies People's Bank. Upon hearing it, for a moment, Ling becomes blank, but then realization hits him like a truck. They didn't rob any ordinary bank. They robbed the bank. Scared, he screams at the top of his lungs, "Loud wake the dead." Meanwhile, Blackie is all ready with his bloodshot eyes to declare war. These noob thieves had no idea about the consequences of robbing Blackie's bank. Lang Ling shouts at his companions to not wait and drive immediately, as Blackie is the most mysterious subordinate that the hero took in around 800 AD. Angrily, Blackie states that he doesn't care what this drama king and his queen are thinking. With that, he punches at the top of the building, sending cars into the air. Witnessing this, Lang Ling and his team are startled, finding this reaction a little too much. However, the money they stole won't even be enough to repair their vehicle, so this was all a waste. Seeing Blackie staring at them, the drama king knew this was not the way to go. Lang Ling orders his team to split up and inform the queen that they are in trouble while he will try to waste some time here, because both Ling Lang and Blackie are stewards. Thus, the drama king provokes Blackie in order to see how strong he is. But as soon as these words leave his mouth, Blackie charges forward, punching him in the face, declaring that Ling Lang is not worthy enough to be on par with him. With a loud bang, Lang Ling was blasted into the sky. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Guang District, all the presidents have gathered. It didn't take long for the department head to arrive as well. He lets everyone know that he has already received the message about Professor Jamie's escape, but before that, he wants to announce something more important than that. At this moment, the department head signals his assistant. Therefore, they pressed a button, raising a platform from underground, carting a golden arm. Knowing that everyone is confused, the department head explains that this is a piece of technology from old times. Upon receiving this information, some presidents are awestruck, while others look at the department head with envious eyes. Furthermore, he explains that his discovery took place deep within a canyon, but by the time he reached the site, any traces of valuable information about the ancient civilization had already deteriorated beyond recovery. This piece of information makes Ying from the Iron Club Academy excited, as this is an ancient technology. Though the department head suggests they don't use this against Professor Jamie, as it will be saved for an even bigger threat. Because, according to the records left behind by a projection of the ancient people, there exists an even far more terrifying monster that inhabits the earth. Additionally, the old-time people were destroyed by this very monster, resulting in their disappearance. Having said that, Violet confirms if this is true or some kind of sick joke, because is it really possible that there is a monster here that could wipe out the entire ancient civilization? The department head confirms this, explaining that the ancient figure had warned them to regard this creature as the greatest threat of all, one powerful enough to have wiped out an entire civilization. Hence, they all have to be very cautious. Violet and the others are left stunned, struggling to believe that such a monster could truly exist, while also feeling a growing curiosity and fear about where it might be now. The department head is clueless, as the ancient person didn't spill much, but that monster can be anywhere, right? So they need to be very careful. Confused, the hero wonders aloud how to use this golden arm. Even though the ancient person didn't give much information, by looking, the department head can tell that all they have to do is wear it on their hand and press the button in the middle. Though this is not the main concern because right now they have something more important, killing the monster. Out of nowhere, panic spreads across the department head's face. He instantly lunges forward to protect the gold arm. Puzzled, the presidents wonder what is happening, but before they can make sense of it, something crashes into the building's floor, ripping through the wall. After the smoke settles, everyone spots Ling Lang surrounded by the rubble, looking half dead. On the other hand, Blackie smoothly lands on the building. By now, Ling Lang is literally begging the department head to protect him. Noticing Blackie's presence, Violet immediately recognizes that it is Zombie's subordinate. Alternatively, when the other presidents realize that it is a zombie, they all charge forward to attack him. Despite being attacked from all sides, Blackie stands still. The president calls him brazen, demanding to know if he has any idea what place this is. Not caring about it, when his opponents come near him, he knocks them out in a single blow, remaining unscratched. President Ying, just like Ling Lang, was punched directly into the conference room. At the same time, other presidents, lying on the rubble, also don't understand why they end up getting beaten up even after being presidents. At this point, they are just acting as cannon fodder. Witnessing this, Dawn realizes that Blackie is on an entirely different level compared to the one with chainsaws for hands. Right then, due to anger, Blackie aims for the conference room, wanting everyone dead. But before he could do much, Mr. Zombie intervenes. To end this madness, Zombie punches Blackie, The impact of this punch is so strong that it sends everyone flying to the other side of the conference room. Noticing his power, the department head's subordinate quickly alerts him. Even the department head is astonished by the sight. Wearing the golden arm, the department head understands that the ancients were right about Zombie's power, as his strength surpasses the other presidents. Simultaneously, to control the situation, Mr. Zombie brings Blackie to the roof of the building, who is confused that Zombie is in front of him, though clarifying that he cannot kill them all, as this is the headquarters, and they are the ones who gave them the city. Meanwhile, the department head's body surges with energy after wearing the golden arm. Abruptly, the sky turns all dark, and out of nowhere, a total solar eclipse occurs. The department head is stunned, realizing he had nothing to do with it, while all the presidents stand frozen. The people in the city are puzzled too, though they all get horrified when they spot a silhouette of a woman in front of the moon. Upon noticing, the presidents realize who it is, but they can't do nothing as it was too late. It is none other than the Blood Red Queen. To evacuate Ling Lang, 2 subordinates were sent, but they were knocked out by the department head's single blow. In addition to that, the department head orders his men to evacuate everyone and leave the rest to him, as things are about to get very chaotic. In an instant, the queen was hit in the face by the department head's punch. The queen charged forward in anger, immediately returning the kick and suggesting he stay out of it. Noticing that they are fighting, Blackie informs Mr. Zombie about it, but our boy stops Blackie, making it clear that it is none of their business. The department head appears unscathed before everyone. He states to the queen that he will deal with her first. The queen scoffs, not really caring about this threat, as she doesn't think this guy can do shit with his little abilities. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanqi and the rest are puzzled, not understanding what this has to do with Mr. Zombie. Meanwhile, Zombie and Blackie, watching the scene unfold, are also confused, as it seems like the department head has lost his mind. Just then, the department head begins to use the power of the golden arm glove. As the button activates the arm, a powerful energy envelops the arm. Seeing this, the queen swiftly charges towards her opponent. Soon both of them hurtle towards each other, just as they are about to collide. On the other side, the department head gathers all his power onto the glove and launches a full-force attack against the queen. With a loud bang, the two collide directly. The powerful impact sent Dawn and the others flying. Right then, with a crack, the glove that condenses the crystallization of ancient technology was deformed by the queen's punch. Immediately after, the vampire queen exerted her power again, and the department head screamed as he was slammed into the building. The queen snorted disdainfully while the department head grumbled, removing the golden arm, as this ancient technology is a complete sham. At this point, he regrets being dependent upon this piece of garbage and not fighting with his own abilities. The queen acknowledges that among all the humans she has met, he has the strongest physique, and if he was born 1,000 years ago, with this kind of technology, it is uncertain who would have been the victor, though she pities him due to the fact that now she has to finish him. With that, the queen raises her hand, preparing to deliver the final blow, but at this moment, Violet suddenly appears behind the queen with her weapon. With swift movement, she uses a wide range of killing techniques, but the queen, being alerted, dodges the attack and lands on the top of the nearby building's roof. Spotting Violet, the blood-red queen looks at her in disbelief, as he didn't expect her to be this strong, though now Violet challenges her to attack her instead. On the other hand, Dawn has gone wild as well. Just as one of Lang Ling's subordinates moves in to rescue him, she appears in time and seizes the subordinate by the hair. The subordinate grits her teeth, warning them all that they all won't get away with all this. In contrast, the queen stands still, watching all this silently. In the momentary silence on the battlefield, the brown-haired girl suddenly shouts at Dawn, warning her to not look down on her. With that, she breaks free from Dawn's control and backs away. To provoke her, Dawn challenges this girl to prove it. Hearing it, the girl leaps higher in the air to attack Dawn, but very smartly, pink hair lands a kick on her enemy's chin. The vampire girl looks at Dawn with disbelief on her face, as she was not expecting this. By now, Dawn lies on the ground and crawls like a spider towards her opponent. With that, she delivers a brutal punch to the girl. Catching sight of this, all the presidents wonder aloud if Dawn was always this strong. At this time, the vampire girl on the battlefield is not ready to give up, so she slashes across her palm. Using her blood, she forms several blood clones, which look similar to her. All the clones rush toward Dawn, but she, being herself, easily identifies the real one and delivers a swift kick to the true vampire girl, making her realize that Dawn is indeed human. Because of this, all the clones instantly dissipate. Meanwhile, the vampire queen on the other side also launches an attack on Violet. Moreover, Violet swings her blade, creating a flurry of blade shadows that easily deflects the queen's attacks. The powerful force radiates from Violet, spreading across the entire area, The headquarters could even feel the vibration. This seems unreal to all the presidents, and her condition reminds them of something. Alternatively, the queen chuckles as she understands that Violet is also someone who has been strengthened before, but she is not the one the queen is looking for. The queen clarifies that she wants Zombie so that she can take revenge for the humiliation from the past. Right now, the queen's expressions turn into something dark as she elaborates that she has suffered 1,000 years for this moment, and she can easily torture Violet to death with her strength. Hence, the vampire queen suggests the girl stay out of this matter. Acknowledging the queen's current power, Violet admits that she wouldn't be able to defeat the vampire queen even with stimulants. However, if the queen is relying solely on that power to overpower that petty fellow, Violet strongly disagrees. Violet covers her face and suggests showing the queen something fun. Having said that, the vampire queen looks puzzled, wondering what fun this girl is talking about. Placing her hand on her face, Violet is all ready to show the second form. Immediately, Violet chants some words, and slowly her skin starts to flake off. Jang and the other presidents stand there uncertain about the president's next step. The vampire queen is equally baffled. Following that, Violet starts laughing, indicating that she feels intense energy inside her. Just then, Violet swept her hand back, and in an instant a terrifying energy spread out from her body. The presidents hurriedly shield themselves. As this energy dissipated, the vampire queen's pupil dilated instantly as Violet completed her transformation, not only radiating a terrifying aura, but also undergoing a change in her appearance. Right now, she no longer has that pretty face, as it is replaced by a strange skull mask. Witnessing this, the presidents almost dropped their jaws to the ground. Additionally, the queen was full of disbelief. Blackie and Mr. Zombie on the roof are dumbfounded as well after seeing Violet in this form. Grabbing the vampire girl, Dawn is thrilled to see what happens next. Violet could figure out that the vampire queen is thinking everything through very carefully right now, though she suggests that there is no need for useless words between them. The moment these words leave Violet's mouth, the vampire queen soars into the air and strikes at her enemy, agreeing that there is no need for words. To defend herself, Violet unleashes her ultimate enhanced blade technique, Red Blade Cleave, striking with full force and slicing the queen cleanly in half. At this point, Violet has destroyed almost all the blood cells of the Red Queen. The department head's men announced that President Violet has destroyed every cell in the queen's body, which leaves everyone shocked and confused. However, turning back, Violet announces, acknowledging that the queen is not frail, so she should not sneak up on her. Having said that, the blood cells start merging. In an instant, the blood cells start merging, and the vampire queen reappears once again. Ying wonders if those two are still human, while Mr. Zombie is damn sure that the Red Queen is going to create chaos at this point. Thus, he suggests Blackie change places to enjoy the fight. Back on the battlefield, Violet informs her enemy that the petty fellow told her that Red is an immortal old monster from 1,000 years ago. So this is why she was not going to judge this vampire queen with basic logic. Upon hearing that Red is an undying monster, the department head abruptly stands up with shock. On the flip side, seeing him switch places, Jang curses Mr. Zombie. However, he suggests they all should get out of here, as it is not safe. Angrily, Red, with a flick of her finger, transforms the sky into darkness, declaring that this fight is not over yet. Upon hearing it, Violet gets happy, taking an attacking stance, as she didn't want it to end this early as well. At this moment, Mr. Zombie has already brought Blackie to a safe place while Jang and the other presidents try to follow him as well. But before they could reach Zombie, Violet charges forward, and noticing this, Red swiftly swings her weapon. Its impact is so intense that it literally cuts the building in half. The collapsing building falls straight towards Violet, but she effectively gets away from it, landing on the same building as the queen. To attack Red, she swings her blade but ends up getting punched by her. Violet's anger doubles. As a result of it, she strikes once again. This strike is so strong that all the presidents, including Zombie, are flabbergasted, and at this point the whole Guangzhou province is divided in half because of this swing. Still, the blade strike didn't cause any damage to Red. When she turns her head and sees the destructive power of this strike, her expressions immediately become serious. At this moment, Zombie, who was watching the show, was full of praise for Violet's attack. Zhang Lanqi is taken aback to see that even after such an attack, the queen is still not dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, the department head who realizes that his glove is reacting wants to take it off quickly, but no matter what way he uses it, he just can't remove it. At this time, Violet lands in front of her enemy, but before she could launch an attack, she is kicked and sent flying. Following that, the queen gathers her energy in midair, and with a swoosh, she chases after Violet because she doesn't care if her opponent can change forms, as she still feels like she is the strongest. Instantly, Red pushes Violet. With a loud bang, she is pushed against a building, and a sword pierces her body. Alternatively, the department head experiences something unusual. The glove literally runs a shiver down his body. A voice echoes in his mind, threatening him that his body will soon belong to it. After that, a surge of energy drills into his body from the glove, followed by a large amount of golden substances floating out of the glove. At this point, the department head panics, wanting to know who is messing with him. By now, he understands that the ancient person is behind this. Back to Violet, she removes the sword from her body, admitting that she can't hurt Red, but also, she can't be hurt by her either. Witnessing her powers, Zhang grabs Zombie, pleading with him to give her the same powers as Violet. However, everyone's attention shifts to the sky as a loud noise echoes everywhere since something shot up above them. Turns out, it is none other than the department head, chuckling maniacally as he has finally revived. As everyone wonders what is happening, a giant golden figure appears in the sky. He has one foot on the earth and slapped his palm down towards the Guangzhou province. The giant hand slams down, immediately shattering the buildings and throwing out all the presidents. Mr. Zombie quickly moves through the rubble to grab the flying presidents, asking them to evacuate quickly. But just then, there is a sudden roar from behind him. Giant's hand reaches out towards our boy, directly gripping him in its palm. At this moment, the department head stands tall, hovering above the earth. Basically, the ancient person tricked the department head, and now he is consumed by the golden aura, as his sacrifice must be done for the sake of humanity according to the ancient person. But then, Violet notices Zombie holding the giant's finger to pinch him. To protect Zombie, both Violet and Red attack the armored body, but both of their attacks are blocked by a light shield. The ancient man clarifies to everyone to stay out of it as it is not their business. In contrast, under the pressure of the department head, Mr. Zombie activates his second form, grabbing the enemy's finger and spins it like a maniac. As he spins fast, the department head's finger begins spinning too. He roars as Mr. Zombie breaks free from his control. Rushing upwards, our guy is all ready to fight. At this time, to stop him, the ancient slaps our boy to crush him from his giant hand. Ready for the fight, Mr. Zombie exerts his full strength to lift the armored palm as the ancient person challenges our boy to show his true form and fight like an actual warrior. The next second, Mr. Zombie changes his form. He throws a punch, removing the armored hand away from him. Seeing Zombie's form, Red is visibly taken aback. Angrily, the armored body raises his hand in anger to attack our boy, as he can't bear the fact that Mr. Zombie is looking down on him. Though Mr. Zombie stands firm, while Zhang looks bewildered. Right then, Mr. Zombie again swings his fist, knocking away the armored arm. Abruptly, a mechanical sound echoes in the surroundings, and it turns out a row of small ancient armored bodies appears on the head of the giant department head. While the presidents feel this way, Zombie Bro has already knocked these small fries with his efficient moves, tearing the armored bodies. Though it was still not over, as more of these clones appeared in front of him. Very easily, our boy once again cleared his way. Noticing that he is not using his full powers, the ancient man plays a dirty game, and instead of summoning small armored bodies like earlier, he summons duplicates of these giant armored department heads, being damn sure that this is not our boy's true form. Distracting our boy, the armored body punches our boy, and the impact is so much that it sends all the objects flying into some other dimension. Zombie, who didn't have any time to dodge, was blasted away to the moon. Seeing this destruction, the department head begins to resist the Ancient One in his consciousness, telling the Ancient Man to stop causing this destruction. But the Ancient Man wants to eliminate our boy at all costs, not caring about anything else. With that, he suddenly charges up and actually jumps all the way to the moon. His huge body occupies the moon's surface. With a boom, the giant armored arms swing at the area where Zombie Bro was. But just then, a streak of light flew out from his fingertip. Not only was Zombie Bro unscathed, but he also quickly approached the giant armored body. Next, he leaps to the chest of the armored guy, slamming his mechanical body in response with his fist as it shatters. The Ancient One sees this and was about to pull a move but is stopped by the department head. He explains that he has seen the reports, and after Zombie Bro became the city's president, he wasn't as evil as the ancient person says. The city under his care was as good as other cities. Additionally, it generated tax revenue and facilitated further development of humanity. So why can't they coexist, as Zombie Bro helps humans so many times as well? The ancient person tells the department head to be silent. He had always wanted to live peacefully, but after seeing Zombie's face, he knows he can't coexist with him in peace. According to the ancient person, the zombies were supposed to be an insignificant race, so weak that a single missile could have wiped them out. But then, one zombie appeared from who knows where, and now the fate of the entire human civilization depends on his mood. Therefore, they cannot allow such powerful creatures to exist. With that, the Ancient One once again gathers energy, and with a wave of his hand, throws the energy towards the moon. As the golden energy comes into contact with a giant mechanical body, its body begins to regenerate quickly. In no time, it turns into an ancient warrior mech holding a giant sword. In addition to that, behind him are several other warrior mechs also holding giant swords. When the Ancient One unleashed the Divine Punishment move, all the clones stabbed their giant swords into the moon, attempting to destroy the moon along with Mr. Zombie. At this time, the Ancient One's body burst with powerful energy, trying to control Zombie's action. However, Zombie Bro states that just because an ancient person is bigger, doesn't mean he is more powerful. This statement puzzles the Ancient One, but before he could figure out the meaning behind this, Zombie Bro snaps his fingers. In an instant, the bodies of the warrior mechs shatter into small pieces, sending shockwaves to the earth. Being aware that this is dangerous, Zhang instructed everyone to bring all the citizens to the evacuation centers. Thus everyone splits up. Simultaneously, Zombie Bro teleports in front of the ancient person, punching him in the face and sending him crashing down to the ground like a meteor. The Ancient One crashes into the sea, and Zombie Bro returns to Earth along with his opponent. The moment he lands, his hands plunge into the ground, causing huge cracks to spread out immediately. At this moment, the Ancient One is filled with frustration since he didn't expect that Zombie Bro could completely overpower him in this form. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou province, the presidents are helping the citizens evacuate. Just as Zhang is running with a baby, she suddenly spots cracks appearing on the ground beneath her. She turns and sees Zombie's hands pressed on the ground, putting a great amount of unstoppable force. Everyone ran for their lives. Even the ancient person is puzzled, not understanding what is going on. It feels like a 20.0 magnitude earthquake to everyone. Under Zombie's continuous force, the crack grows larger. With a roar, a bottomless crack appears, running through the entire province. With the continuous rumbling sound, the crack spread all the way to the distant mountains. Eventually, the earth was split in two by none other than Mr. Zombie. Zhang accidentally falls into the crack. Fortunately, Ying grabs her hand in time and saves her. Alternatively, the ancient person who had been punched into the sea resurfaces, but before he can even react, Zombie Bro appears before him and lands another powerful punch, sending him to the other side. Coughing, the ancient person tells the department head to see that this is the destructive power of Mr. Zombie. The tsunami that was caused because of the splitting on Earth stops suddenly, and on top of that, the hero stands, looking entirely different. This is his truest form that the ancient person was talking about. Everyone is shocked, including Red, as she never saw this form of our boy. Hence, she wonders aloud if this really is Mr. Zombie. At this time, the ancient person screams in excitement, as this is the same form that he saw before everything was destroyed. Leaping higher into the air and laughing maniacally, using the department head's life condenses a terrifying power of thunder. With that, the ancient person is ready to charge at our guy as he warns the department head that his body might suffer a bit. Right away, the hero merely raises his hand, and immediately the ancient one is sent flying, while the energy ring forming behind him vanishes as his golden mech turns into a lump of iron. Even his soul was erased. With a blast, the terrifying explosion energy rushed straight into the sky, and the Ancient One's golden armor shattered into pieces. Even after transforming the department head's body this way, the ancient person couldn't win. As the Ancient One was eliminated, the department head appears in front of everyone with a hole in his rib, clearly looking as dead as one could be. At this moment, Blackie stands worried, as he doesn't want his king to be the one to kill the human's leader. It was as if the hero heard Blackie due to the fact that he raised his hand and shot a drop of fresh blood towards the department head's body. In that instant, the genes in the department head's body change, and the missing flesh from his chest begins to repair. By now, the department head's heart starts pumping once again. The presidents, upon seeing this, are utterly shocked. The vampire queen is equally astounded. Additionally, Violet was dumbfounded too. After gaining consciousness, the department head is taken aback upon realizing that he is alive. At this point, the human department head understood that the Ancient One went to such lengths to eliminate our boy because he was scared by his power. Right now, the entire battlefield is dead silent. Suddenly, a bang breaks the silence as Violet bursts forth and appears in front of Zombie. But when she looks at him, he has already returned to his previous dumb appearance. Acting dumb, he asks her if she used to have the bloodline power. With a sigh of relief, Violet gives credit to him, but then gets angry because their home is gone now. Because this dumb guy could have just knocked that Ancient One with one shot but spent such a great time fighting and going berserk for no reason. Chuckling nervously, the hero explains that he never intended to scare anyone, but Ling Lang has probably wet his pants, while the vampire queen is hiding somewhere with fear. This incident caused the southern continent to shift by 130 kilometers, completely altering the Earth's climate and creating a new, deepest ocean trench. 2 months have passed. Because humans were rescued in time, there were no deaths, and that the hero architectural firm was only responsible for rebuilding several provinces that were ruined. However, now after knowing Zombie's powers and facing such strength, the department head's next move is uncertain. He instructs his assistant to buy a few trays of high-quality eggs, as he is going to H City to visit the new chief. At the Blood Tribe's new city constructions, Lang Ling is making the workers work fast, while his subordinate is confused about where the money came from. Right now, Gu doesn't understand why Blackie approves of giving Ling Lang a loan even though they are their mortal enemies. Blackie explains that the hero told them not to fight, or else they will keep coming back to rob the bank. Thus, they decided to loan the money to them at a high interest rate of 20%. Also, in exchange, they can repay the debt by working for them. But with that kind of interest rate, it would take at least 300 years to pay it off. This makes Go and Lang realize how much of an evil Blackie is. Alternatively, Ling Lang and his subordinate wonder where the Red Queen is. The Blood Queen never imagined that the hero had an even stronger form, and even back then, when she used the stimulant, he had only used a small portion of his strength to face her. Witnessing the form of Lord Zombie killing the old ancient person, the Blood Queen, who always thought of defeating our boy, realized that she can never ever face him and unwillingly shed tears. However, at this point, in the underground ruins, none other than Professor Jamie appears in front of the remains of the ancient person, declaring to never give up, even if it costs him his life, as he is determined to eliminate Lord Zombie no matter what. An alarm clock rings, but the next second, the alarm clock is smashed by a slap. After some time, Lord Zombie finally wakes up. Just as in his apartment, Lord Zombie thinks about what to do next, the doorbell rings. Upon opening the door, our boy finds Violet standing in front of him. She can't believe that being a leader zombie bro can be so lazy because he is 2 hours late. Hearing this, our guy slams the door and promises to be ready in a moment. The scene shifts to Zombie's inauguration, where Jung is passionately giving a speech explaining that it is the start of the heir, so they will now grow their academy. Though they have faced many difficult times, now that Zombie Bro will be leading them, their academy will definitely shine. Just like that, everyone gives a very warm welcome to Zombie, who is their new chief now. On the stage, chuckling nervously, Zombie Bro acknowledges that everyone must be hungry, so he bites eggs for them, which makes them all stunned as they were not expecting that. However, Chen is now replaced and tossed aside. Meanwhile, in the department head's office, inspection head Chen runs, flustered. Panting heavily, he tries explaining that things have gotten serious, as the president is calling them. The department head assures the president that the situation was pretty urgent, but he was not trying to hide anything and was about to report to him about everything. After hanging up the call, the department head understands that the whole world knows about the incident involving the human accident. Inspector Chen is confused because no one disclosed it, but obviously it was pretty evident as a great chaos occurred, as even the other side of the world would know something happened. Upon seeing the posts, Inspector Chen gets to know that the northern news reports are posting that the southern continent had a war and it was caused by ancient humans. However, now there is an exchange meeting that is about to start. Too many things are happening at once. Though now, ignoring all of it, the department head is ready with the eggs. Standing outside Zombie's home at H-City, the department head hopes that Zombie Bro will be okay with doing this job, as now he is even the president. When the door opens, his eyes widen with shock as he spots Violet in a playful outfit. His reaction makes her realize that he is thinking something dirty, so she tries to explain, but he screams in shock to even spot Zhang in the apartment. The department head can't believe that these two girls are engaged in such activities just because Zombie Bro is promoted. Now he has to report this to the higher-ups. Lying that he has to head back to the HQ for some work, he begins leaving. Yet, both the girls explain that they are celebrating that jerk's promotion and are dressed up this way because they lost in a game. When the department head doesn't believe them, they invite him inside, and to his surprise, everyone from the team is present there. Some of them are playing while others are preparing food. Everyone panics after seeing him, but the department head is glad that he has found everyone gathered in a single place, as he has something important to share. Now gathered at the table, the department head reveals that he is not the leader of the humans. It is true that this region has many provinces, but he is only the provincial head of Guangzhou province. To eat, the department head raises his hand to remove the helmet, and everyone looks intently to see his face, but disappointment covers their faces when he only removes the armor covering his mouth. The department head continues elaborating that the planet has 2 continents having 2 countries, and the place they are at right now is Country A. Long ago, the 2 countries worked together to eliminate zombies, but after that, even though they pretend to be united publicly, they secretly keep fighting for power. To control public opinion, they hold peace exchange meetings, but those are really just shows of military strength, not friendship. The main reason for their conflict is their different political systems. Country A is a federation with a stronger economy, while Country B is a monarchy with a stronger military. Country A has lost every exchange meeting so far. If not for their smart president, they might have been taken over already. The speaker thinks there's no point in fighting anymore. Since both countries are human, they should stop trying to dominate each other. Still confused, Zombie asks more about the exchange meeting, so Violet explains that it is an international sport among academies and can be called a global military exercise. It is held once every 4 years. It sounds very useless to Zombie, yet Zhang explains that the last round of competition was who could kill more zombies. There, a single province killed more than 8 million of them. Zhang wishes to do the same, making Zombie realize that this girl actually thinks he is human. In another environment, in Country B's headquarters, the Prime Minister shows 2 girls pictures of ancient technology that was used on the moon by Country A. Country B's intelligence department has found out that Country A is already using this technology, though if they become experts, then it will be an issue. Hence, the Prime Minister requested both the girls to join the event and investigate clearly, keeping aside the matter of their sister, as Country A's president will be coming here for a visit next month. Though the king has some issues with their sister's rebellion, the Prime Minister assures them to ask the royal family to forgive her. Hearing this, the girls couldn't say much and agreed with the Prime Minister. On the other side, Professor Jamie found the remains of the Ancient One and brought them to his secret research lab. His aim is to revive the ancient person with the Char 47 solution. At this moment, the mushroom head is nervously staring at the computer, informing us that component 1 is powered on, and, with companions 2 and 3, the components have been on too. Glancing at the ancient person's remains, the mushroom head wonders if they can really revive it or not, as the corpse is already fried up. According to Jamie, they can achieve everything when it comes to the field of biology. Thus, they start the process. Unexpectedly, the laboratory was enveloped with blinding lights, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. At that point, Mushroom Head once again expresses his uncertainty, though he knows it will be a miracle if this experiment gets successful. As the solution gets injected, the ancient body emits a strange stream of energy. As the dust settles, they see a bald, middle-aged man sitting on the testing chair. Faye's brother charges forwards and demands from the baldy to know where the ancient person went. Crying, the middle-aged guy assures that he is the ancient man and is an engineer who doesn't know how to fight. The Four Eyes don't believe it, as the armored guy looked so cool in the picture, but as a mecha armor designer, the engineer made himself look cooler. Looking at Jamie from the glass, the engineer talks to him, explaining that their starting points are different, but they can work together. Jamie doesn't care about this offer, as Baldy has already been defeated by Mr. Zombie, so he calls this research a mistake and tells him to leave, as he needs to continue the research. The engineer reveals that they had already researched zombies' genes 1,000 years ago. Jamie's current method won't work. More than his strength, his endless power is scary. And because both Baldy and Jamie are smart, they both can work together and fill in each other's gaps to create a new Mr. Zombie. Jamie possesses unparalleled expertise in biology, with a deep understanding of zombies' genes, while Baldy holds unmatched knowledge in engineering and knows how to utilize those genes effectively. Hearing this idea, Jamie agrees to cooperate as they shake hands with each other. Back at Zombie's apartment, Violet is shocked to hear that the department head is sending Zombie Bro to be the president's bodyguard. Though the department head is worried, he has no choice since the president is about to leave for Country B. And what's more important is that that country knows about the ancient people, and because of that, there might be danger. Thus, it is decided, as the president asked for a few skilled ones from our province as bodyguards. He knows Zombie Bro always wants to blend into the upper levels of human society, so one word from the president would make everyone accept his identity without question. However, they cannot reveal Zombie's identity, as having a zombie acting as a government official is a risky piece of information. From now on, the Guangzhou provincial councils will answer directly to him. For his safety, he's allowed to bring along 2 of his most trusted aides. As he departs, he wishes Zombie Bro good luck, hoping he won't bring shame to their Guangzhou province. Later on, Mr. Zombie talks to his people about this, asking who can come as helpers with him. Blackie can't go, as the end-of-year financial inspections are coming. Same goes for Gu and Agan. Not having much of an option, our poor boy has to go with these 2 dumb creatures. Now finally, Mr. Zombie arrives at the location. People from other provinces were already there. One of them mocks our boy for coming late. Also, he expresses his confusion about why the president trusts Guangzhou province people and why the old chief is replaced, stating he can beat 10 weaklings like Mr. Zombie at once. The moment these words leave his mouth, he is slammed on the ground by our boy. While Violet is done with this violence, Zhang stands with pride. Later on at the president's office, he explains that the department head has already informed him about Zombie's strength, so he asks what Mr. Zombie would do in case of danger and how he plans to protect this position. Mr. Zombie feels that he will not be in any danger. His confidence makes the president impressed. At the same time, in the ruins of a city in County B, an extremely beautiful girl is sitting at the top of the roof of a building, surrounded by rubble, with the entire area lying in devastation. Ashi informs the beautiful girl that the zombie army is ready. Upon hearing it, the Ice Queen thanks him for his hard work. Also, she wonders aloud why humans keep fighting with each other, even though this world is so beautiful. Ashi has no idea, as he is not human, but he guessed that maybe it is because of resources or something. Though, this girl believes that this is only because of selfishness. Now standing in front of the army, the Ice Queen announces that President Country A is coming over and their mission is to kill him. She knows many people don't know what they want to do and admits that there have been many problems caused by the zombie outbreak. Yet zombies were never worthy opponents for humans. In front of their technology, they were never worth mentioning, as humans had already found ways to control zombies years ago. But to this day, military exercises continue to eliminate zombies. The Ice Queen believes that both countries are hiding the fact that even zombies can have their own thinking. They use zombies as an excuse for internal strife, ruining countless families, innocent people, and zombies because of this, when in reality, both zombies and humans could have coexisted easily. Thus now, they all have to unify the world to coexist. In Country B, news about the president of Country A coming for a 7-day stay for the exchange meeting is going viral. Even the citizens of Country B are excited to see the president. However, everyone is aware that something shady is going on. On the flip side, the 2 sisters who met the prime minister have to protect the prime minister, no matter what, as they know that their sister won't even let the plane land before trying to shoot it down. In contrast, Ashi, with his subordinate, is all ready to send the president of country A to hell. Although suddenly, an unexpected pain surges through Ashi's body, and he collapses on the ground, worrying his companion. Grunting, Ashi reveals that he senses something very similar but terrifying on the plane. Ashi's friends help him walk, while he, in a weak and trembling voice, tells them to proceed with the plan. On the other hand, the reporter of Country B reports that the plane has landed in their capital airport, and the governor of Hadi State will be coming to greet the president. However, the moment the plane door opens, our boy comes out. In an instant, Ashi tells them all to not attack at all. Even the Ice Queen, who is observing everything, announces to everyone to stop as she recognizes that this guy is not president. Everyone watching the news was confused, wondering who this guy was. Therefore, just like that, our boy was introduced to the world for the very first time. It remains uncertain what will happen to Zombie, who has become entangled in the undercurrents unfolding behind the scenes. The two sisters are puzzled too, not understanding who this guy is, but then after seeing the list, they understand that it is Zombie, the president's bodyguard, who they both are finding very strange. In the plane, the department head praises our boy, as he is the perfect person to use a shield, as they want to see who has the nerve to attack him. Violet is shocked to see the department head playing a selfish game of using our boy as a meat shield. However, now, Mr. Zombie has to block in front of the president when he comes out later so that snipers can't get a clear line of sight. All these formalities seem useless to our boy, as he can catch a missile for them, but they are putting in so much effort for a single bullet. The department head instructs him to endure it, as the president is a normal person who can't stand any weapon. Not having any choice, our boys listen to him. Hence, when the president comes out, everyone gives him a warm welcome, including the governor of Hadi State. Moreover, the president is now tired from his travels, so they are now moving to the hotel, and the interviews will be held later on. Observing from afar, the Ice Queen is damn shocked, not understanding if she is imagining things, because for a moment, she truly felt a wave of oppressive power. Their eyes fixed on the image of the president's bodyguard. Snow questioned why their elder sister has not taken any action yet. Her sister replied that this is the best opportunity their sister has missed for assassination. Snow explains that the car they arranged is already equipped with listening devices, and they will know everything with enough time to act. As the president approaches the convoy, the governor of the city gestures respectfully toward the car prepared for him. The head gives a quiet command through the earpiece to Zombie, instructing him to change the car immediately and to cut off all external communication. Meanwhile, Snow questions if they should deploy extra guards, since the president does not seem to bring any bodyguards. Rain states that she saw two women with them, but her sister interrupts, reminding her of the last exchange meeting when both of the women were severely injured. The screen operator reports that the president has changed vehicles and did not board the one they prepared. Big Sis demands the president's current location. The operator reports that their communication signals are jammed. Back on the road, Mr. Zombie opens the car door for the president and instructs the driver to take a hidden route toward the hotel. He orders the ladies to travel through the original path as diversion. Meanwhile, a sniper hides on a distant rooftop, asking her elder sister if he should continue the assassination. Because of the jamming interference, he mishears her command and believes she said their weapons are broken. He tosses aside his gun, draws his knife, and decides to eliminate the target himself to claim the credit. A man beside him questions why they remain so cautious when the president is already under their protection. The head replies that the real threat is still the troublesome doctor and the underground organization they have yet to eliminate. Inside the car, the president asks Mr. Zombie if he is confident in protecting him. Mr. Zombie nods silently. The president remarks that he is counting on him, but adds that he still wonders if Mr. Zombie might one day develop a sudden desire to destroy humans and rule the world. He shows disinterest, while the driver beside him remains tense. Back at the headquarters, the team reports that they cannot reach Xiao. The woman senses something wrong as she storms out of the control room towards the field. On the original route, inside the car, Lanky suddenly frowns and asks if she just heard a strange sound. That's when Xiao blows their car away a punch. Violet and Lanky fly across the air, confused about what just happens as the car parts scatter around. She questions what thing lands before them. The two women land on the rooftop. Xiao stands firm, claiming that he will let them witness the power of the zombies. He pours corpse oil and lights it with a flick, sending sharp flames forward. Snow shouts to not touch the inextinguishable flame. Violet questions their presence. At headquarters, the elder sister commands the monster through an earpiece. She orders to bring Xiao back before his deviation ruins their plan. He steps forward but stops when he sees the president's bodyguard in the car. Back at the scene, Lan summons countless swords. The zombie releases smoke covering the air. She tries to move, but he slashes her with his blade. He calls for the next one. Violet rushes to her after seeing her bleeding against the car. Snow calls out to take Lan to the infirmary. Snow and her sister rush toward the zombie. He warns that if they were not the younger sisters of his big sis, he would have already cut them into pieces. He claims to teach them a lesson on her behalf and spreads circles of corpse oil, then throws the lighter. Flames roar as he turns into a blazing fire zombie. Shio stands with the raging fire in his burning form. Snow questions in disbelief. Her sister tense beside her, and Violet stands silent behind them. He declares that they are favored only by the elder sister, otherwise they are far from invincible. One of them turns slightly, demanding why she does not take Lan away. Violet remains silent as her body begins to change. Lan's cold voice cuts through, claiming that she has taken enough credit. Now it is her turn. She rises in the car and both transform into their dark forms. Snow and her sister freeze in horror. Lan tilts her head, telling Violet to let her experience their chief's genes first. She draws her weapon. Snow questions if they are even human, while Xiao raises a brow, recognizing the familiar bloodline. Lan gestures to him to come forward. He charges, calling her to play with him freely, and fires a blazing flame bullet. Lan inhales the flame and swallows it completely. Lan strikes Xiao with a swift kick, sending him crashing far. His big sister's voice commands through the communicator, ordering him to respond if he can hear. Xian claims that he is too busy to answer right now. Meanwhile, at the hotel entrance, Mr. Zombie receives a call from the head. He reports that the ladies are in trouble. Mr. Zombie questions when the communication is restored. He asks if the president has reached the hotel safely. Mr. Zombie asks if the place is secure. The head assures him that it is their own territory and requests him to check what is happening at the scene. Mr. Zombie walks out to reach them. The scene shifts to the past, inside Professor Jamie's laboratory. She questions what Lan is doing with the green sample injection. Lan replies that she does not care about any warning and declares that she will become like Violet in her absurd mode. She adds that she will not let Violet stay superior to her. Even as they try to stop her, she injects the untested green serum into her veins. That single act explains the reason for her current transformation. Back to the present, Violet warns her to control her emotions before it worsens. He finds the situation interesting and roars, releasing a massive flame, forming a tornado of fire toward her. Lan blows the entire flame back at Xiao. The blaze warps around him and sends him flying upward before he crashes hard into the ground, carving a deep pit. Lan lands back on the ground, claiming that she feels incredible. Xiu struggles to his feet, shouting what kind of creature she is. Violet warns her again to control before completely losing reason. Rain grins faintly, watching the chaos, and Lan declares her intent to devour the zombie whole. Snow and her sister steps back in disbelief, unable to comprehend what has just happened to Lan. Sai stumbles backward. A faint voice echoes through the static. She orders him to abort the mission, warning that something terrifying is approaching him fast. The hero descends through the air, but before his landing, a fellow operative grabs Xiao by the collar and pulls him back with force. Xiao jerks free and refuses to retreat. He insists on staying. At that very instant, Lan releases a lightning burst from her palm. The sky flashes with blue thunder, striking forward in a violent wave. Yet before the blast reaches them, Xiao and his fellow vanish from sight, their figures transposing in a blur. The thunder explodes across the bridge. Snow and Rain are thrown off balance. They crash beneath the shadow of the bridge. The ground shakes as the structure tears apart. From a distance, Violet crouches behind a broken wall for cover. She mutters that she never expected the residual power to be this strong. The bridge above groans under the pressure, and a massive hole splits open at its center. Through the falling debris, the hero lands heavily upon the fractured surface. Snow and Rain struggle to rise from the ground. They look up at the hooded figure standing amid the smoke. Zombie slowly turns toward them, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, yet his cold glare locks into their eyes. Under the hood, his eyes glare sharply, revealing a handsome face with dark hair. Lan releases a storm of blue light. Instantly, Lan's dark, absurd mask shatters and Violet returns to her normal state. Snow and her sister glances in disbelief, questioning how it happened. Zombie's face darkens again while Violet rushes to catch Lan as she falls. They tense at his appearance, unsure of what they are witnessing. Violet supports Lan, speaking with concern. She apologizes in return, admitting that she lost herself in excitement. Snow rubs her eyes, claiming she saw a handsome man beneath the hood for a brief moment. Rain nods in agreement, growing confused if it was an illusion or reality. She jokes that it is because they stayed single for too long. Snow huffs and questions what kind of personality such a man might have. The hero commands his department ladies to get into the car. Rain asks her sister if she saw anyone like him in the research of Country A. She shakes her head, replying that she never heard of such a case. Meanwhile, Zombie leaves in his car and the women. Snow stands still. She questions the strange strength of Lan. Rain contacts their big sis through calls and reports that the president has arrived safely at the hotel, suggesting they return to the headquarters. Then she instructs the screen operator to locate any record of a hooded man in the country. The operator begins the search. They land on the rooftop of a building. Xiao insists the fight is not over yet. His fellow warned that if he had not saved him, he would already be dead. He explains that they have missed the best opportunity for the assassination and senses two powerful zombie leaders have entered their territory. Xiao looks at him in confusion. Meanwhile, at the airport runway, the plane lands carrying Zombie's pet inside the transportation container. As the pet released, it let out a loud roar. Lan warns it to behave. If they get exposed, she will personally report it to their boss. The creature starts barking like an animal. Rain and her sister exchange looks, taunting that their pet seems quite special, while Lan averts her gaze, informing Violet that the official meeting will begin in 2 days. while Snow realizes that they have never dealt with them before and doubts that they never expose the true source of their power. Rain asks the arrival of the professional one. Snow replies that he should already be at the headquarters by now. 2 days later, the president finally begins his visitation meeting. News reporters broadcast live as he arrives at the largest mall, inspecting their business model. People crowd the area, clicking pictures with their phones. The reporters announce that the president might even sign business contracts and later visit several technology companies alongside governors. He even meets with Her Majesty the Queen. At the headquarters, Snow asks her sister if she is truly sure about seeing that hooded man transform into a handsome one. Rain refuses to doubt herself. Just then, the professional man enters the room. He asks whose memories they want him to extract. She gestures to the wide screen displaying the president's bodyguard's picture, stating that the conference has ended so they must act quickly. She explains that there is no record of him among any major figures of country A. They found no information about him but certain that he has some connection to the ancient civilization. The professional man smiles while holding a pump device in his hand, presses a button, and the pump bursts open, transforming him into an exact copy of the president. Meanwhile, the monster and his partner manage to sneak into the building. The guy questions why the monster dragged him here, and the monster replies that he just wants to see who exactly that person was whom he saw that day. He turns his head to peek around, but then spots the man's back. Realization strikes him, but the dark aura around the hooded man spreads, making them feel a wave of horror. He grabs his partner and rushes out of the room in fear. The hero starts walking forward but receives a call. The voice claims to be Violet, saying that the president has called him. He raises a brow, questioning since when she changed her mind about sleeping. He does not know that it is actually Snow speaking through a voice-changing device, instructing him to meet the president who is waiting in his room. Lan tells Violet that the president has called them too. The hero enters where Kui, disguised as the president, sits confidently. Kui states that there is something important he wants to ask. Snow has already activated the jamming devices, stating they will not turn them off until they uncover every secret behind the origin of his power. Lan and Violet approach the president's door, asking if he called them. He requests to use the restroom while they stand outside, believing the place is secure. Inside the restroom, near the urinal pots, the guy questions the monsters why he wants to leave when he is the one who dragged him here. The monster replies that he only wanted to confirm if there was any chance for them. His partner reminds him about finding the terrifying man earlier and says he missed his best chance. Just then, the president whistles casually. He stands near the urinal while facing towards them with a faint smile. Before he realizes, an explosion bursts through the wall. The monster grabs him, flies away into the night. They claim to hit the jackpot by kidnapping the president. They fly over the city, carrying the president, voices tight with disbelief as they confess that they did not expect such a turn. Violet and Lan hear the clamor, and when they check the restroom, they find nothing but a vast hole yawning in the wall where stone should stand. They ordered the armed forces into motion. Violet commands to search for the president before the reporters discover the breach. They try to call the hero, but the line does not reach. Lan lifts, preparing to shift into her dark form. Violet vows that if the transformation goes unchecked, she will strike down every living thing here. Lan asks what they must do next. She kneels, producing a small key that belongs to the president, and loosens the belt that holds their tethered beasts. She orders the creatures to track the president. Oddly, the beast uses his inmate to create an opening by slamming him to the wall. He then flees off to find the president. Within seconds, they confront the kidnapper, asking to hand the president if he wants to live, but the creature ignores the zombie boss and rushes towards his headquarters. Violet and Lan rush to chase them, but the monsters are faster. At the ruins, the armored zombies under Big Sis glance forward as the monster lands with the president slung over his shoulder. The monster shouts for them to be prepared and warns that 2 powerful zombie monsters are chasing them. The air trembles as the beasts land before them. Soldiers tense up, realizing they're facing the zombie bosses. One of the beasts offers to hand over the hostage to avoid a war. Guy questions why they choose to side with humans. He taunts, asking if he has forgotten that he himself lives among them. Guy claims his own vision is a far greater survival plan. Lang recounts his own past. He was once just an ordinary crow, cleaning up corpses and waste for the human world. He says he wished to become human, to walk on the same feet as them, but humans destroyed him with their bullets. When he was dying, his boss saved him and gave him a name called Lang. At that moment, Violet and Lan land nearby, complaining that they are too fast. Xiao flares up at their presence, shouting that this is not their territory. They should not underestimate the zombies of Country B. Lang's body shifts back into his human form, as he remembers Zombie's words that whether he becomes man or creature depends on what he chooses to be. He mutters that they have no intention of negotiating either, which makes the women frustrated. Xiao releases a massive tornado of fire wrapping around Lang. She warns their beasts to stay cautious of the zombie's strength. The heat and wind from the fiery storm force women to shield themselves. They decide to focus on finding the president, leaving the battles to the 2 of them. Inside the firestorm, the fire zombie lunges forward to strike Lang, but before the blow lands, Lang delivers a hard punch that sends the attacker flying through the ruins. The shockwave is powerful enough to shatter the buildings, crumble further, and fling nearby soldiers in the air. Guy tenses at the sight, muttering that the display is too exaggerated. The other stares in disbelief. Rage sparks in Gui's eyes. He swings his dagger toward Lang. With smooth precision, Lang dodges and strikes back with his fists, bursting the ground apart, throwing Gui across the battlefield. Violet shouts to find the president while the monsters continue to escape with him. Gui, enraged, commands his troops to stop the girls. The zombie soldiers close in from all sides, surrounding them. But then the other beast stiffens, its body trembling before transforming into a massive bird-like creature with enormous wings. The surrounding zombies stagger back and Violet's jaw drops while Lan's eyes widen in shock as they witness Fur turn into a towering, dangerous ancient species. As he steps forward, the ground trembles, making the entire building ahead collapse into dust. One of the zombie gasps, realizing that the creature has transformed into an ancient aberrant. The monsters pass the president to his companion. He commands him to take him to the headquarters and activate the consciousness enhancement device. Otherwise, they will never stand a chance against these two powerful foes. Guy realizes that remnants of the ancient ear still exist. He and his zombies begin to wonder that their opponents are ordinary zombie bosses, but something far beyond comprehension. At the headquarters, the guy arrives before the big sis. Before he speaks, she declares that she has seen everything through surveillance. He gestures toward the unconscious president. She snarls in anger, ordering him to kill the man immediately. In panic, he rushes toward the enhancement device, hesitating at the controls, but eventually works it out. Back at the battlefield, Lang mutters that he did not expect such a combination of ancient power and human technology. Fur declares that they obey only one person. With a single devastating strike, half of the city collapses into the ground and countless zombies perish instantly. The women take cover as the violent force sweeps through while the zombies struggle to survive. Guy charges toward Lang but before the strike. Lang catches him mid-attack and slams him into the ground with overwhelming force. Lang thrashes Guy to the ground with force that cracks the earth beneath. At the headquarters, the man pushes the final lever of the device. The monster she rushes towards Fur. His body mutates violently and transforms into a colossal beast form. Fur finds it amusing to face someone who finally stands on equal ground. Shai charges forward, his strikes powerful enough to tear the air apart. Fur stands firm. Guy rolls to his feet again, questioning why they choose to side with humanity despite being the same kind. Lang's eyes flare red, yet his tone remains calm as he refuses to answer and delivers a single punch that sends the zombie flying back through the debris. Guy struggles to rise, questioning what is truly wrong with them. The battle between them intensifies. The monster pushes Fur back with relentless strikes, but he tightens his grip around the monster's throat and raises his other hand, gathering a crimson broom-like energy. The spectators stare in disbelief as he struggles to breathe, wheezing out a question why beings with such incredible strength choose to live as prisoners under humans like obedient dogs. Fur halts for a brief moment as memories flood back. He recalls the ancient days when his race lived peacefully as small zombie aliens dwelling in their sanctuary, and then human civilization with its unmatched technology destroyed their kin. He remembers hiding beneath shattered rocks, the only survivor of his kind, and hatred grew inside him like a curse. He vowed revenge on humanity, just as humans found and aimed to finish him too, but then a figure of his kind appeared. At the end, a man appears with a strange form yet familiar presence. He stands before the untied human arm and crushes them all. Every weapon from sky to ground fails to bring him down. With a single life of his arm, all human technology across the land vanishes into dust. They unleash fire, sea, and storm against him, yet he stands unmoved. They stared in disbelief, unable to understand the power before them. The waves roar while the rocks break, but he remains still like a divine force among ruins. Even their strongest laser, once believed to erase zombie cells, fails against him, and the mechanical warrior with human pride cannot even block his single strike. The hero fulfills everything he once desired, and seeing the fear return to human faces, he feels silent satisfaction. He calls himself lucky for surviving the center of war, yet realizes nothing alive remains. He lifts the monsters by the neck and holds him in the air, asking if he understands what he just explained. Then he throws him far against the building. Inside the room, the hero stands motionless. Kui's disguise falters as the hypnosis takes effect. He coughs and the fake device slips from his neck, transforming into his true form. He barely utters that the man he hypnotized is the one who killed all their ancestors, then collapses unconscious. Snow orders him to speak something that makes sense. They rush to call the ambulance and carry him away on the stretcher. Moments later, Zombie's hypnosis fades. He finds himself alone in the room, wondering about the president's absence, believing he might have fallen asleep. Meanwhile, Snow hurries beside the stretches as doctors move Kui into the emergency room. She vows not to let him die until they uncover what he meant. The hero receives a call from his head, who informs him of the president's kidnapping. The hero claims he saw him just a minute ago, but the head insists that the president has been missing for over half an hour. Without another word, he flies into the sky to search. At the hospital, doctors state Kui's critical condition. Snow demands him to stay alive long enough to speak. The doctor solemnly explains that it is only their effort keeping him breathing. As chaos rises, Kui questions the madness before him while the women step back, unwilling to interfere. Just then, the hero raises his palm, In a single instant, everything stops. Fire fades and winds fall as the ground settles. All zombies charge forward but suddenly stop. Their bodies tremble and silence falls through the air. Zombie Bro stands on the enormous nose of Shy, his shadow spreading across the ruins. He turns his gaze and zombies fall to their knees, bowing deeply before him. The ground fills with the echo submission. The monsters wonder if he is one of their kings or their progenitor. Zombie's voice cuts through the silence as he asks where the president is. The monster stammers that he is on the underground floor beyond the gate. Zombie Bro flies toward the building. Guy mutters that the weight of kneeling is stronger than the both of the beasts combined. Inside the headquarters, Big Sis presses a gun nozzle against the kneeling president's head. Her finger slides along the trigger. The president speaks, asking if she is the leader of rebel forces of Country B. She raises a brow. He continues praising her for making quite a name for herself. She scoffs, accusing him of trying to flatter her for his life. He offers information about the ancient civilization and a surviving human connected to it. He explains that the reason for Country B's strange movements is the remnants of the ancient people, and adds that they had a brief conflict with them, though they only managed to defeat on they obtained fragments of their lost technology. He states that the true reason for inviting him is to gain more knowledge. He then proposes a deal to let him go. In exchange, he will give her the information she needs to destroy the country. Her expression twists in fury. She screams that he must think she is a fool and tightens her grip on the trigger. Just as she fires, a rish of movement fills the room. Zombies bursting in, grabbing her arms. She struggles, screaming why the zombies are restraining her when she has been the one feeding and sheltering them. As the zombies force her down, she shouts to know who he is. Zombie Bro stands above her, his voice calm yet commanding, states that he never imagined the lead of the zombies would be a human girl. He states that he has no interest in ruling and forbids her from killing the man. She demands to know why he is protecting the president. The president shouts to her zombies to release her, but they do not respond. Their eyes remain fixed ahead with unshaken obedience. Shock spreads across her as she realizes that her zombies are being controlled. Zombie gives a single order to release her and warns that they are civilized beings who do not commit massacres. As they walk out, Violet and Lan rush forward, asking if the president is safe. The president laughs nervously, saying that he did not expect his visit to turn into such chaos. Behind him, Zombie Bro lost in thoughts, wondering how this man appeared here when remembers speaking with him elsewhere, but her thoughts fade. The tension settles as the long day ends. The president's visit to the zombies' headquarters concludes within a single day and escorted safely back to his hotel by the security unit. Lang mutters that the man is lucky to have been spared by his hand. The next day, the president continues his visit and meets the civilians of the country. The security team remains on constant alert. Zombie Bro stands nearby, holding the leash of the pet-like creature that follows him obediently. A month later, Violet and Lan stand face to face. They are transformed into their dark mode. Violet instructs her on the next step, but Lan charges forward. Their swords clash again and again, every strike precise and neither of them missing a single opportunity. The air trembles with the rhythms of their battle. Violet lunges forward. She moves her leg wide for a powerful kick, but Lan rolls aside, striking her in motion before landing gracefully. The girl monitoring them shouts for both to stop because they have gathered enough data. They remain lost with their dark auras, with their fists clashing with immense force. The impact of their blows shakes the entire building, and the sound echoes across streets outside, startling nearby civilians. The ground scatters fragments of floor, so the technician activates the sedatives, releasing a dense smoke that spreads through the room. Women dash again, meeting in the center. Their masks crack as their foreheads collide. They cough out a dark mist and remnants of the aura leaving their bodies. The observing girl reports that their strength during transformation exceeds 20 times their normal limit. As the two fighters catch their breath, heat radiates from their bodies. She further explains that their hearts regenerate completely after destruction, just as the moments before when each pierced the other's chest. According to the symptoms, both women are no longer entirely human. Lan questions if this is the true reward for gaining such power. The girl responds that it is beyond amazing, almost miraculous. Violet states calmly that they are not mindless creatures like zombies, for they retain both consciousness and living human form. The girl nods, though unease flickers in her eyes. Violet ends the discussion by ordering them to develop something to restrain their dark states before the upcoming meeting, warning that otherwise they may lose control and kill everyone. A period of peace settles over the city. Zombie Bro is enjoying his fried egg when a sudden knock at the door. He opens it to find Violet standing outside and commanding him to come along to meet the president. In the laboratory, Professor Jamie is observing the experiment before him. One of the specialists adjusts the tubes filled with shimmering liquid. Faye's brother questions why the substance inside appears more biological than artificial. The scientist explains that the minerals of Earth cannot contain such mighty biological forms. He continues that these metallic liquid particles float freely in space and constantly change shape, yet remain strong enough to crush an entire planet. Mushroomhead questions if such a thing could have existed on Earth in the distant past, and claims that it seems far too advanced for any known technology. The scientist replies that the civilization before them possessed technology far beyond imagination. He explains that humans of that year rely on technology for everything, yet despite achieving the highest pinnacle of advancement, still they could not triumph over Mr. Zombie. The brother asks if those people ever managed to defeat him, and how they could create such a being. The scientist claims that Zombie Bro was not their creation. He explains that he existed long before recorded human history. The brother doubts the existence of such ancient societies. The scientist begins recounting their hidden history. He explains that humanity began with simple farming, but a mysterious virus outbreak changed everything and turned many into zombies. At first, humans fought using weapons, but they soon realized those means were useless. They turned entirely to technology and dedicated thousands of years to advancement. They discovered a truth that shattered their world. Basically, the virus responsible for the transformation had always been hidden within human genes. Professor Jamie finally steps forward. He confirms that Mr. Zombie is indeed far older than they ever imagined. In the end, their civilization perished and buried deep beneath the earth, just another lost age erased by the same being they once sought to defeat. Jamie interrupts the history and asks them to follow him to see his majestic invention. Inside a sealed chamber, a man connected to heavy machinery with wires attached all over his body. He explains that this experiment is still incomplete and that the body is carrying the genes of Mr. Zombie. He gestures to the specialist to begin injecting consciousness into the body. The scientist steps forward with a glass tube and prepares to inject nanometals, claiming that these particles will ensure the creature's strength surpasses that of ordinary beings. His brother warns that if they are creating a copy of Mr. Zombie, then injecting him with the same mental consciousness, he might destroy them all without hesitation. The professor halts for a moment and agrees. The scientist suggests injecting the mentality of zombies from an earlier era. The brother shouts that doing so will only make their efforts meaningless. Professor Jamie mutters quietly that as long as the creation comes to life, and will leave the rest to fate. Far at the ocean bay, massive ships anchored across the sea line. Mr. Zombie stands there, questioning why he has been brought to this palace. Violet tells him to look for himself. The largest ships line up at the far end of the docks. The president beams with joy upon seeing Mr. Zombie. He steps forward, expressing gratitude for saving his life. He claims that having someone as powerful as Mr. Zombie is a blessing for his nation, and announces that he has prepared a grand gift. The president gestures toward the ocean and asks what he desires, promising to fulfill anything he wishes for. He offers the entire naval fleet as a gift with aircraft carriers and warships. He announces that Zombie's rank is now elevated to chief advisor, meaning that half of the nation's civilian protection will fall under his command. Mr. Zombie responds with a quiet acknowledgement. Violet remarks that his reaction is far too calm for such an announcement. The president proudly declares to the crowd that Mr. Zombie is now the advisor to their naval division. The fleet cheer as they congratulate him. At a distant point in the sea, on a vast ship, Big Sis commands her zombies to leave. She claims that she did not spend such resources only to let them feast as they please. On the deck, the queen frowns, observing her surroundings. Lanling hesitates, then pleads for discussion. Big Sis questions if he can infiltrate the enemy lines and provoke them into firing at one another. He asks the price for the mission, so she promises tons of gold. His eyes widen in disbelief, while the queen frowns in irritation. She steps forward towards Sis, but one of the zombies blocks her path, ordering her to maintain distance from their leader. Big Sis commands him to let her pass. The queen closes the distance and declares that she charges separately for any actions taken, since they know that none can defeat her except one. Big Sis doesn't mind paying her separately as long as the queen manages to create a conflict between country A and B. The queen realizes that to repay her debt, she has no choice but to work for others. Back on land, news channels broadcast live coverage as reporters announce that both countries have invested immense resources into strengthening their defenses. This annual exercise will display their military might across open seas. They state that their goal is to capture a strategic island, a contest to prove superiority. At the island, they broadcast as the chief and his generals gathered near the coast. Lon stands ready with the ball while Zombie dresses in casual shorts. Mr. Zombie asks about Violet's leg, and a man explains that it is an artificial limb through biological technology. The whistle blows and the match begins. Lon serves the volleyball high, making the crowd cheer as the plates exchange powerful strikes. Reporters comment that the match feels more thrilling with such skilled women on the field. Violet strikes the ball with immense forces, sending it across the court. Snow counters return, but Lon quickly hits back with strong strength. The ball suddenly collides against Zombie's head while some wince at the impact. A woman stares Zombie silently. A referee standing near the court claims it as 1 point for the opponent. At a distance, two women stand among the crowd. Niai warns her not to get discovered by Mr. Zombie. Butterfly states that it has been long since she last saw him. She notices how calmly Mr. Zombie allowed the ball to hit him in his normal form, otherwise his transformation would have turned the entire field into chaos. The other woman admits she did not expect to see him here and says that it is their first encounter. Butterfly warns that he remains as dangerous as before and reminds the memory of the despair he once brought upon them, along with the crushing pressures that forced them to abandon their homeland. Even now, that feeling of helplessness still lingers. Taishin beside them grunts. She tells him to stay calm, reminding him that acting recklessly will bring severe consequences. Butterfly tells Niai to keep an eye on him while she is going for a nap. Meanwhile, inside the lab, the scientist completes his design. He mutters that the engineering part still holds well, though hair loss remains a concern. Faye's brother curiously asks about the ancients. He wants to know what they looked like. The scientist replies that he does not know because those who came before left nothing at all. Back over the ocean, massive ships and helicopters hover across the horizon. A news reporter inside the helicopter explains the fleet change between the two nations. On the ship, Mr. Zombie uses his binoculars to observe the distant horizon. After several months of intense training, he commands his own naval force, and his subordinates have become skilled enough to manage every operation aboard the mothership. They learn to handle carrier aircraft and coordinate attacks. The citizens never imagined that the weapons designed to fight would one day be operated by a troop of them. Aircraft glide smoothly across the runways as a zombie naval officer offers Violet a navy cap, hinting to join the fleet. He also offers one to Lan, but she refuses, claiming that they do not need uniforms to prove anything. In the middle of the ocean, reporters explains that this competition will test which team can capture the island first. All fleets are ordered to shut down their navigation and rely on only one radio. The reporter lists the participating team, the stainless steel, the explosive sausage, the first fled fleet, and many more. She notes regretfully that they could not interview them all due to strict security measures denying any external access. Turning the camera toward Zombie, she announces that he has only agreed to a short interview. He says he hopes to fight less so that he can go home early. As the fleets begin their departure, on the ship of Country B, Rain asks about the newly promoted workers under higher ranks. So Snow replies that they served for a long time and now receive their promotions. At another fleet, Taishan sniffs. Butterfly glances at him and asks what is wrong. He mutters that he feels a strange itching like the kind that comes before a good fight. In the Atlantic Ocean, the Lieutenant Fleet's ship sails near the target island. A girl reports to her leader that they have reached. Seeing commands to open fire, and a rain of bullets burst forth toward the Sausage Fleet. Their leader gets devastated as one destroyer sinks, losing 3 points instantly. The Stainless Steel Fleet watches from a distance, and one of them wonders why the Sausage Fleet is not fighting back, but the leader explains that they are too far. Meanwhile, a reporter shouts into her microphone, explaining that Country B's fleet has initiated. The Sausage Fleet leader commands his men to fire with everything they have, and the captain steers through heavy waves as shells explode over the sea. Faye's brother watches tensely from the island. The sausage leader keeps pressing the firing switch while Companion warns him to stop as the barrels begin to smoke. The Lieutenant Fleet's leader continues attacking fiercely, even though their goal is to capture the island. Members of the Stainless Steel suggest helping the Sausage Fleet, but their leader refuses, ordering them to stay calm and let the others fight so they can sneak in for victory. Faye's brother panics, unsettled by the human soldiers' aggression. The battle rages as both sides exchange heavy fire across the water. On the deck of the Sausage Fleet, the leader pushes the captions aside and bursts through glass. His body transforms into a giant muscular man. The leader of the Lieutenant Fleet leaps into the air and kicks the massive sausage leader across the face. The reporters resume broadcasting while the people watching cheer wildly. As the Stainless Steel prepares to sneak in, the Yao sisters growls in frustration and they both order a full-speed tour to block each other. Meanwhile, from the island, Faye's brother rushes to Faye and screams that the human army is heading directly toward their position. Professor Jamies lifts his binoculars and peers across the sea. The Stainless Steel Fleet speeds forward with deafening engines, while the sisters' fleet matches their pace, neither willing to lose the competition, their vessels cutting through the waves like blades. Jamie questions if his lab has been exposed, but quickly denies the thought. He reminds himself that he chose this island for its secrecy, claiming it to be the safest place with an area of only a few hundred square meters. A few months earlier, the president of Country A and the prime minister of Country B gathered. The president questioned the need for another exchange event. The prime minister proposed holding the next event on a small island, explaining that the island does not belong to either nation. He added that since both countries had already divided the land masses of the earth, whoever wins this year's competition would own the island entirely. Back to the present, Professor Jamie slams his fist and demands the update. The scientist nervously replied that the program is not yet complete. It still requires final installation. Meanwhile, in the helicopters above the sea, the reporter shouts into her microphone and announces the grand arrival of the Great General Fleet from Country B. Her tone rises in excitement as she spots Country A's fleet approaching from the opposite direction. She exclaims that a tremendous clash of power is about to unfold between the rival nations. On Zombie's ship, Violet and Lan tremble from the icy wind. One of the zombies at the helm states that they are about to collide with an iceberg. The hero is staring at the frozen horizon, believing that they have completely lost the battle. The ship shakes violently as it crashes against the iceberg. As the mist clears, they realize in horror that they have drifted far from the battlefield. Violet shouts that they cannot use any satellites. The hero suggests that they should simply forfeit from the competition. Meanwhile, bullets fly between fleets. As Xing rises with the wave, the sausage's leader flexes his giant body. From the island, Professor Jamie watches the chaos of fleets through his binoculars. The scientist orders Mushroom Head to find any specimen from the trash cans. He finds one, but Jamie snatches it and steps toward the room where he creates his army of zombies. He claims that now he will show them how a real battle he fought. On another ship, Lanling asks if they should start. The Queen commands to open fire, bursting through the ocean with waves. But a real artillery shell explodes in the water, shaking the entire deck, and the captain of the opponent shouts to change the ammunition. Tai Shan orders the captain to move the boat closer, but the leader shouts for him to stand aside. Before the man can finish his words, Tai Shan lifts him into the air with one hand. The man struggles helplessly and demands to know their true identities. Lanling shouts that they are about to get exposed if they strike again. Both leaders command their crews to ram each other to pieces. Back in the ocean, the ships rush toward each other. The officer warns that they are about to collide. The Queen kicks Tai Shan with full force, but he lands firmly and moves his arm while an artillery rocktail forms. The reporter announces that one of the combatants had flipped Country A's ship using a massive storm. Tai Shan intertwines his fingers and the artillery snail spins rapidly, trapping the Queen inside. The reporter mutters that the man's identity is confirmed, but the woman trapped inside the shell from Country A has no official record. Farther away, the ships of the sisters' fleet keep moving at full speed. In the stainless steel ship, one of the crew notices movement on the island ahead. The leader takes the binoculars and freezes as he sees countless giant monsters crawling across the land. At the same moment, far away at the South Pole, the hero calmly reels in a fish with a faint smile as if nothing in the world has happened. The head questions the sight and commands the fleet to turn back. On the island, one of the giant monsters lifts a massive rock and hurls it toward Sister's boat. The sisters scream as the flames spread. The crew of the stainless fleet shouts that the opponent's boat has exploded. Jamie commands his monster to kill them without mercy. Elsewhere, the Prime Minister contacts the President and questions if he is behind this. The President denies having such technology. Meanwhile, the head of the stainless fleet orders a counterattack. In the middle of the ocean, Violet mutters about how long she waited for this competition after obtaining incredible power, planning to defeat the sisters, but the hero nearly ruined everything. The zombie captain, while steering, mutters that the fuel is running out. She shouts at him to think of a solution. He gathers all the zombies and orders them to start paddling. Thus, the ship begins to move forward. Inside the laboratory, the scientist finishes his programming. Faye's brother asks him about the operation, and the scientist mutters that he had already injected the material into the ocean. At the West Bay, the zombies question the absence of the men they hired. Guy suddenly points toward the large machine that stands motionless. He asks what it is. The machine stirs, opening slightly and revealing glowing red eyes staring from within. Meanwhile, at the bay, a giant zombie tears the machine apart and steps out radiating a dangerous aura. The zombies raise their bows toward him. Inside the laboratory, the scientist watches the scene live. As Jiang walks forward, the zombies hesitate in fear. However, instead of attacking, Jiang suddenly hugs one of the zombies tightly and shows happiness like a lonely child. The scientist grips his hair in disbelief while grabbing his collar furiously. The scientist claims that there must be a system error. Jiang greets the zombies. They realize he is of the same kind, but questioning his strange appearance. Jiang watches them leave and decides to explore. He flies toward the city. Humans stare at him, questioning his presence. As Jiang looks at them, his aura suddenly shifts. From above, the zombies flying in the plane observe the city. Guy asks what the zombie beside him is thinking. He replied that he is worried about the Jiang and fearing the humans might harm him because he looks weak. But Jiang strikes the ground with a powerful punch. The earth splits open. The scientist and Jamie watch in disbelief as the roaring wind shakes everything. As everything rises into the air, Jiang stands still. In the middle of the ocean, Lan commands her zombies to swim and crawl toward the competition, but she suddenly senses something unusual in the southwest. They all stare as a massive piece of land that floats across the sky, their eyes widening in horror. The Queen jumps into the ship. Niai explains that they belong to an ancient human civilization and are here to study the true strength of Jiangxi. The Queen still does not understand them, but looking at Tai, she warns that they have ignited her fighting spirit. Taishan quickly moves to shield Butterfly, but the air trembles, forcing everyone to stop as they witness a vast fragment of land hovering above the ocean. Zhang rises again from his position, and his presence grows darker. Jiang transforms his body, far stronger than before. He charges forward, the ground collapses, everything in his path turns to dust, and even the plane above cannot withstand the pressure. Humans are thrown through the air while the zombies aboard the plane fail to protect their leader. The wind shifts into a violet tornado, forming a massive sphere around him that bursts in a deafening boom, sending everything flying into the sky. When the blast settles, Zhang stands at the center of the vast crater. The nearby fleet stares in disbelief. Taizhan declares that this is the man they were warned about. After the explosion, the land lies flattened and more than 30 million people vanish in an instant. News channels broadcast emergency reports describing how an entire landmass disappeared without a trace. The reporter rushes in helicopters to capture the scene live. Meanwhile, a zombie monster hides behind a broken rock shielding his leader. The other zombies nervously ask what he is doing. Zhang states that they all deserve to die and senses something. He murmurs that perhaps a few humans still remain. The hiding monsters tighten his grip around the woman, covering her mouth to keep her silent. The zombie claims that the scent is his own because of handling humans lately. Another zombie subtly gestures to keep the woman hidden. Zhang grabs the zombie by the neck, lifting him high into the air. He grips the zombie's throat tightly, and his fingers sink into the flesh. He asks if they are not the same brothers. Zhang remains cold, saying that he will create more like him after killing him. The one being choked gasps that they cannot be contaminated by humans. Zhang demands proof, so the zombie reveals that there are still millions of humans alive near Guadalcanal. Without another word, flies toward that direction, leaving destruction in his wake, leaving the zombie behind. Moments later, a helicopter descends nearby. Big Sis steps out, claiming that she can't let Jiang continue this rampage. The reporter looks at them in disbelief, with the live camera broadcasting as she rushes to the camera and warns everyone to hide before the terrifying being arrives. Meanwhile, on the high hill, a man is live streaming, trying to gain attention by promoting a whitening face cream beside a beautiful woman. Zhang descends from the sky and his landing shakes the ground, sending rocks flying. The woman falls in shock. Zhang lifts his hand and with a single motion her half-body is erased from existence. The man tries to flee, but he grabs him and raises his hand while a dark pulsating energy forms in his palm, glowing with destructive force. Zhang gathers the dark energy in his palm, and the live stream continues to broadcast every moment. Among humans, horror spreads as they watch the broadcast in disbelief. Zhang releases the dark, which makes everyone dissolve into clouds because of nanometal particles. Screams echo through the cities as panic spreads everywhere. Zhang closes his fist and the sky erupts with a massive explosion. Shockwaves sweep across the land while the humans cry out asking what those particles in the air are. In front of the camera, a zombie cries that hiding will not save them. At the ship, Taishan admits she cannot fight against him. Butterfly snaps that they must stop Zhang from killing humans. Lanling rushes out, shouting that someone is destroying the cities. Taishan offers to go with her, although he knows both don't stand a chance. The queen agrees to move together. The reporter from the helicopter continues her frantic coverage, reporting the horrifying massacre and announcing the cancellation of the exchange meeting, declaring an immediate state of emergency for all combat personnel. Violet orders her zombies to prepare the helicopter for her. The report states that investigations reveal the disappearance of entire landmasses is connected to this mysterious being, estimating nearly 100 million deaths. On the ships, Taishan questions Lanling about Jiang's hatred for humanity. The woman replies that humans killed his family, even the young ones. Inside the office, Blackie and the other zombie monsters keep watching the man in Zhang's grasp scream for mercy. Zhang leaps into the air, his force breaking the streaming phone as he vanishes into the clouds. At the laboratory, the scientist claims that his experiment has succeeded. The scientist connects a microphone to the building's main screen and begins to speak, drawing everyone's attention. He plays recordings of the hero destroying humans, presenting him as the enemy of mankind. He explains how the hero once brought destruction, and assures that human life will continue since he buried fertilized human cells deep underground to preserve the specimen for future generations. He advises everyone to return home and say their farewell to their families before the end. Meanwhile, at the South Pole, the hero sits quietly on a frozen block of ice, unaware of the chaos spreading across the world. News channels continue broadcasting the chaos across the country, showing the disappearance of people, nations collapsing under panic. Riot breaks out as humans set fires. The military releases tear gas to control the crowds, but violence only grows. Helicopters arrive over the burning city. As they step out, the guy explains that to stop Zhang from erasing humanity, they have formed a boundary where they sent thousands of generals and soldiers to obstruct him. Niai gestures to advance, but the officer halts her, warning not to cross until their main commander arrives. Moments later, Taishan orders them to move through the moment he lands. Violet and Lan leap down from another helicopter, introducing herself as a part of the Second Fleet. They activated the emergency protocol barriers. Violet's eyes shift toward the Queen. Butterfly asks if they know each other. The Queen replies that they fought once before. Lan then points forward in fear. A pile of the bodies of soldiers and generals scattered across the battlefield. Their faces pale as they see Zhang dragging the last body, tossing it into the heap, blood seeping into the broken ground beneath him. Above, more helicopters hover and heavily armed soldiers jump down, shouting commands to take over the operation. Jung sits among the corpses with his dark aura, as the soldiers form a circle around him, unaware that are already standing at the edge of death. The armored soldiers stood firm while the crowd cheered loudly and chanted for soldiers to kill the creature. The air turns heavy as Jung's laughter deepens. Dark clouds roll across the sky, casting shadows over the battlefield. The wind grows violent, forcing the soldiers to struggle for balance. Then silence falls. The air stills. Jung's body transformed into a heavily armed form resembling a human soldier. The troops underestimate the change. Lan shouts for them to stay back and warn it is too dangerous, but they ignore her cry. As they are about to get close, Jung barely tilts. The whole battlefield gets crushed by his invincible forces. Blood rains down as the soldiers collapse lifelessly to the ground. Even the distant humans freeze in terror at the sight. The queen shouts for everyone to retreat. Before she can move, a black streak pierces through her chest. She falls to her knees. Violet's form changes into her dark mode. She jumps toward Jung with a swift dash, but his single strike shatters her transformation and throws her violently to the ground. Lan charges in rage, yet before she reaches Jiang releases another forceful claw that sends her body flying far across the field. Lan crashes to the ground and dust rises around her body. Inside the office department, Go mutters that it must be Jung's fourth form, but Blackie states that the aura feels exactly the same as zombie. He believes that the man causing the havoc might be the king. Lang and Fur step in, refusing the idea, insisting that Jiang only carries their king's genes. He explains firmly that their boss would never commit mass slaughter after that he devoted everything to creating peace. As the memory flashes back when the hero once states that the iron-skinned creature could never be their king. Back on the battlefield, Butterfly struggles to stand. Jiang claims that in this additional form, fighting them is no longer interesting. His shape twists back into the dark form. He mutters that he will return after erasing all humans, then he soars away into the sky. Far away at the South Pole, the hero sits on an ice block, holding a fishing rod. The captain rushes to inform the king about the pandemic. The news spreads across the world, thousands of cities are destroyed, and the mysterious being now targets H City. Jiang lands in the center of Zombie City. In the office, Lang shouts at Blackie asking to let him fight, but he stands motionless, murmuring that they are nothing before Jiang's strength. Jiang watches humans and zombies living together in the city. One of Country A's zombie soldiers steps forward, reminding him that this land belongs to him, thinking he is Mr. Zombie, but Jiang denies knowing him. Jiang sends the zombie monster flying far. Just then, a shadow drops. The hero lands on the rooftop, his eyes fixed on Jiang. The president urged the people to not lose hope. His words echo across the trembling city. As the zombie monster pushes hard against the strike, the hero catches him, though Lang falls down. Mr. Zombie orders the country monster to retreat and evacuate the people, claiming that he will handle Jiang alone. Above the ruined streets, a helicopter appears, broadcasting live. Jiang gathers immense energy, then charges at Mr. Zombie with a powerful strike. Mr. Zombie catches his fist with ease, slamming him down onto the ground as humans watch him freeze in shock. Jiang crashes deep into a building while Mr. Zombie launches another furious punch, sending Jiang flying high into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Jiang was even over upper space by the strike. Amid the panic, Blackie and the zombie monsters pulling humans away from the crumbling area. Jiang descends from the sky in a fiery streak, flames trailing. Zombie Bro rushes forward through the air as both prepare to collide. They exchange rapid strikes that shake the land beneath them. Each punch echoes like thunder. Another massive impact bursts out, scattering shockwaves as buildings collapse around them. Humans watching from shelter freeze in terror, while the fleet's commander stares at the battlefield. His officers ask for orders. He points outward the nearby island and commands them to begin the assault there immediately. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the scientist along with Mushroom Head observe through large screens. Jamie peers through his binoculars, unable to look away. The crowd murmurs in confusion as they compare Zombie's appearance to the president's bodyguard. The air around Zombie Bro shifts and his form turns into a human with a cold, unyielding presence. Zombie Bro mocks Jiang for being inexperienced while assuming to be the same as him. This outrages the failed copy, and he launches nuclear missiles towards Mr. Zombie, but the hero smoothly swifts the missile's direction towards ruins. The shockwave spreads across the field. Jiang rises again, transforming into his iron form, lightning swirling around. He charges straight at Zombie Bro with immense power, their clash shaking the air. Jiang's strike lands with full force, annihilating Zombie Bro completely. The ground trembles as a final explosion bursts out. Civilians kneel in despair while the scientist shouts in triumph. But then the dust clears, and floating in the air are the small glowing cells that are slowly emerging together as bones begin to form. Zombie's body regenerates piece by piece. He rises tall, his cold eyes fixed ahead. Zombie reveals his new human form. Panic rises as someone recognizes him as the same figure from the ancient recordings. The crowd realizes that both beings before them are monsters, uncertain which side is safe for them anymore. Violet and Lan rush forward, declaring that the ministers have confirmed Professor Jamie's presence on the island. He is the one responsible for this creation. Zombie Bro lands firmly. His aura glows in blinding light as he strikes and releases a massive blast that shakes the entire earth. Jang resists the shock but is pushed away violently, soaring into space. Zombie Bro charges after him while his power surrounds the air like a storm. Their clash reaches beyond the clouds, shattering the silent rings of Saturn. Niai orders everyone to retreat before the planet collapses. Jang crashes back to the earth with burning force. He then uses his magic and revives the bodies of fallen generals from the ground. Blue particles swirl around them, merging into their flesh. They stand revived as undead soldiers under his command. So to match with his army, Zombie Lord raises an army of zombies from the destroyed city, spawning them from literal cells. The citizens murmur in disbelief as they witness their dead relative turning into zombies. However, Zombie Bro gives his army the same power Lan acquires, giving them advantage against the commander zombies. The general zombies rush forward, but the newly transformed zombies tear through them mercilessly, crushing their remains into the ground. Jang charges toward Zombie Bro with a powerful punch. Their fists collide mid-air, the impact bursting through the surroundings as the shockwave sends debris flying in every direction. Violet senses that the Earth can no longer hold their battle. Meanwhile, the scientists shout to eliminate Mr. Zombie. Before they act, the stainless human fleet attacks from above. Jamie yells to escape, rushing outside to onboard a helicopter. Jamie orders the officer to take off quickly, but the helicopter does not lift. He notices Lan gripping the tire. Shock spreads as they question how she reached there so fast. Before anyone reacts, Lan hurls the helicopter across the air. It explodes, but she manages to arrest the evil scientists. Violet glares at the scientist, demanding he reveal a way to stop the battle. But the scientist starts crying, claiming he knows nothing. Lan tells her to leave it to her. The scientists crawl backward in fear as Lan moves closer, swiftly draping her nail across his sleeve. Violet asks if Lan can truly do this, though Lan is affirmative, but she declares that the effect does not last for too long. Lan commands the controlled scientist to explain how to end the battle. He gestures toward a suitcase, explaining that pressing the nanochemical button inside it will erase Jang's metallic body. Violet opens the suitcase and looks through its contents, commenting that she has always been curious to see what ancient beings carry within their belongings. At the battlefield, Zombie Bro mutters that even he did not realize his powers could reach such a level. Meanwhile, Violet presses the button, but she is confused when nothing happens. The scientist watches with disbelief, stammering that it should have worked. Jang, still standing, as electric charges ripple across his body. The scientist presses the button again in panic, but it fails. Although a thunderous wave bursts across the area as Jang's mechanical body halts momentarily before the living genes within his body regenerate, rebuilding his cells. The dust clears and reveals Jang in a complete human form. The fleet scream in horror as they realize he no longer needs the metallic shell to survive. From the island, the scientist stares blankly at the screens, muttering in shock that it defies every law of science. Niai questions where humanity stands when such power exists beyond their reach. Violet and Lan exchange a look, claiming that what they witness feels too fictional to believe. Jiang shifts into his true human form. Mr. Zombie's army rushes towards Jiang. The unseen force bursts outward and every zombie shatters into dust like particles, vanishing as if they never existed. Blackie stiffens at the sight, seeing the identical face of his own master reflected in Jiang. He turns to the hero and pleads for him to stop, warning that if this continues, the entire world will vanish. The hero slowly raises his arm forward. The air distorts around his movement and bends with immense pressure. His body begins to change. The fleet step back in horror. A deep red aura swirls around his fingers. The energy expands until the entire sky glows crimson. The planet itself begins to shift color, oceans turning to blood. Jiang's voice lowers into murmurs as he admits he has never seen this form before. Zombie's hair lengthens while his eyes transform into glowing crimson orbs. Thunderous crimson lightning strikes across the clouds while the fleets below stare up and pleading for mercy. Jiang suggests that if the hero wants him to vanish, then he must explain the origin of this power first. The hero answers that he created it after erasing every iron-plated human civilization. Jiang wonders aloud if this might be his true form. He moves forward to battle, gathering immense force. The hero replied that he cannot allow that. Before Jiang can strike, the hero raises his arm slowly, spawning a tiny orbit that traps the entire universe as it flashes, leaving everyone bamboozled as they are getting swallowed. The citizens sensing spinning as the earth convulses beneath them. Then the hero crushes the sphere and the color drains from the sky. The ocean regains their blue while silence spreads across the planet. Niai and the general collapse to the ground. Amid the settling calm, the hero still grips Jiang by the neck, who seems amused while his lower body is missing, or rather torn apart. The people around the protagonist slowly came back to their senses as Violet asked what had just happened. Lanchi answered that it felt like she had been pinched to death. Jiang Xi's mechanical clone tells the hero that he still held deep hatred for humans within the depths of his heart. Jiang Xi's sixth and final form asked whether the clone had always been out of his control. The mechanical clone explains that he was perfectly happy living within him, but the hero had given him away to others, despite never considering separating from his true body, which was the perfect vessel. But he was the one who shared his mutant genes with others like Dawn, Violet, then Lan Qi. So he must have already calculated that something like today would happen in the near future, because in the end, it all happened with his permission. All those humans followed his rules after attaining unimaginable power inside them. He knew that once humans gained such abilities, they would eventually start bloody wars over powers like his, subtly implying the ancient man's use of his genes. The mechanical clone assured him that no one could handle or control him without his permission, since he was only a single strand of his strong genetic power. When he finally gained freedom, he chose to spread his hatred toward humanity. He pointed toward the ruined buildings, saying that his true form also wished for the destruction of humankind. It was he who wanted to destroy civilization because deep inside, he still held immense resentment toward humans. After a long moment of silence, the hero asked if he was finally done with his lecture, but the mechanical form continued, saying that he had already killed half of the humans left on Earth. If the hero thought he would save the world by protecting the remaining ones, he was wrong, because they would always despise him. In the end, they would betray him. That was why it was better to kill the rest than just move on. When the true form refused, the mechanical clone questioned what he planned to do regarding the humans already killed, since he could not resurrect them without turning them into zombies. So it's better to kill the rest of civilization like he always wanted. This finally stirred a reaction on the hero's face. He ripped his own heart out, leaving the others in utter shock, and crushed it. Rays of light followed, spreading across the earth as fragments of bone began forming, organs settling into place, finally flesh building an image, the return of the blondie who had died earlier. The hearts were scattered across the earth, but it began to reform. They slowly took the shape of bones. Finally, a thin layer of flesh spread across them. One by one, the bodies of the dead were reconstructed, those who had once served the protagonist, along with the other missing crew members who had perished on Earth. Confusion spread immediately as the once dead individuals awakened, causing a huge commotion throughout the world. The hero, still holding the mechanical form, asked what more was required as proof. The mechanical figure declared its surrender. It dissolved into thin air, leaving only a small trace of zombie gene resting in Jiang Xi's palm. Soon after, one of his formerly dead subordinates approached Violet, asking whether she had managed to defeat the ancient man. The black-haired girl had only instructed him to keep watch over the still-bound trio, which included the psycho doctor, the mad professor, with their assistant. The elaborate scheme orchestrated by Dr. Jaemin to manufacture the mechanical form from the protagonist's genes was completely destroyed. The theory suggesting that traces of hidden resentment within the hero's heart had given birth to the clones was ultimately proven correct. Yet the loneliness that had fueled his silent anger had been shattered. By crushing his own heart, that lingering hatred was extinguished, symbolizing the final steps of his painful redemption. Hours later, the two girls flew toward the protagonist, only to find him still standing exactly where he had been. For a moment, they wondered whether he had truly died or if the battle had simply broken him. A faint creak from his body startled them. They asked whether he was all right. Lanky hesitantly asked if he would now transform into an original zombie, since everyone had witnessed him destroy his heart. The protagonist tore open his chest once more, revealing a new heart already growing inside. He calmly explained that this was merely the replacement forming naturally. The girls sighed in relief, yelling that he should finish the battle quickly instead of making things harder for their president to think well of him. Just then, tiny fragments within his regenerating heart shifted slightly, as if responding. The hero instructed them to take the remaining nanotechnology with them, warning that many unpredictable events might still occur in the future. Gradually, the world found itself slow, while the protagonist began rebuilding civilization once again. A new dawn rose over the city, marking what seemed to be the end of the protagonist's long redemption arc. The president sat in his seat aboard the plane, summoning Lan Qi along with Violet to him. When they arrived, he immediately asked where the protagonist was. As he scanned the structures destroyed by the hero, the black-haired girl quietly admitted that he had not returned after the incident, so his current whereabouts were unknown. The president released a long, declaring that with the way events were unfolding, great unrest would soon settle over them. It was feared that the situation could spiral so severely that society itself might collapse. Meanwhile, the ancient man, his assistant, Professor Fei, were held under heavy police custody. Outside their transport vehicle, loud protests surged. People flooded the streets holding oversized posters, shouting against the government. The corrupt professor was proclaimed innocent and hailed as the savior of humanity, the last hope, written across banners. Public sentiment had shifted so drastically that the hero was vilified, while the villain was transformed into an icon of hope. The professor smiled as he listened to the chants, nodding in satisfaction, agreeing that he was the true representative of humanity. In the growing chaos, the mechanical clone's earlier words proved accurate. The humans did not respond with gratitude. Instead, they felt betrayed. Fear drove them to curse the hero's name, praying anxiously against him. At the same time, other groups began worshipping him, admiring his strength, believing he was the next step in human evolution, a living god. Thus, corrupted minds worshipped the hero under his name. This contradiction deepened the chaos, even though the war had already ended. Despite the rising unrest, the protagonist remained unbothered. He sat peacefully in his comfortable mansion, defeating digital enemies after having fought countless real ones. He was interrupted when Blackie barged in, loudly scolding humans for their unacceptable behavior toward their king. His subordinate informed him that 2 little puppies had come to visit. When the protagonist went outside, he found 2 confused zombies waiting. The moment he approached, recognition flashed across his face as he asked why they were looking for him. The zombies hesitated and responded only by asking whether he remembered who they were, explaining that they had come to receive his blessing. At 1420, the standard time of both countries, the Zombie Management Act was finally passed. The act had been initiated by the joint team of the 2 countries to enforce their rule over the current situation. A new bureau was formed, known as the Special Act Enforcement Bureau, SAEB. According to this measure, the moon was transformed into an isolated prison space, specially created for punishment using nanometal technology. Mr. Zombie would be kept on the moon. SAEB would monitor him to ensure a healthy survival of human civilization, over which both countries would hold full authority. Planes plus ships moved at a steady pace as the gray-haired zombie announced that the number of humans outside their country was gradually increasing by the minute, questioning if the entire top-level combat force of the nation had been brought for this operation. Jiao pointed out that it was fortunate they had already spoken with the king earlier, because all conscious zombies had been relocated to Planet H due to the discrimination they faced in human countries. Another zombie, peacefully drying clothes, agreed that it was good they moved, since rent in human areas had been rising day by day. A girl lying in a hammock, saying that humans feared their king but could not act against him directly, so they targeted ordinary zombies instead. Just then, the gray-haired zombie on patrol alerted everyone, saying something was happening outside their borders. He exclaimed that humans were finally attacking. The bloodlust in the soldiers' eyes was visible as they shouted that the act had already been passed. They were there for one mission, to eliminate them. Suddenly, a purple flash lit up the sky as Violet lands. She rushed at lightning speed, but was stopped by a sudden attack from Dawn. The opposite girl told her to fight her to distract her. The black-haired girl struck back, saying this was a serious matter and that she could not waste time fighting when civilization needed to be protected. One by one, the protagonist's allies restrained her, eventually holding her down. They declared they did not want unnecessary casualties, so it was better for her to stop. The black-haired gave a discreet signal. Lanchi announced that Phase 1 was complete. On the other side, Blackie delivered his perfectly written speech, stating that the world was already on the verge of collapse and that everyone should cooperate to fulfill their duties, which means to betray their king, since their king rather knows how to create more chaos. Months before the attack, they had all gathered to devise a flawless plan to shift public opinion. They staged everything to make the protagonist appear merely human, which only resulted in him demonstrating his overwhelming strength, then sending Dawn flying across multiple buildings. The new attack was supposed to be the scariest-looking one, which ended up making the girl limp. Lanchi pointed out that if things continued like this, humans would only grow more afraid of him. The protagonist saw how well his subordinates were acting, their expressions becoming so real that it seemed like reality itself. He glanced at his packed belongings, thought about how he only wanted to wait for his detainment, then began his plan to slowly change public perception of him over time. He quickly packed his essentials, saying that he would live peacefully on the moon. The Peace Force hovered over his building, calling their plan foolproof, saying they were stupid enough to believe in coexistence. They continued taunting, claiming that even his own subordinates had abandoned him. Vermint, still restrained on the building, jumped forward to look down to see all of his partners standing on the human side. Violet screamed that the soldiers had fired falsely, but quickly returned to her acting. The loyal zombie questioned why they suddenly betrayed their king, then began attacking the humans in rage. He reached the group where Blackie along with the others stood, calling them traitors for abandoning the protagonist. Blackie panicked, thinking that the zombie must have acted on his own since he was going completely off script. Watching the chaos unfold on television, the hero suddenly remembered he had completely forgotten about the loyal zombie and hadn't told him about the plan. Meanwhile, the loyal one continued, declaring he would kill every human since they were the reason his king was getting detained. At the last moment, the protagonist grabbed the zombie, stomping on his head before telling him about the plan in secret. All the other subordinates sigh in relief that their plan can still work in their favor when the hero finally manages to stop him. He dared them to come capture him for good. Zombie allows Violet to arrest him, completing the plan to prove he can be controlled. He stays calmly at the Special Act Enforcement Bureau headquarters, while humans watch closely. To ease fear, Blackie becomes the zombie spokesperson. During a press conference, the subordinate announces a new era where zombies will live by the law to spread peace among them. He ends the speech without taking questions. Inside the headquarters, MC strolls around lazily. When the subordinate sees him, they beg for forgiveness. Zombie waves his hand, but the fake handcuffs snap. He asks how his performance was. Xiao Xiao points to a screen showing the loyal zombie with a wicked smile. Soldiers in the background faint from fear. She scolds him, saying no one will believe he was captured. MC rubs his head awkwardly, pretending it is nothing serious. The black-haired girl explains that their act was meant to restore faith, but Zombie's aura is too frightening. Still, she says this is only the first step. The next part will take place on the moon, where they will film a zombie reality show to showcase his peaceful life. Blackie proudly says his PR team will make the protagonist look good, but Agu doubts anyone can please everyone. Violet declares she will accompany Zombie to the moon prison as his warden. Her calm tone makes everyone blush. The protagonist offers his hand politely. The black-haired girl smiles, saying, "People only fear what they do not understand." Before she can finish, Zombie suddenly picks up his suitcase and flings her into the sky. Moments later, they land on the moon with a loud crash. They stand before a massive nanometal prison shining under the stars. The girl angrily puts a headset on Zombie, yells that he could have killed her. The protagonist laughs, saying it was faster than using the rocket. She sighs, giving up on arguing. As they speak, a spacecraft approaches carrying his new cellmates, meant to make him seem friendly. The prison activates its defense system, surrounding them with a metallic glow. Back on Earth, world leaders watch from their command center. The Ancient One laughs at their plan, saying no wall can trap zombies for long. But the president explains they never intended to control him. The Moon Project is a test of ancient technology, giving them time to escape if Zombie loses control. The Ancient One grows dark, tells them humans once tried to flee. A crystal force destroyed their fleet. A figure appeared in space, erasing everything in seconds. His final words echoed through the void. The heavenly prison is secured. All escapees are gone. In H City, an explosion shook a building. Butterfly with knee bowed before Varro, the divine messenger, saying that MC had escaped but the Blood Tribe Queen was found. Furious, she broke free, but Varro easily struck her down, reminding her to respect the divine. After the Blood Queen falls to Varro's single blow, she leads his followers to Abnormal Human Academy. Butterfly tells him that the academy lies ahead, the place their companion mentioned. The Blood Queen adds that the academy holds records about Zombie, but warns that it is guarded by the strongest fighters. The opponent cuts her off coldly, saying that someone who cannot find her host has no right to tell him what to do. Inside the academy gym, a gray shirt guy slices fish with flawless precision, preparing sashimi for a celebration. Humanity is rejoicing over Zombie's departure from Earth. Finally, they can live without fear. But the red cap guy feels uneasy. He remembers how Zombie once protected humans, then helped defeat Professor Jiming. Celebrating his absence feels wrong. He only hopes that the president's plan succeeds. Suddenly, a thick fog rises in the gym. The red cap guy quickly raises his cannon. From the smoke, the opponent appears with a grin, places a hand on the cannon, it shatters instantly. He mocks the idea that humanity's strongest could be this weak. The gray shirt guy rushes in from behind, but his steel blade breaks on contact. With a single glare, Divine Messenger sends him flying. Red liquid seeps from the ground, spreading fast. The balloons above ignite, turning into flaming skulls that charge toward them. The red cap guy transforms into a giant nanometal robot and shouts that humans are not so easy to defeat. Then the gray shirt guy fuses with his own nanotech, becoming a tiger-shaped machine. Together, they launch a massive energy blast at the opponent. He lifts one hand, but the energy vanishes. He tells them they are still weak even after 1,000 years. Butterfly explains that the era focuses on individual power. Varro replies that it changes nothing. To him, this world is only filth trapped in a cage. Zombies will destroy it. The gray shirt guy nervously asks if he knows Zombie. The opponent says they have now returned to finish him. Butterfly shouts that one of the guys is escaping. The gray shirt guy buys time for the other to flee, but a massive red hand bursts from the smoke and smashes him into the ground. Varro tells the Blood Queen that if the Academy truly has records on Zombie, she will not be punished for suggesting this attack. Butterfly soon returns with the so-called record, a live broadcast called The Zombie Show. It shows zombies peacefully living on the moon among prisoners. Divine Messenger stares at the screen in disbelief. The Destroyer of Worlds now asks for extra eggs. Then he understands that Zombie is not pretending. He is studying humanity, seeking the secret behind their souls. Divine Messenger slams his hand down. His consciousness crosses space, entering a death row inmate on the moon. The inmate walks up to sit. Zombie looks up. Varro, inside the prisoner's body, meets his eyes after 1,000 years. Ever since Zombie's imprisonment, every movement inside the lunar prison is broadcast live by the Special Act Enforcement Bureau. For 3 days, the feed is calm. On Earth, Blackie, convinced the plan has succeeded. People believe the protagonist can coexist peacefully with humanity. Far from their cheers, Violet has already disciplined troublemakers to prevent conflicts. But then, a soldier bursts in, announcing an emergency involving the protagonist. Inside the prison, the protagonist stands as a prisoner controlled by Varro charges at him. The man strikes it forward. The power is immense, yet the MC lifts a pair of chopsticks to block it. The system misreads the scene, triggering a lockdown. Doors seal, lights flash, a self-destruction countdown begins. The prisoners freeze in terror as lasers target zombies. Varro, through the inmate, sneers, mocking that humans fear him, and that fear he believes will always return. The protagonist tilts his head. He recalls Violet's advice to stay calm. His interpretation is simple. Calm means transform. His third form awakens. Observers on Earth panic. Blackie calls for evacuation. Violet orders the system stopped, but it is too late. Zombie places his arm on the prisoner's shoulder. He trembles so violently that Varro's control snaps. The foreign consciousness is ripped out. The terrified inmate collapses, screaming as he runs. Varro realizes the MC has undone his control with nothing but fear. The protagonist eyes the remains of Varro's mind, then swats it away. A surge of power flows from the moon to Earth, shaking the land. Varro barely blocks it while others collapse to their knees. Zombie returns to his calm as the alarm fades. On Earth, Varro checks his wounded hand as he realizes that the demon has not weakened. He understands zombies seek to win followers' trust. He cannot allow it. He orders Niai along with the others to weaken humanity's faith while he heads to the moon to delay Zombie until reinforcements arrive. The Blood Queen watches him leave, relief washing over her. She tries to exploit the chaos, turning to them to submit. Niai gestures to the battlefield. Destroyed buildings are rebuilt as the fallen rise. Niai explains that their civilization can turn imagination into reality, undoing death. Taishin was imagined by Butterfly. The queen herself is a thought deity, leaving her in shock. Niai activates her power, preventing the queen from leaving, ensuring humans are not warned. Outside the academy, the live streamer the protagonist once saved poses for a shoot to promote his show. Suddenly, a hand grabs her photographer's ankle. A giant pit opens behind them. The red cap guy asks to be taken to the Guangzhou Provincial Special Act Enforcement Bureau. The scene shifts back to the moon. A flash of red light cuts through the darkness as Varro appears high above the lunar surface. Long ago, their people drifting through the void discovered a force that could shape imagination into reality. With that power, they built the Divine Age civilization, a society that walked beside deities. Using the same power, they once sealed zombies on Earth. Now, watching him live peacefully among humans, Varro sees only deception. He vows to reveal Zombie true nature. He channels his ability through a prisoner inside the lunar facility. At that moment, Zombie strolls cheerfully into the washroom, pleased to see everyone waiting patiently in line. He feels the presence of the possessed man, without hesitation, knocks him aside, complaining about bad manners. The prisoner returns to his senses and apologizes in terror. Days pass in the same strange calm. Zombie exercises, laughs, joins every game. Under Varro's control, more inmates attack him, but Zombie brushes them away with effortless strength. When he lifts a barbell weighing several tons, the others can only stare in awe. They freeze, too afraid to obey Varro's orders. Watching from afar, Varro grows restless. Each attempt to provoke violence fails. Mr. Zombie shows no rage, no cruelty, only joy. Unaware of the divine observer, Zombie remains content. He thinks it's easy to make new friends each day. Varro's frustration deepens. The monster who once crushed worlds now smiles like an innocent fool. Meanwhile, Violet receives a coded transmission from Dawn. There are reports of someone plotting against Lord Zombie. Violet noted that the prison has been unusually quiet. She doubts anyone would dare to provoke him. At headquarters, Xiao Xiao ends the call with relief, but the department head remains uneasy. The attack on the red cap guy is still unexplained. Across the city, officials crowd around an operating table. Chief Long arrives to ask about the investigation at Abnormal Human Academy. He finds the stadium perfectly restored. Everyone appears unharmed. Reporting back, he jokes that perhaps President Qin hurt himself by accident. A shadow flashes across the academy. The Blood Queen appears above Chief Long, passes through him, lands without him noticing. She realizes no one can see her. All are trapped in Niai's illusion, but nothing here will reach the outside world. Butterfly declares the queen should join them, baffled by her resistance. The Blood Tribe queen scoffs, insisting she has no master. Taishin warns Butterfly that the queen must be stopped and drags her into mid-air combat. He punches her down, creating a cloud that cracks Ni's illusion. The queen counters, sending Taishan flying through buildings. Butterfly unveils runes, then commands Taishan to transform. His body reforms into a colossal mountain giant with Butterfly at its core. Butterfly's thought deity, the Eternal Mountains, towers above the battlefield. She yells at the Blood Tribe queen, warning her that without a master, she stands no chance against Taishan. The Blood Queen clashed with Taishan in midair. Their fists collide with a deafening boom, sending the Blood Queen shattering her arm. She heals instantly, sidesteps another attack, then uses Taishan's momentum to strike back at Butterfly. Taishan slams into the ground, impaling the Blood Queen. He transforms again, covering himself with sharp stone spikes. Butterfly taunts the trapped Blood Queen, warning that the spikes will drain her power. The queen begins to melt Butterfly, who senses her magic being defied. Niai shouts a warning as the Blood Queen suddenly appears behind Butterfly, slicing her neck. Butterfly collapses, wounded. Niai rushes to heal her with her skill, comments on the Blood Queen's unexpected strength. They regroup, believing that without a master, the Blood Queen will not last long. Niai summons her own thought deity, a humanoid cat-like creature, while Taishan reverts to his human form to gather energy. A nearby plane flies past, passengers gawking at the scene. Niai activates residual dream illusions, masking the battle and returning the area to normal in the eyes of outsiders. Niai's thought deity strikes, dragging the Blood Queen into a dreamlike realm. Taishan disappears but then suddenly appears, punching the Blood Queen. The Blood Queen reappears, unscathed after a punch from Taishan. Butterfly realizes the Blood Queen, a thought deity without a master, has survived for nearly 1,000 years, grown immensely powerful. Niai's thought deity senses unknown energy within her, explaining her resilience. Green light flashes from her chest as her eyes snap open. The sea turns blood red. A blood-red vortex forms above her, transforming raindrops into deadly spikes. Time seems to freeze as the Queen prepares to unleash a doom unlike any they have seen. They are confused as the Blood Queen raises her hand. The rain of blood gathers behind her to turn into sharp red spikes that fly toward them. Niai's deity senses danger at once. Taijam gathers energy, throws it at the Blood Queen. The energy turns into a giant rock that crashes down on her. When their attacks collide, a huge explosion breaks the illusion around them, sending debris flying into the real world. Niai tries to protect them. The spikes cut through everything. Chaos spreads as the city shakes. Taishan collapses from exhaustion. At the last moment, Niai uses her rewind skill, pulling herself and Butterfly back to safety. But the Blood Queen's power is too strong, unable to do more. Butterfly is shocked that a hostless dog can still fight so powerfully. Niai explains that the Blood Queen uses the last of her life to fight Taishan, the Blood Queen claiming victory. Suddenly, General Sausage charges towards them completely naked from the sky, but Taishan comes in between to protect them. Niai yells at Taishan not to waste time on him. Taishan punches him, but then General shouts to take action. A red light flashes, and Xiao Xiao appears in her zombie form with a laser cannon. She fires, the rooftop explodes. Taishan blocks the blast, saving Niai plus Butterfly on time. Soon after, Dawn, the department head, as they are under arrest for risking safety. Butterfly realizes these are A country's strongest fighters using ancient technology. Niai wonders if Xiaohong sacrificed herself to bring them here, but before she can finish, a green DNA sequence appears, the Blood Queen saying she was never destroyed. Niai refuses to believe someone could regenerate without a host, but realizes that she has survived for 1,000 years fighting zombies. Meanwhile, on the moon, the live show Run Prisoner airs worldwide with global voting. The hero performs a street dance and wins the next round. Above the moon prison, Divine Messenger watches angrily. He had made prisoners attack zombies, but the protagonist only enjoyed it. Furious, Varro decides to strike himself. Inside, Zombie Bro asks Ziling how he did. She witnesses his growing fame. Before the next round starts, the hero feels uneasy. Just then, Violet tells him to focus on the stage. Outside, Divine Messenger attacks the moon prison with glowing skulls. Violet destroys them with a single slash of her red sword. Divine Messenger mocks her for challenging a Divine Messenger. Violet warns him not to interfere. He laughs, turning his body into a monstrous form. After the Queen crushes them, Chen captures Butterfly. They took her to the Special Act Enforcement Bureau for questioning. When Blackie heard the news, he rushed over. Butterfly is badly hurt but still saying they might as well kill her. Blackie asks her if she is the one behind the attack on the abnormal human academy. Chen confirms it, reporting that she is dangerous, and that their best squad had to handle the giant creature she summoned. The white-haired woman escapes but is hurt. Lan Chi, with the Blood Queen, is chasing her. Dark energy swirls around Blackie's hand. He says zombies usually avoid fighting humans, but interrogation is different. Butterfly tells him to do whatever, but she won't speak up. Xiao Xiao tells him not to bother because Butterfly has already confessed. Blackie wonders why she was acting tough then. Butterfly says she read their books and thought staying disobedient was the rule. Dawn wonders about what kind of books she has been reading, but then she hands it to him. Blackie reads that the divine civilization summons gods with imagination. Butterfly admits it, saying humans can't stop divine power anyway. Dawn asks if those gods are stronger than Mr. Zombie. Butterfly mentions they will soon see the result while pointing at the TV. Chen contacts Moon Prison, while Xiao Xiao turns on the screen. It shows the protagonist calmly cooking on a live show. Chen confirms that everything is normal on the Moon Prison. She questions whether the Varro Butterfly mentioned has already lost to the hero. Blackie says the real fight has already begun. Chen wonders how he saw that, at which he points to look at the moon. On the moon, Ziling battles the transformed Varro. His attacks are intense. Even her strongest weapons can't harm the monster. The Divine Messenger mocks her for being weak. Xiao Xiao's telling her to retreat, so Moon Prison's defense system can protect her. Violet uses Zombie's genetic sequence, gaining immense power but risking her body. Her form turns more zombie-like. Varro attacks, unleashing a massive beam that strikes the moon's core in a huge explosion. Someone reports that the defense systems of Moon Prison have been destroyed. Alarms blare, but when the smoke clears, the Moon Prison is still standing. Dawn screams for Violet through her earpiece. The hero appears outside holding the injured Violet. She warns him about the strength of them. The protagonist takes charge to handle the enemy. Long ago, Mr. Zombie forced his people to abandon their home, sending them wandering through the galaxy. They discovered imagination projection, creating their divine civilization. Divine Messenger believes this power now makes them stronger than the hero. Varro releases intense heat that burns the moon's surface. He mocks Zombie Bro for trapping himself in the nanotech prison, to burn him to ashes. On Earth, people panic as chunks of rock start breaking. Divine Messenger orders his deity to release another attack. The fire spreads, consuming the entire moon prison. Inside, terrified prisoners scream in regret. At the same time, Xiling connects every nearby satellite to capture the battle. She promises to show the world how the hero fights to protect humanity. News channels everywhere report that a huge crisis has started, and that the hero is facing a powerful alien invader alone. As Divine Messenger's deity prepares another blast, Zombie Bro suddenly moves. With a loud boom, he charges forward, cutting straight through the attack. Without stopping, Mr. Zombie appears behind Divine Messenger in an instant. Varro realizes there is a hole through it. The hero stands behind him, holding his heart. Divine Messenger calls him a bloodthirsty monster who will never change. The protagonist throws the heart back. When Divine Messenger's deity reaches for it, its head is pierced again. Zombie Dude appears in front of Varro, grabs his face, slams him into the moon with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, on Earth, a secret base hidden in the mountains of Country B prepares a huge spaceship that can carry 30,000 people into space. A captured ancient human watches with amusement as scientists work. Professor Jamie examines a container of serum that allows humans to sleep in space and says it is not immortality, but close enough. Leaders celebrate, saying that since the hero is not attacking them, humanity still has time to escape. Suddenly, the twins rush in, shouting that Zombie Dude has caused a helium flash, the death of a star, using only his hands. Shocked, the president of Country B says he is leaving the star system immediately. Out in space, Divine Messenger's deity weakens. Varro lies motionless on the ground. The protagonist apologizes for going too far. He starts to leave, but the Divine Messenger calls out to him. Barely conscious, Divine Messenger admits that after centuries of studying the hero's power, he finally understands the truth behind the legends. His heart beats again. Zombie Bro sighs, realizing that Divine Messenger will not give up. Strange energy gathers on the moon, merging with Divine Messenger along with his deity. Before Zombie Bro can react, Divine Messenger transforms into a monstrous being. His voice echoes through space as he says he came to hunt the hero. Department Head Chen stands beside Blackie as he remarks that after Xiling livestreams the battle between Zombie Bro, people all over the world panic. The Divine Messenger told her to create chaos, but it seems she can relax. Just the fear of the gods appearing will tear the fragile civilization apart. Some people raid stores in panic. Society begins to spiral into chaos. Suddenly, breaking news pops up on giant city screens. Lord Zombie just defeated the alien invader with a single punch. The fight lasted 2 minutes. The broadcast declares the world safe again. People freeze, confused whether the apocalypse is over this fast. Some return to normal life. Butterfly commented that civilization is very volatile. She wonders if the Divine Messenger is really this weak. Agu adds that the real situation is unclear. The cameras on the moon only show a red screen. Blackie warns that the fight isn't over. A dangerously powerful aura is coming from the moon, far stronger than usual. The terrifying aura is Divine Messenger after his transformation. He raises his hand, streams of energy gathering around him. The sky behind him surges with heat. He chants as a bone-like sword appears in his hand. Varro swings the flaming weapon. The protagonist shifts into his second form. Divine Messenger slashes diagonally across his chest. Mr. Zombie urges him to keep going. He immediately levels up to his third form. Varro uses all 6 arms to pin the hero. The bone sword cuts through, severing Zombie's limbs, but the protagonist regrows. Divine Messenger launches himself 10,000 meters into the air to strike, but Zombie, now in his 4th form, teleports behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. He grabs Varro, tearing off his arms. Divine Messenger tries to back off, but the hero relentlessly chases him across the moon. A massive punch sends Divine Messenger flying toward Earth like a flaming cannonball. He crashes into the ocean with a thunderous boom. Breaking news alerts flash again. Zombies' fight has moved to Earth. A 1,000-meter-high tsunami surges toward the city. Divine Messenger rises, summoning a massive tornado just then becoming the moon himself. Varro swings the flaming bone sword, slicing the tsunami. The energy splits the ocean and hurls toward Zombie. He dodges, but the moon splits in half. Divine Messenger continues chanting. Suddenly, a terrifying eye with writhing tentacles rises from the ocean. The 1,000-faced blood moon awakens. As the blood moon rises higher in the sky, the hero charges at Divine Messenger. They clash in midair, their attack striking faster than lightning. Zombie Bro lands a hard punch, but Varro jumps back to a nearby rock. Divine Messenger throws a bone blade, saying that his body is unstoppable. The bone blade can stop the protagonist's regeneration. Divine Messenger has spent thousands of years perfecting ways to fight him. He follows with several powerful swings, forcing the hero to dodge. Varro boasts about his civilization's strength, made specifically to destroy Zombie Bro. He commands the moon to consume everything in its path. Half of the moon disappears instantly, tentacles wrapping around Zombie, pulling him toward its huge eye. The protagonist begins sinking into the inner space of the 1,000-faced blood moon. Divine Messenger follows, welcoming him inside. He explains that this space, built from greed, suppresses the hero's powers. No one has ever escaped. Divine Messenger demands to see Zombie's true form, the one full of death. Outside, the thousand-faced blood moon tears chunks from the real moon, throwing huge pieces into space. People on Earth watch in shock as the moon starts to vanish. Breaking news flashes, warning of giant lunar meteorites crashing worldwide. Some are destroyed by missile defense systems. The fight between them threatens the entire planet. A massive boom shakes the moon prison as it is ripped from the surface. Alarms blare, warning of multiple prisoner escapes. The prisoners panic as the blood moon's gravity becomes unbearable. Ziling along with the others struggle but refuse to give up, trusting that Lord Zombie will save them. Violet decides to activate the hero's gene again. Suddenly, a huge explosion echoes. The protagonist bursts out of the inner space, tearing it apart. He swoops down, grabbing them by their collars and carrying them to the moon's surface. Zombie Bro shows damage, flames burning from his wounds, while Divine Messenger regenerates on the blood moon. Confused, Varro wonders why he cares about others while fighting him. The hero sets the group down, teasing Varro for always talking and daring to see his past form. Zombie Bro decides to show him his true form. The stones of the moon rise into the air under Violet's shocked gaze. The tips of Zombie's hair turn white. He emerges in his fifth form, which is the mechanical zombie. Reporters freeze as they recognize the monster that once nearly wiped out humanity. Divine Messenger's mind flashes back to a few months earlier. A massive city rests on the back of a large beast. Varro kneels before the throne. The throne questions Divine Messenger about wiping out a planet with over 10 billion lives while using their souls to strengthen his deity. Divine Messenger confirms it, explaining that he spent centuries digesting those souls to evolve his deity, studying every record of the hero to perfect techniques to match him. The throne permits Varro to act as their leader to take revenge on Mr. Zombie. The Divine Messenger vows to complete the mission, but reality delivers him a harsh lesson. At that moment, the protagonist has Varro's neck in a grip. After thousands of years of preparing the deity specifically to counter Zombie, he is already defeated. Zombie Bro reminds him that he has always been the nightmare of Divine Messenger's civilization. Divine Messenger roars, claiming that he has abilities he hasn't used yet. The blood sea around the blood moon bubbles furiously. Ziling's eyes go wide, the hero's grip tightening. Zombie Dude punches the heart of the thousand-faced blood moon. The blood moon shakes violently. The force pierces straight through it. Humans on Earth are stunned. Divine Messenger's body fuses with the blood moon instead of dying. Countless copies emerge. Varro claims that he can resurrect infinitely. He vows to tear them apart piece by piece with the blood moon. Divine Messenger realizes Zombie Bro values his followers most. He mocks the hero that his current form was born after they were killed. Varro notes, Mr. Zombie cannot easily kill him because the blood moon controls the woman who challenged him, linking her consciousness to his deity, and her body carries the protagonist's genes. Zombie Bro glares, remarking that she is a friend and punches, shattering a Varro clone, but another appears. Divine Messenger sends the thousand-faced blood moon toward Earth. Humanity panics as the Prime Minister of Country B tries to board the spaceship. Divine Messenger mocks the protagonist, asking if he will save the humans or his friend. Time runs out as the blood moon threatens civilization. The hero strikes it with a powerful punch. The moon shakes, causing Violet to fall apart. Varro mocks him, but Zombie Dude explains his form cannot revive her, so he will switch. A red mark appears on his forehead. He transforms into the form he used to resurrect humans. He extends his hand, and Violet along with the others are instantly revived. Divine Messenger's body crumbles as his consciousness screams in disbelief, unable to understand a form he never knew. As the protagonist's battle with Varro ends, the global disaster finally settles. Lord Zombie not only brings Ziling back to life, but also repairs the moon, showing humanity once again how powerful he is. Yet this time, no one makes a big deal out of it. Life simply goes back to normal. Some days later, the news reports that the 3-week-long prisoner event ends perfectly, and the hero's victory turns him into a national icon. At the SAE Bureau, the team celebrates his success. Fighting for humanity has changed how people see him. Xiao Xiao jokes that without Varro, things would not have worked out so well. Butterfly looks dejected, asking to be left alone. Just then, Department Head Chen enters with papers, announcing that Country B sent a letter inviting Zombie Bro to become their prime minister. Their government is in chaos. The Queen wants him to take over. Blackie frowns, confused why a nation once against the protagonist suddenly changed. General Sausage adds that their own president is ready to step down if the hero accepts. Humanity has surrendered to his unmatched power. Chen asks where Zombie Dude is. Dawn explains that he is helping Ziling recover from the side effects of resurrection. On a warship, Violet trains, learning to balance the spiritual energy of billions within her. She activates Zombie's genes, gaining a third eye and summoning weapons, but her body cannot handle it. The protagonist catches her attacks, knocking her into the water. Later, the hero returns to the bureau carrying her. Violet explains that activating his genes overwhelms her. Chen adds that when Varro died, the energy of billions merged with her. She must now strengthen herself or risk destroying Earth. Chen plus Chin bow, begging her to continue for humanity's sake, while Violet complains about being hit by Mr. Zombie every day. Zombie Bro suggests trying the Divine Age civilization's spiritual control method. He casually opens his skull, takes out his brain, and offers to create a dream world to help her train. Everyone is stunned, but he remains calm. Meanwhile, in the Divine Age Civilization Palace, Niai reports desperately to the thrones. Butterfly being hunted, Wang Zikai asks what happened to Varro. Niai explains that he was defeated by the hero. Ilia remarks that the protagonist reveals stronger forms when needed. Niai wonders if he still truly wants peace with humans. The second throne glances at the central seat. The first throne, once belonging to Lord Zombie himself, wonders what will become of those he left behind. The hero pours alcohol straight into his brain to numb it. His tolerance is surprisingly strong. Zeeling asks if he's trying to make his brain drunk. The hero says the memories of the Divine Age civilization are mostly forgotten, but drinking too much makes his dreams clearer. Suddenly, images appear in the air showing his memories. Chen asks if his dreams always appear like that. The protagonist says no, he usually stretches before bed to avoid dreams. Once he woke up thinking he'd made a volcano. Xiao Xiao tries to step back, but Chen reminds everyone they're here to gather information. Zombie Bro's brain starts to bubble. Each bubble pops into a memory, a birthday with his brothers, when Ju caused trouble, the day they sank a continent. Zeeling along with the others start sweating, feeling like they are seeing something they shouldn't. Suddenly the hero shouts he's found it. The memories of the Divine Age civilization appear. The group sees a ruined world full of zombies. Humans hide behind tall walls, weak in body but strong in spirit. They form hero squads to fight zombie kings that destroy shelters. The memory shifts to a white-haired boy, but his team runs from a giant T-Rex zombie king. They argue while escaping. The hero asks to join. The group is stunned to see a zombie running with them. The T-Rex fires a glowing blast. The white-haired boy yells for Gan Ling to move. She turns, sees it coming, just closes her eyes. When the dust clears, the hero blocks the attack. Everyone stares in disbelief that a zombie saved a human. Zombie Bro smiles faintly, remembering the past. He says he was just one of many zombie kings back then. Not special at all. The others tremble at the thought that there were thousands like him. Suddenly the hero's body glows. He says the timeline is confirmed and this is a good place to start the dream. The others ask what he means. He replies that Violet must experience the Divine Age herself to learn spiritual control. He reaches into the glowing memory. Right then in a flash, Zeeling's mind is pulled into the dream. She finds herself behind Mr. Zombie on the battlefield. She asks what is happening, but then he gives her the role of an Esper helper. Before she can respond, the T-Rex charges. Zombie Bro tells her to stay alert because this creature once nearly destroyed his squad. He rushes forward, punches it with a loud boom, and the monster explodes into pieces. Everyone is stunned. The hero looks at his fist, confused, wondering where the opponent that once almost killed him has gone from his memory. After Zombie Bro crushes the T-Rex Zombie King with one punch, silence fills the battlefield. The white-haired squad realizes this is no ordinary zombie. The hero looks just as confused. The T-Rex King was never this weak before. Back then, they had barely managed to win. Zeeling suggests maybe it's because thousands of years have passed, but Zombie Bro shakes his head. True strength only comes when he transforms. In his normal state, he's no stronger than before. While they talk, Gan Ling signals her teammates. Mr. Zombie says that the people from this era are powerful espers. If she fights alongside them, she might learn to use spiritual power. Violet spots the white-haired boy dragging Gan Ling away. She points them out. The hero falls silent as the group disappears into the forest. The squad stops in a dense forest. Once they confirm Mr. Zombie isn't following, they breathe in relief. The white-haired boy vents his frustration, trying to make sense of what they saw. The pink-haired girl clears the leaves with the wind before dropping down, suggesting they rest. He ends up making dinner alone while the pink-haired girl rests. The boy with glasses uploads battle data. Gan Ling lies nearby, too tired to move. In the shadows, Lord Zombie and Zeeling crouch low, watching. The hero plans to follow the squad to Fortress 9, where the blazing zombie king awaits. If he joins the fight there, he can learn to fight beside them without scaring them off. But before he can move, the boy with glasses senses something nearby. Sparks rise from the ground, flickering like fireflies. He warns the group that the blazing zombie king is near. The blazing hero king steps out of the bushes, roars. The night sky bursts into light. A fireball the size of a boulder hurtles toward them. The pink-haired girl reacts instantly, summoning wind that turns the flames aside. The king laughs, his voice echoing like thunder. It wipes away their counterattack with ease. The squad braces, but the heat is overwhelming. The white-haired boy launches into the air, bringing his leg down on the king's shoulder. The ground splits open, but the king doesn't flinch. It reaches for him with burning claws, but he barely dodges. The king gathers fire again, forming a ball of molten light. Then Zombie Bro appears before the blazing king, steady. He meets its glare, steps closer, lightly taps its stomach. The air ripples. Cracks spread across its body like shattered glass. It explodes into fragments. The forest falls silent. The white-haired squad stares in disbelief. They drop to their knees, trembling as they beg for mercy. The hero's shoulders sag. He looks at the terrified group and adds that all he wanted was to be their teammate. The white-haired boy hides beside a ruined building when the ground suddenly shakes. A giant zombified wild boar stomps down behind him, its red eyes burning with rage. It is the fanged corpse king, their target. Without hesitation, he signals his teammates. Two figures appear above the monster. They unleash their powers together. Blinding beams of light strike the creature, trapping it in glowing chains. Seeing an opening, the white-haired boy charges in with his lightsaber, slashing hard, but the blade barely scratches the beast. With a furious roar, the zombie king rushes forward like a rampaging bull. For a moment, the boy freezes. Ziling, in her second form, draws her sword. Her blade meets the monster's tusks in a deafening clash that shakes the street. When the dust clears, Violet has been thrown back several meters, struggling to stand. They gather all their strength. Their combined attack pierces the zombie king's head, and the creature collapses. The team lands, breathing heavily, thinking it is finally over. But before they can relax, the boy with glasses senses danger. Another fanged corpse king crashes through a nearby building. It sniffs the air, locking onto their scent. Realizing there are two of them, fear spreads across their faces. Just as the white-haired boy steps forward to distract it, the hero appears out of nowhere. With one punch, he sends the monster flying. The team watches in shock, unsure if they should feel safe or afraid. After the mission, the team returns to the Esper Association. The white-haired boy, Wang Zikai, the pink-haired girl Ilia, Prophet Ganling are confirmed as top Espers. Later, Zombie Bro strolls down the street while Violet walks beside him, admitting she still cannot use spiritual power. The hero explains that the Esper Association is humanity's safest haven and a place for studying powers. Violet reminds him that he once had to wear a zombie mask to fit in. Before they can go any further, guards arrest him. The officials order him locked up, Violet saying his strength scared them more than it helped. Mr. Zombie decides to restart the memory simulation, but when he opens his eyes, nothing changes. He shouts to wake up, but it is useless. Ziling watches, realizing they are trapped inside the dream. In the real world, strange lights glow on Mr. Zombie's brains. Energy bursts out, a massive crack opens in the sky. Everything begins getting pulled in. Department head Chen and Xiao Xiao hold on tight as chaos spreads, realizing this is far from normal. Ever since the hero saved Earth, H-City has returned to its former busy, lively self. Reporters flood the streets, eager to capture the new peace. Humans live alongside zombies without fear, and kids idolize zombies as a world-saving hero. The reporter notes that humans as well as zombies can truly coexist in harmony. Suddenly, a massive rift tears open in the sky with a deafening roar. It swallows the whole city, crashes it along with the road they came from has transformed into a dark cave. Rustling echoes through the cave next a horde of aggressive zombies charges at them. Panic spreads as they realize these zombies are hostile, unlike the friendly ones in H-City. Just then, a goo crashes down from above, landing behind the reporters with a boom. The zombies freeze, startled. He reaches into a crack in the ground, yanks up the road and slams it down on the attacking horde, caving in the entire cave. He gives the reporters a thumbs up, says the people are safe, plus the entrance to the outside world is sealed. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao fires a Gatling gun at the sky, tearing apart zombie birds with precise bursts. Confused, she asks what is happening. Agan explains that pouring too much alcohol into the king's brain caused H-City to be sucked into his memory world. This dream world is now indistinguishable from reality. Even if anyone dies here, they die in the real world too. Dawn asks how to fix it as they learn they need to find Zombie and make him wake up. On the edge of the city, the sudden arrival of H-City in the wasteland alarms the local zombie hordes. A massive wave of zombies surges toward the city walls. The department head activates his golden right hand to fend off the first wave. A tiny zombie clings to its mother in fear. Nearby humans are confused. The department head tries reasoning, but Aegon explains that these zombies have centuries of training under the king plus cannot be reasoned with. A Go appears, plunging his hand into his chest. Bones crack with the glow across his body as he activates his second form, roaring at the horde. Zombie King at the back of the horde responds with a deafening roar. Aegon reassures Xiao Xiao, confident that Aegu can handle the Zombie King. Meanwhile, Zombie Bro struggles, unable to wake up, worrying about humans torturing him. A woman in a military uniform appears. It is Greta, the officer assigned to interrogate the hero. Seeing her, Mr. Zombie grows excited, saying that it's a goo from that era begging for help. Greta is shocked as well as angry at his familiarity while Violet watches closely. Ziling processes the revelation that the beautiful woman before her is a Go. Chairman of the Esper Association, Zola gathers all the other Espers and praises them for their deeds in protecting humanity, declaring that his son Zos will be executing the zombie responsible for destroying 3 shelters, to demonstrate the association's courage. The crowd waiting for the public execution of the deranged monster. The chairman's son, along with his sword, runs toward the 6-armed zombie. Other Espers' faces fall when Zos's attacks fail. The chairman's son keeps striking the zombie with exaggerated moves. The crowd yelled at the chairman's as the zombie sits still, taking in the chairman's son's poor attempts at trying to kill him. The squad members laugh at the boy addressing him names, then discuss how the association is putting up boring shows for other people when half the Espers sacrifice themselves capturing the monster. Gan Ling argues that it's good for boosting morale. The prophet intervenes with a suggestion that they need to try more since those hereditary lords have a lot to consider. Soon, the monster gives up, but the association's security officer intervenes. She raises her sword, sending it right through the enemy, then slashing its 6 arms along the way. At last sends him so high that it ensures his death. Killing the monster makes the sun furious as he sentences death to the hero, asking why he is helping the humans in the first place. The hero attacks that comes off as defense since his power does not work that way with the espers. The attack does not kill anyone. The squad gets involved in the fight trying to stop the others from attacking. The association's security officer vouches for the protagonist, saying that he's not a bad person with the proof of not killing anyone. The chairman agrees but orders the Zekai squad to move north for Death Zone subjugation, leaving the squad shocked. According to the hero, the north is considered the zombie tide ruled by 12 lords. The hero plans ahead, telling his party about it. The squad, joined by Jian En or Ziling, was dispatched to the Esper Association. The Death Zone boundary in the far north belonged to the zombies. No human had ever been granted entry into it. All previous attacks launched by the Esper Association toward the Death Zone had failed with huge casualties, but the current operation was led by the association's security officer. The security officer attacks directly at the zone. The zombie tried to flee but was struck through by her sword. The espers cheered, but the prophet thought that her strongest attack wasn't enough to clear the area, as the zombies within the zone were far stronger than ordinary ones. He advised his team to prepare themselves. The others determined, saying they were fully prepared for their deaths. The security officer, stationed at the fortress boundary, suggested they stay within a 30-kilometer range of her so she could provide support. The team praised her efforts and became defensive when the insolent son tried to provoke them. The security officer stopped the fight before it could escalate. Zekai apologized for bringing the hero, and the prophet suggested the association send them here anyway. The realization sank in as the Whitehead promised to bring down the zombies to protect humanity. Later, facing the association itself, the protagonist managed a house from a vendor, telling them his facades. He took the house, then moved it above the street vendors' shops for easier access to food. Taking Ziling with him, he advised that a long-term stay at the fortress requires this arrangement, because the last time the whole party stayed at random inns too. He brought her the textbooks to learn while he went out to buy dinner. The hero takes his leave, telling the black-haired girl to focus on her studies. The hero dodged a sudden attack, looking back to find Zekai charging at him. With no other option, he sent him flying with a light punch. When the white-haired boy tried to strike again, he stopped him. The white-haired shouted at the zombie. The hero suggested they move to a better location since it was a residential area, taking him there at lightning speed. The white-haired male tried to stop him, but the berserk zombie king advanced toward him. The boy managed to shout that he only wanted to test his strength, asking to be taught. The hero thought of several possible reasons for the boy's request, concluded it was because he had no memory of being the strongest Esper this time, because the last time he remembered their fights were all platonic with no winner or loser in sight, and the white-haired male, being relentless, asks for his techniques again. Advising the white-haired male to fight the first zombie he saw, he took his leave, leaving the shocked boy in front of the fortress boundary with only the moon-devouring zombie king in sight. Ziling skimmed through her notes sent by Jiangxi. She learned about ripples through different functions to produce various Esper manifestations, or how she could use water ripples for training. Soon she got exhausted reading about such troublesome power, thinking it was much easier to just use her sword, but she decided to give it a try. She got into the water and praised the hero for getting her such a luxurious indoor pool to train in, thinking it was the first time she had been able to relax since coming to this world. The black-haired girl took a deep breath, getting ready to use her mental power just like in the tutorial. A little ripple appeared in her hand after a long time of concentration. She started to celebrate, but then a white-haired girl appeared from behind, making the ripples even larger. Ganling came into her view, recognizing her as the kid who had joined the association, inquiring why she was looking through those exam books. The white-haired girl got into her personal space, feeling her up slightly, then praised her for having such a strong hold on her performance, even without using any mental power along the way. The white-haired girl then grew suspicious and saying that the black-haired girl must have lied her way through the Esper Association by claiming she had physical-type Esper abilities. She accused her of plotting something behind their backs. The purple-haired girl sighed, then finally admitted that she indeed did not have Esper talents. The green head came from behind, asking about the mental power they had felt before, as her eyes landed on the girl's metallic feet. The hero student then explained how she had lost both of her legs during a fight when both her parents turned into zombies. She had just taken off the outer shell to take a bath. After the attack, she had to cut the limbs by herself. Seeing their horrified looks, she told them it was okay since all of this was inevitable when fighting zombies. The white-haired girl smiled, listening to her reason, started advising her that if she wanted to use mental power, she first had to use imagination and self-recognition, then asked if there was something stopping her from doing that. The black-haired girl realized that she herself was the one stopping her from becoming her absolute self. Just then, the wall broke through as the white-haired girl took her position. Shocked at the fact that a zombie was using elemental power through water, the impact was even stronger than that of a typical zombie king. Soon enough, the Death Zone Lord, Frost Demon Zombie King, appeared, stating that using their powers against her would only make their deaths more painful. So the fight began. On the other side, another Death Zone Lord, a demon zombie, attacked the location, saying how he hated meaningless things. Even if it was annoying, he had been ordered to attack them in a timely manner. The Prophet took shelter, thinking how he could even sense the attack when these zombies were attacking different locations at the same time, followed by a massive zombie tide on its way. The moon-devouring zombie king strode toward Zekai as the hero tried to hold him off, telling him to stop moving since he might accidentally touch him. The hero then called for Zekai to finish him off himself, saying he could become more powerful after defeating strong enemies, and that it was more impactful than doing push-ups. He advised the white-haired boy to beat his hands or feet first. The Demon King let out a roar, furious that the humans were treating him that way. The white-haired boy got into position again to capture the Demon King, but the hero beat him to it plus started hitting the Zombie King, making him whine then tell the hero to stop hitting him. The young boy ordered the Death Zone Lord to start spilling the facts as they soon learned that the Source had ordered them to conduct timely attacks on humans. The hero thought about how this was bound to happen again after a very long time in the timeline he remembered. The Demon Lord then informed them that the Source had detected an unidentified awareness that had descended into this world, and that the search for an existence called Jiangxi had begun. The fortress wall breaks as the pieces fly in front of the civilians. People start speculating whether they should run or stay put since the security officers can protect them well. The first zombie jumps through the broken wall. Disaster erupts. People run, collecting their families and calling out for their loved ones to find shelter as the zombie tide follows them. The young girl gives up as a zombie tries to capture her, but a wave of purple spreads through the sky as Greta appears, crushing them in one punch. More zombies appear. She fights them off, telling the people to relax since she is here to protect them. A voice interrupts her heroic display, calling her annoying. The security officer looks up to find the disgusting-looking Murin zombie, who starts sucking the earth, saying that this will end the fortress. Greta tries fighting him using her powers, but a strong blow knocks her out. The Murin zombie exclaims that it's the first time he has seen such a powerful human. The association's only hope. Their security officer starts standing up but goes down again with a hiss, only to realize that she has been bitten by zombie poison. The crowd runs for their lives when the security guard gets up, stating that she is still here. The Murin zombie praises her attacks, informs her that since there's a ripple through his system, he is here to eliminate the fortress. The security officer quickly orders the other posts to stay put to give her backup, but the chairman's son, Zos, orders them to retreat in order to protect himself. The black-haired officer, in despair, lets out a groan, thinking of many ways to kill the association chairman's cowardly son. But she tries to fight the Murin again, remembering how the association once told her how difficult it was to defeat the zombie. She uses her powers but falls back down. The giant zombie laughs at the already spreading poison in her nerves, stating that it will rot her body from the inside, and soon she won't be able to move. Since he is here for only one particular zombie who tries to help humans instead of them, he shall first finish off the entire population of the fortress, leaving the stunned security officer in shock. The zombie tide finally attacks the people, eating away at the civilians as the security officer waits for her slow death. She feels like her body is melting away as the poison takes control over her. She thinks of giving up, then remembers her purpose of protecting humanity with all her might. The security officer slips through its attacks, yearning in pain as the poison melts through her. She stands up and getting into position to fight back against the zombie. The zombie praises her attempt to stand, saying that she's making his workload heavier because he just wants to meet the person responsible for all this. Greta attacks him with all her remaining strength, but the zombie mocks her for still having enough power to fight. She moves again to strike him. The girl screams once more, striding toward the monster. The Murin zombie laughs at her attempt of slashing his arms, but the girl keeps attacking him, going berserk. The poison works its way within her body as she falls down, but then stands up again to slice one limb, working her way to slash another. A spark appears from afar, startling both the girl along with the zombie. She focuses on the sudden lightning only to find out that the protagonist has arrived, along with the white-haired boy plus the moon-devouring demon king on his back. He quickly tells the girl to stop attacking the monster and teases her for getting poisoned in such a short time. The girl looks at him with a mocking expression. She informs him of the situation, saying that the fortress is damaged, so she has nothing left to protect now. The hero explains how the fight wasn't supposed to happen according to the previous timeline, that's why he wasn't aware. He takes the next best course of action, stepping forward to fight the demon as the poisoned girl asking forgiveness for arriving late. They all start to clean up the fortress after it was completely destroyed, and when the white-haired boy said to Prophet with sarcasm that they had accidentally destroyed the fortress. He then spoke with fear, saying it would be blamed on their squad, suggesting that they should fix it immediately. They called the rescue team, shouting that they needed help cleaning up the destruction the zombies had caused. Prophet's face lit with anger as she yelled that they needed to fix it right away. When she screamed, Greta shouted that humanity was destroyed with sarcasm. The hero replied that they could still fix it if it was not completely destroyed. When he heard some fighting noises, he asked his members who was still fighting the demon Frost King. They all said they were sure the heroes would take care of it. Suddenly, the demon Frost King rose from beyond, chilling the rest of the workers. The hero started searching but couldn't find anyone to rely on. He thought to himself that all the others were injured, running towards the demon Frost King to fight, but suddenly got stopped by the white-haired boy saying it was too dangerous he couldn't step in when he found out that the other heroes were also fighting it. The black-haired girl screamed that she was about to die as they ran towards the demon Frost King, exclaiming they were going to freeze to death. The green-haired girl cries out loud saying that the cloak she's wearing is not offering her any warmth. The demon Frost King smelled the black-haired girl's scent, saying that for a human, he needed to examine it thoroughly and will take her head with her as she laughs, screams saying the enemy is getting closer to them. With a surprise hit, they realized that no matter how much they attacked, she instantly froze up the ice again. Attacking it, the green-haired girl got defensive saying the demon Frost King can't hurt her sis plus hit the demon Frost King. It screamed, saying it would take care of this one first. The black-haired girl told the others to be careful, as ice was harder than steel that won't break easily. Then the white-haired girl said with anger in her eyes that they wouldn't be able to melt it, but then end up freezing to death. When the black-haired girl said to her teammates that they were all surrounded by icy mist but she could still hear the others fighting, the pink-haired girl said that the hero would be with them soon with rescue. It was being noticed by all that the mist around them was cold. The green-haired girl said with disappointment that what good would that be if he came with rescue? After all, their enemies were Death Zone lords that possessed insane evil fragments of power that also control zombies as well. It was being remembered by them how those lords had destroyed many fortresses before. She said with disappointment that it didn't even matter if the hero would fight. It was just a fact that they were upper level compared to the rest of them. As they were talking about how it wasn't a matter of ranks, the pink-haired girl screamed as she warned the others that the demon Frost King was here to attack again. A chilling wind was sent through the area, and the air was filled with shards of frost. When the green-haired girl tried to dodge it, the demon Frost King laughed at her, saying she was going to kill the little one. Fear was being spread among them as that laughter echoed. Then the pink-haired girl lit up with fire all around her body with anger, exclaiming how she could say that to her, she was her partner. Flames were seen burning brighter as the frost around her melted. When she carried her down. When the pink-haired girl started to cough, the black-haired girl got worried about them. It was being noticed that her breathing had become uneven. She suggested that they should find some rescue. The pain was beyond for the pink-haired girl when the green-haired girl started crying that it must be all her fault, but they both comforted each other. When she started to come near the demon Frost King, she asked why didn't she just kill all of them in one spot. She claimed her powers, saying that the demon Frost King would ease their suffering and end it. The air was being filled with her power as her words echoed through the mist. She screamed that only thinking about this move got her so excited. She screamed again, attacking them. The ground was being shattered under her attack, scattering shards of ice. The black-haired girl screamed that they should both take care of each other, or that she would fight her. When she was dashed to the ground again, saying she couldn't even get close to her, she suggested that they should just wait for the hero to arrive but hide for now. The silence of fear was being felt again, but the pink-haired girl said that she would fight till there was victory though wouldn't ever rely on someone else. When this hit her, she thought how she had become the one to rely on someone else so much. The black-haired girl asked herself if she was even herself anymore. It was remembered by the black-haired girl that when she was little, it was being talked about how her own parents had bitten her. She had to cut off her own limbs to survive. She had then dragged her body to the emergency ward. The doctor had asked her if the procedure was still wanted by her, because it was one where every nerve of the body part had to be stripped, every nerve gone through electrocution. She screamed that she needed power. She needed to completely end all of the zombies. When she realized she had worked so hard to get here just to rely on someone else, she looked at herself with disgrace. Then the pink-haired girl screamed with so much power, saying that she would not miss this, and next would cut her into pieces. When the frost demon dodged it once again, the pink-haired girl said to the black-haired girl that she should take cover for both. The black-haired girl was completely spaced out. She couldn't hear or see a thing. When she realized that the demon Frost was about to attack her but clicked back into reality, it was too late. She had been attacked, stabbed by the ice-cold power of the frost demon. They both exclaimed with pain as the demon laughed, saying that just the corpse was left to be taken with her. She laughed out loud again when the pink-haired girl attacked once more. The green-haired girl screamed that she would get her done, that it would only be a small wound, or it would get fixed with zombification. Then the inner evil thoughts of the black-haired girl started again, saying that she should merge with the mental power of 10 million souls, as it would be her victory. She just needed to give them her body. She thought again as the power started to manipulate her, when suddenly she saw the green-haired girl. The ice was melting. She thought that it was melting from the flames of the pink-haired girl, but when she looked closely, it was the black-haired girl herself. She held the voices in her hand that were telling her to merge. She had finally accepted it, but they still couldn't get control of her body. She said that it was true she relied on the hero, but not for his powers rather, because of his behavior. He was kind to her. She screamed with so much power that even the frost demon wasn't able to comprehend it. Her face was filled with fear. She said to herself, the black-haired girl, that she didn't want anyone else to suffer the way she did. That's why she decided to annihilate all the zombies, and it was never hatred. She lifted her hand, squeezing the evil voices in her hand as her wounds started to heal. Then she said that she wouldn't ever listen to those powers, that all only submit to the hero. Xiling floats above the Frost Demon Zombie King. The creature looks at her in shock, confused by the strange change in her aura, wondering whether she should run or not. The Frost Demon Zombie King senses danger too late, and Violet vanishes, then reappears behind her. A flash of light cuts through the air. The monster's arm falls to the ground. Ganling cheers, amazed by her speed, but Ilia frowns. She senses no trace of movement. This is not just speed, it is something greater. The Frost Demon Zombie King roars in rage. Ice rises from beneath her, spreading into sharp frozen spikes. Violet's eyes narrow as the storm freezes mid-motion. Time itself stops. She walks through the still air, her sword glowing faintly. When she reaches the Frost Demon Zombie King, Violet swings her blade as the monster's body shatters, her frozen domain crumbling into dust, leaving the Frost Demon Zombie King shocked. Violet stands in the falling snow, her sword pointed at the ground. The Frost Demon Zombie King stares in fear as Xiling orders her to kneel. Ice bursts apart around them as Violet slices through the barrier. Ganling and Ilia cheer from afar. Violet looks up, shows Zombie her sword while telling him she has mastered psychic power. Outside, the protagonist nods proudly while holding up a collapsing building. Prince Kai with Greta shouting for him to put it down before he breaks the fortress. After the battle, Greta helps with the cleanup. Violet now realizes how Greta became a zombie but wonders why she is not in her zombie form. The protagonist replies that she has just been infected, so it will take time. While cleaning up, Greta helps a mother along with the child. They thank her but back away in fear after seeing her infected skin. She stays quiet while watching them leave. Violet turns to the protagonist, says softly that no matter what happens, she believes in him. He smiles faintly, reminding her that she has achieved her goal and suggesting that she should train with him, but she refuses. Far from them, the Devouring Moon Zombie King finds the Frost Demon Zombie King still alive. She mocks him for surrendering to humans. He warns her to stop defying their lord. The true source of all zombies is the one now walking beside humans. Zombie tells Xiling that since she has succeeded, it is time to leave. She asks about their friends, but he cannot remember. After the battle, he kept fighting zombie kings, but his memories are fractured. Suddenly, pain strikes his head, glowing marks appearing across his skin. Memories return in a rush. He remembers sealing the source within his own mind through amnesia so it could not return. But now that seal is breaking. The Dead Zone is said to be impossible for humans to enter, filled with endless tides of zombies, ruled by powerful Dead Zone lords who destroy any intruder. At that moment, a giant griffin-like lord watches from above as a group marches boldly into the Forbidden Land. They are none other than the protagonist's underlings from H City, drawn into the memory world then led by A Gan. Wearing a hat that reads Jiangxi Tours, Gan cheerfully introduces the place as the ancient Dead Zone from thousands of years ago. His group of zombies wanders around curiously, chatting as if sightseeing. Xiao Xiao, standing at the back, grows nervous as countless fierce zombies stare at them with bloodthirsty eyes behind her. Worried, she asks if they are really safe, but Gan confidently says that in this era, zombies respect only strength with Agu's power, they are safe. As if to prove it, Agu crushes a massive lord zombie into the ground and declares that all territory now belongs to him. The terrified lord agrees at once. Agu proudly takes photos, explains that these are the rules set by the source of all zombie tides, but no one dares to defy them. When Department Head Chen asks about this source, Gan grows serious. He says that in the past, Zombie with his companions fought this being which nearly died. The battle lasted 7 days. Though the protagonist finally won, he could not manage to seal it away. Hearing this left Dawn stunned. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. A massive crack spreads beneath their feet. Red liquid rises from it. A deep, chilling voice echoes through the air. It laughs, mocking that Zombie could never truly destroy it, only seal it within his mind. The moment he remembers, it returns to life. In the memory world, the protagonist begins to sweat as his body transforms into his second form, the Source, now reborn and towers before him. He warns Xiling to run while she still can, but before she escapes, the Source charges as it tears off Zombie's arm in a single strike. The two are hurled through the city, crashing into the sky as their battle begins anew. Their fight shakes the world. The protagonist tries to push the Source higher to protect the others, but in one careless moment, the Source grabs him by forcing the red liquid into his body. Zombie struggles, but the power invades his body. Glowing marks spread across his skin as his form changes once more. The Source laughs triumphantly. After thousands of years, he finally takes full control of the protagonist's body, then declares his victory. A deadly being who devoured the hero hovers above everyone's heads, while they mistake him for Jiangxi and wondering how they have never seen this form of the hero before. Xiling senses the aura coming from him, which feels even more dangerous than the fifth form. That strange being snaps, unleashes a blast toward the ground. The prophet realizes that this deadly figure is no Jiangxi, then orders to retreat. Everyone is shocked as the most fortified border of humanity is about to vanish from that single snap. Mr. Zombie is still struggling to escape, but the being restrains him, saying he only wants to destroy the world, or should face reality. Violet attacks him, demanding he return Zombie's body, but the monster arrogantly insists on waiting 100 billion years since he has some business to attend to. Wang Zikai soars to attack the boss, surprised to be fighting someone even the hero couldn't defeat. Ilia also charges toward him, but the monstrous being easily senses both of them. Right then slams Zikai in midair. Ilia comments that he couldn't even land a kick, though she barely manages an attack, but thankfully saved by Greta. The boss praises their skills. The white-haired boy reappears with a sneak attack, but is once again caught by the dreadful being, who mocks him for not fighting or at relying on surprise attacks. The boy lands a kick, declaring that he doesn't need to be ashamed as long as he can kill him. The boss dodges, notices the boy's improved speed. Soon he spots the prophet nearby, predicting his movements to guide the boy and realizing the mastermind behind the ambushes. Moments later, he grabs Zikai, right then ends the fight by slamming him into the ground. The boss feels no satisfaction, viewing them merely as toys made of memories. However, he recognizes Ziling as a real threat when she charges at him, only to be caught instantly. He detects the Huishu aura on it as he wonders if he was the one who created these toys. The prophet stands by, watching his helpless allies, wondering if this is what happens when someone goes head-to-head with Jiangxi. He doesn't sense even the slightest chance of victory. Soon Ganling enters, demanding the villain release Violet, but he instead invites her to attack, already aware that the others were merely creating an opening for her. He mocks her, claiming she can kill him. Ganling teases back, insisting he not go back on his words. She screams with all her might, declaring she can use the same skill the villain used to destroy the fortress, slams her instrument into the ground, shattering it. The villain is impressed by her aura and suggests she should put a little more strength into her attack. Back then, Ganling used to be called a monster, or was bullied because of her uncontrollable power, which caused destruction to others, including herself. A group of bullies often beat her nearly to death, claiming her mother shouldn't have given birth to a monster like her after being bitten by a zombie. They threw trash at her and told her to die. Because of this uncontrollable power, she had always been seen as a monster who brought endless destruction. She constantly regretted her birth, but for the first time she wished to be a little stronger, so then could save everyone. She uses her own flesh, bones as fuel to boost her physical power, then unleashes the strongest blow ever. The prophet tries to stop her, but she refuses, believing it's necessary to end this monster for the world's disaster herself. The villain becomes intrigued, decides to get a little serious as well. He realizes she fuels her body to increase her power, knowing only to unleash an attack like this by risking her life. He counterattacks. Ganling starts struggling as the difference in their powers is overwhelming. She doesn't want to lose, truly wants to save everyone, even if just once. Suddenly, she falls just after her instrument shatters. Agayan saves her, using the same technique to push back the enemy, which makes her curious about him. Soon after, Dawn with the department head arrived, worried about Ganling's condition. Aguo, standing nearby, reveals that her current appearance is modeled after her doll. It now aligns more closely with the image she holds in her heart, a confident person who wants to protect everyone. Meanwhile, the villain grows even more intrigued. The reporter announces the mysterious disappearance of City H. The strange rift above it continues to expand. The Law Enforcement Bureau is currently investigating the situation. In the next scene, Blackie examines the rift by getting close to it, but is unable to approach too near. He immediately informs the Law Enforcement Bureau that the rift definitely seems to originate from the Great King's power, though he senses something unusual about it. The red area on the map is expanding. If it continues, all of humanity will be sucked in. Lang wonders about the plan of his king, while Varmint, trapped in a cage, demands to be released so he can kill everyone alongside the boss. Butterfly, sitting beside him, is terrified, realizing that this is doomsday since they failed to stop Jiangxi and everything will soon turn to ashes. Meanwhile, everyone is prepared to fight the villain, who is thrilled to face them since they are from the real world. Agu realizes that the villain is the origin of the undead tide that the Great King defeated long ago, but if this memory world is destroyed, it will manifest in reality as well. Agan asks the prophet to look after Ganling. He agrees, and insists that the others injured should also be left to him. Agan somehow knows his name, which the prophet finds strange, but for now, saving everyone takes priority. Everyone charges at the villain, striking together, while he eagerly anticipates them being more entertaining than the phantom memories from before. Agu throws a powerful punch at him, but the villain manages to dodge, then counters with a hit of his own. However, to his surprise, the target wasn't Agu's head. He momentarily panics. Agu explains that it's obvious he wouldn't wander around leaving his weakest point somewhere so easy to find. The boss saying this is exactly what he expected from someone specially cultivated by Jiangxi. He decides to crush his entire body since the head is difficult to locate. Seconds later, Xiao Xiao pulls out her blue fire Gatling, but the villain effortlessly dodges, then snatches the weapon, hurling her aside. Just as she's about to fall, but Head Chen appears to save her, unleashing a powerful strike. Still, it proves useless against the boss. Hagan also joins in, attacking but slammed away. Dawn grows worried since even their strongest blows have no effect. Agu lands another strike. The villain mocks him, saying he'll soon end up like the others. But this time, the boss is caught. Agu activates his Tranquil Sovereign technique. The villain falls into the trap, unable to move. Agon steps forward once more, unleashing his full strength to deliver the strongest blow yet. The villain is injured. He realizes that the hero's body is not as strong as he thought it would be. It takes a few more attacks for Agan to completely destroy the boss, so he requests to lend him his strength again and hold him a little longer. This makes the boss angry since he's the source of all zombies plus cannot be restrained by anyone. According to him, these mere individuals granted power by Jiangxi don't stand a single chance against him. Soon enough, he screams at his fullest, making everyone wonder just how strong he truly is. In the next scene, a blue-haired zombie sits beside another, asking if it's okay to stay here while their boss is fighting, but her partner advises against getting involved in things she doesn't understand, saying it'll make her life easier. He explains that the two personalities of Jiangxi undoubtedly belong to him, but their attitudes toward humans are completely different, as the real hero is kind to humans. Since they don't know the true intentions of their lord, he warns her not to interfere. However, since the villain is reclaiming all energy from every zombie, these helpless beings are now constantly disappearing. It's happening to all of them. It seems that many will be erased, leading to the destruction of their world. With nothing left, they decide to simply lie down as death awaits. Zikai leaves Ilia along with the others to heal, but he refuses to care for them any further, saying keeping them alive is already his limit, plus he can't continue fighting. Just then, Zikai notices a mountain moving toward the boss, but the prophet dismisses it now, then focuses on treatment. When he sees it himself, he's shocked. It's a massive tide of zombies capable of swallowing the entire world. Xiao Xiao is astonished because even in the strangest times, they have never faced a horde of zombies this enormous. Even if the human world turned fully into zombies, there wouldn't be this many. It doesn't matter whether they appear in memory or reality, they must stop them, or else human civilization will collapse entirely. Along with the memory world, reality will be next, with casualties beyond measure. But the problem is, if they don't stop the source now, it will continuously make the tide stronger, so they must eliminate it first. Chen understands, entrusting Jiangxi to them and deciding to handle the zombie tide. He pulls out his ancient mech gauntlet, which controls his body, but he doesn't worry since when it comes to eradicating zombies, he will use every possible means. He asks Xiao if she's ready to cooperate. She agrees. Agu helps her find her gun and rushes toward the boss. Agan as well as Agu teamed up to fight against Zombie, while Dawn warned them to be careful. She worries whether the two can truly defeat the boss, as she cannot imagine anyone overcoming him, especially when he's consumed entirely by hatred toward them. But Ziling reassures her that they will win because this current boss isn't Jiangxi, just someone occupying his body, which makes him powerless. The breach is almost completely repaired, so the commander advises the warriors fighting the zombie tide to retreat, taking shelter, but they refuse since it was impossible to hold them back earlier. They had already lost so many comrades. The situation has changed now, as several incredibly strong fighters have arrived on their side, then turned the tide of battle. It seems they finally have the strength to keep fighting. The comrades now find renewed hope with a reason to stand their ground. Chen prevents the zombies from advancing any further, declaring that they must protect this world. He tells Ziling to hang in there since his side is mostly stabilized. Meanwhile, she continues attacking the villain but ends up being slammed into the ground, seemingly to her death. The villain grows furious, shouting that as soon as one dies, another dares to charge at him. Agu isn't surprised, as he expected this level of power from the Great King's body, though he too is thrown aside by the villain's overwhelming strength. Dawn steps forward to face Jiangxi one-on-one again, teasing him that even though he possesses the hero's body, he can't use it properly, making him a useless being. Enraged, and he punches her viciously, swearing to kill them all. Then Agan charges in at full speed, striking hard, while Agu attacks from behind to assist him. In the meantime, Violet stands back up as she slices off the villain's hand. The released energy is extremely terrifying. The two of them can't restrain him for long, but even if they didn't defeat him completely, the attack is a success. Violet originally aimed to cut off his head, but since that was too difficult, taking an arm isn't too bad either. Later, Xiao Xiao jokes about how much she enjoyed teasing him while watching his annoyed expressions, something President Violet says she would love to see again right now. The villain feels disappointed at being injured by a toy he created himself, realizing that his body isn't as strong as he had believed. Soon after, Dawn suffers a strange internal injury, having pushed herself beyond her limits even with Jiangxi's genes. Ziling warns her to be careful since he's now using power equal to Jiangxi's, meaning they could be killed instantly. According to Agu, his combat ability is definitely weakened, as losing an arm has thrown off his balance. With a few more attacks, and he'll be finished. The boss then speaks in a cold, firm tone, declaring that he doesn't care about this broken body plus merely playing around with its power. But since Jiangxi's body can no longer endure, he'll now act personally. From this moment on, they will face his true form directly. He is the root of all zombies, homeless, shadowless, dying yet indestructible. Again warns everyone to stay alert, as this form of the boss could be extremely dangerous. Moments later, Jiangxi regenerates his sliced arm back again. The hero had just awakened his sixth form, though the mechanical civilization perished. Agu and Agan recall the time when they were revived by the hero, but this seems so much weaker than Jiangxi remembered. Agan asks for the possibility that in the 1,000 years they were killed by Mr. Zombie, who became too strong. Agu informed us that the current him can even instantly get rid of the root, which was impossible according to the hero, since the most troublesome thing about that villain has no physical form. It is just a concept that no one can kill. It feels like punching a slug that means blanched in boiling water, but he actually came up with a good plan to completely solve the root. He actually made Jiangxi's root elimination plan on paper through images. The plan is to use his body to trap the root, then take down that root which possesses a physical body. At last he suggested throwing a party to celebrate the victory. But they both seem to have a slight problem. Even the first step is itself a problem after he hands over his body to the root, because against that, they don't stand a chance to win. The hero hesitantly tries to avoid the situation, mentioning that he doesn't even remember where he locked up the road himself, and he cannot find it, so there's plenty of time for both of them to train. Back to the fight. Agu understands that it is the right time that the Great King was talking about. The true Jiangxi even confirms it by speaking himself through the body. The root understands that the hero deliberately let him control his body, as this is the scheme he plotted for thousands of years to fight against him. But Jiangxi interrupts in the same body, informing that it wasn't even that long. After sealing the root, a few things happened. He was pretty busy back then, until a very long time later, after he revived them, along with the thought of dealing with the root along the way. But the hero actually forgot that he threw him into his brain while helping Ziling train. He provokes the root to its fullest, and advises the two of them to quickly take over him before he runs to Real. Irritatedly, they both ask him to stop provoking the root, or else they will be the ones beaten up later. The root is still trying to take over his body, but as expected, the protagonist successfully manages to get separated from the root. Both appearances are in a fight with each other. The root is annoyed because no matter how many times he shatters the hero or damages him, it is of no use for him every time he just reappears in an even stronger form. According to that negative appearance, the protagonist hasn't changed at all even after thousands of years. He claims to kill Jiangxi every time, but the hero shows him a form that he has never seen before, throwing him away. The memory boundary of Huisi in the cage is stopping the route from entering the real world, while the reporters are reporting about the crack, which is still continuously expanding. The root is furious, explaining that he has clearly been occupied by his body, but the Flash is actually turning around, devouring his power, so it won't be long before even his consciousness is sucked by him. Jiangxi suggests to keep fighting because it is rare for him to be able to output his fifth form at full power against his enemies, but the root has also decided to not go easy on him if he cannot win. He decides to destroy the whole world with him. Somewhere in the city, he drops his blood, which flies towards the sky, creating a giant red light. Civilians start panicking around. There is the soldier who asked the other about that red light because it came from his direction. Questions about why he left his possession without permission. Soon enough, he gets swallowed by the entities that have appeared within the red circle. The policeman in the city immediately calls the Special Affairs Bureau about the monsters that have appeared anomaly at the rift. Suddenly, all of the other zombie companions of the hero start to drag towards their lord to fulfill the order of the destruction of this world. Two of the zombies ask their human boss to evacuate quickly because they really want to attack humans out of nowhere. The energy is so strong that every other zombie starts having this bloodthirsty desire, which is constantly getting stronger. The root is at its fullest, devouring all the minions created by Jiangxi's genes, as he don't need to run away because their powers are constantly merging. Just after a little bit of this power to be leaked out, he can create a zombie tide that will destroy the whole human world, even if he gets devoured, and the hero won't be getting anything except the endless battle with zombies. Just as he continued, the protagonist hit him hard since he angered him. Zombie King Amao along with Alang entered a hostile state. The fighter pilots are trying their best to destroy them, but their strength is of no match with the zombies. Varmint is also surprised that the king himself ordered for the destruction of all humanity. Back there, Director Chang's team managers to take care of the monsters appeared earlier. The director asks if these monsters are caused by the mutation, to which a Blackie explains that this is a monster of a fusion of the king with the other powerful source, which causes zombies to enter in a mass state. A Blondie standing beside informs them that they have completely lost contact with the Spatial Affairs Enforcement Bureau. All the zombies over the world are showing a strange kind of aggression as the energy expands. The war between humans against zombies will break out again. Director Chang advises Blackie to get away from the energy, because from now on humans will take care of the scene, but he warns the director about the level of monster which is no match for him. Meanwhile, the entities they caught earlier aren't dead yet, so the director himself steps in claiming that even though human combat power has never been a match for zombies, it shouldn't be forgotten that for the past 1,000 years, zombies are the ones who have been suppressed by the Academy. He advises them to risk their lives if they can beat it. As he hits the monster, it just helps it get bigger, which makes the director struggle. Lanky commands her subordinate to provide support to Director Chang's. The monster keeps getting bigger to completely annihilate these things. The laboratory is still looking for a way, so they need to hold on a little longer. Blackie standing beside witnessing the humans struggling this much, he finally decides to step in. It's been a while since he got a little serious, but right now he needs to. Upon his one gesture, the whole thing falls apart, which is as expected from Jiangxi's trusted subordinate, while Lanky and his subordinate are no longer needed. He feels a strange feeling which is like watching them. Back there, the protagonist efficiently compresses the root, plus destroys his own body, because he shows that will recover more of them. The protagonist didn't waste a single of his body just after recovering everything he returned to its original form. Soon enough, with the big smile, he is playfully informed that the source really is nourishing, which makes him feel like a little stronger. A strange being is watching everything that the zombie died on Earth is the effect of the fusion. His own root, which seems like Jiangxi, must completely devour the source as well. They are one step closer to his complete destruction. The hero creates his minions using his new ability, which playfully helps him by giving shoulder rubs, foot massages, even trimming his nails smartly. These minions work independently without any further instructions, and later on, he decides to enhance them with nanomachines. He invites everyone to witness his new ability, which seems quite fascinating. There are even tents set up, as he recently consumed the guy who could possess people. After another battle, he could actually die. Jiangxi doesn't look worried at all. He just found the man too delicious, then accidentally ate him. Still, he's thrilled since he not only gained a super convenient ability, but also recovered a lot of memories. Those little creatures move with exaggerated agility next to prepare food for the hero. Department Head Chen, standing nearby, mentions the 6th generation of civilization, plus the ancient technological civilization, which they currently recognize alongside the Divine Era's psychic power civilization. He asks the hero if he remembers anything from before. Jiangxi replies that he recalls fighting an extremely powerful opponent, being shattered into pieces before the Divine Era. When Prince Kai found him, he had only just been revived. Back then, he was still unconscious. Both his strength with the memories needed to be restored. He eagerly offers to show them that era again, explaining that the space where they fought even collapsed, but everyone immediately stops him, saying that what has been done is enough, and that they cannot casually view his memories again. The hero remains clueless about the situation. Meanwhile, the prophet is searching for the hero. Soon enough, the hero sneezes casually, but it turns into an immense blast felt across the universe. Blackie notices the plastic remnants, realizes that the monster is still alive. It seems he'll need to put in more effort, as this species is influenced by the Great King's genes. Suddenly, a man in white gloves appears, slicing the monster in half. Blackie stops him, warning that destroying it further will only worsen the pollution, but the arrogant man refuses to listen, claiming he already knows how troublesome the hero's power is. The man activates relics from the earliest era, which Blackie had considered useless, but soon enough, the species is completely scattered into pieces, leaving everyone stunned as they watch the monster being erased, tainted by Jiangxi's power. The mysterious man introduces himself as Prince Kai, the second seat of the divine civilization. He sarcastically apologizes for erasing a part of the hero, claiming he will erase him from the entire planet altogether. Soon after, the rift begins releasing all the people it had previously swallowed. A massive number of people start falling from the sky. Blackie feels relieved, knowing he won't be blamed by his king now. While everyone celebrates being saved, Prince Kai remains tense, realizing that the hero has finally absorbed the root, just as the prophet predicted. The hero, however, is currently allergic. His nose feels a little uncomfortable. Jiangxi is admitted to the hospital due to his unsettled condition. He eventually destroys the entire area around him just by sneezing. Ziling brings food for him. Since the doctor suggests eating something light, she brings porridge. Soon enough, Blackie bursts into his room, carrying all the medicines he could find, as he never considered the possibility of the protagonist getting sick. Moments later, Jiangxi feels like sneezing again, but both of them urge him to sneeze upward since the entire Earth has already been disturbed because of this. The hero can't hold it back, shattering even the Fat Bureau headquarters. The news channel reports that a satellite has sent back data along with the images of a sneeze so powerful that the Earth's orbit has slightly shifted. Meanwhile, the main structure of Mars has suffered a devastating blow, will completely disintegrate within 72 hours. Director Chang is relieved that it wasn't in the direction of the sun. Both Blackie and Ziling are thrown away helplessly. It has only been a single day since the hero got sick. A Lang along with a Mai have been shattered more than 50 times, which is terrifying. Prince Kai reports that the virus will expand gradually, Jiang Xi has absolute control over his body at a genetic level, but after absorbing beings at the same level as himself, his immune system becomes allergic, causing sneezing. He uses full force while sneezing. If the reaction doesn't stop within the next 2 weeks, the entire planet might be destroyed. Everyone starts blaming him for not slaughtering all the zombies, then eliminating the root cause during the era of gods, but he had no choice. Later, the prince decodes his words, realizing that he needs to erase their civilization to stop the hero. But before that, he wants to try directly suppressing Jiang Xi. He charges toward the hero, attempting to surprise him, but it's not that easy. He draws his holy sword, the crown of the omnipotent, the savior hero cap with the divine realm's blessing. He strikes again, but this time the hero blocks it. Otherwise, the earth would have been pierced. Even after 1,000 years, the prince still feels stronger. The protagonist suggests calling out his mental projection to fight and saying it will be perfect for him to beat to his heart's desire. The prince decides to stop since Jiang Xi cannot be killed instantly. Doing so would only provoke him to his strongest form. He uses the relic to destroy him, but suddenly the protagonist is about to sneeze again, which terrifies everyone, including the prince, to their core. Sneezing in this form would cause destruction on an even larger scale, after which everything would be gone. As all the citizens fall into a digital world, confusion spreads as they look around at the glowing blue mechanical surroundings. Jiang glances at his men who are equally disoriented, questioning what kind of attack this could be. Jiang's eyes drop onto a large pillar where a golden specter rests. The system flashes warnings about unauthorized access. Shang falls completely unclothed, panicking to cover himself as the citizens cover their children's eyes. Xiao Xiao charges to kick him, questions why he is bare. He shields himself with his arms while claiming he could not help it, hastily activates his battle mood. A shadowy figure appears, explaining that the entire Earth has turned into data, along with Jiang too will soon be digitized. Jiang mutters that this method at least prevents the world-ending crisis caused by the allergy. The message shows his movement lagging due to low speed. Jiang mistakes it for praise, then cheers it with his men. The Stainless Fleet questions if divine civilizations truly hold this kind of power. Xiao Xiao near by saying she can finally accept her character settings. The Shadow apologizes, announces that Prince Kai will not be arriving so he will take charge. Jiang, filled with curiosity, rushes to pull down the hood. The shawl falls, revealing a stunning figure whose radiant figure startles him. Jiang apologizes, stammering that he only wanted to see her face. Elia shouts in frustration as the zombie monsters approach her and comment on how much her style has changed. She explains that she now exists as a digital projection, plus her revealing outfit being part of the default design. As more data streams generate around them, Elia explains that once Prince Kai completes the datafication, then all intelligent life will exist here. The queen with several other monsters appear, bewildered by their surroundings. Chang questions how this place could possibly hold over 8 billion people. Others murmur, ordering him to cover himself. Blackie asks for a clear explanation. Elia states that to access the main lobby, each of them must earn points. Points determine living space plus equipment. If a civilization clears the game, they can ascend like Prince Kai, then return to reality. The realization shocks Chang, but he quickly volunteers to play first. Before anyone can stop him, he vanishes. On the battlefield, Chief Chang materializes with a health bar above his head. He charges forward confidently until a giant mechanical opponent towering above him, armed with massive weapons, before he can be struck. Elia pulls him back to safety as Jiang kneels in shame. The others yell for him to cover himself. The system deducted 100 points moreover defeating Earth civilization. The platform shrinks, which spreads panic. Elia explains that there are more players and a few rounds must be extreme. Xiao Xiao asks about losing the fight. Elia apologetically admits that there is no other choice. Jiang stands beside her, intrigued by the challenge. Elia gestures that he may join right then, form a team. As their group assembles, their bodies begin to fade as Elia wishes them good luck. They appear in the battlefield with their health bars glowing. The queen scans the area, questions where the enemies are. Other wonders about Jiang's location. Far away, Jiang spawns separately with his full health bar along with the title of Wild Zombie. The queen unleashes a red energy slash that tears through the nights. The ground fills with shattered armor as she commands her robot to clear the mountaintop. The chief robot fires at the tower star. He reports his success while the queen scoffs that these enemies are far too weak for her. Hei analyzes the maps of the game, realizes that they must earn coins through conquest. He points out that old civilizations are their opponents with stronger powers. He questions where the king is. The queen dismisses it, claiming she can manage everything herself with her chief robot. Xiao Xiao behind the gates, wishing to join the front line. The queen orders continuous assault on the next position. Meanwhile, older players notice the new entries and Xiao A1 alerts 13 about them. He comments on their lack of experience. Uncle K reminds them that some might have been top tier in their original world. Jui Jui, claiming strength is the only rule, then teleports into the battlefield. As she lands, her powerful tentacles sweep through the night. The queen encounters charges, but Jui strikes again. Xiao A1 watches, saying there is no point in strategy, and 13 insists that crushing them is enough. She asks Big T to join them. He claims his area was stolen, then turns. The entire jungle has been lifted away. Jiang carries the floating landmass while roasting chickens. Jiang worries about human hunger, but then a sudden force drags him down. The land crashes back to the ground. He mutters that he hates wasting food, then witnesses a massive figure standing before him. Big T readies for battle, declares to handle this fight himself. The history of T reveals that the Cosmo Company, to avoid worldly collapse, transferred the entire civilization into the game world. He was once a risk specialist whose task is to hunt monsters for jungle farming. After years of countless hunts, he is the king of the jungle. He charges forward as the ground crack, animals scatter from the shockwave. Status cards flashes for gained points. T pauses, noticing no record appears for the zombie monster. Jiang steadies himself from the blow, then swooshes down to strike back. The opponent powers the shield, but Jiang's punch lands with a crushing force. Right then shoots out chains to pull the opponent. The armed one swings another heavy punch, but Jiang dodges, swoops behind him, then lands on his metallic shoulder. The armed one throws another blow, but Jiang's strike sends him tumbling far across the field. T questioning how such a small figure can hold this strength. Jiang calling the game fascinating, then shifts into his dark second form. He rushes forward but lags, his body slows down. The armed one realizes this opponent is not ordinary, while Jiang notices his own instability, but suddenly releases a double-powered punch that throws the opponent so far the ground splits beneath him. He grumbles that this lagging feels worse but still moves ahead. His body lies lifeless. The chief fires, but each shot is pushed back. His eyes flickering in disbelief as Jui counters his attack with ease. The queen declares that she no longer saves him. She throws him aside as the sharp tentacle charges toward her, but she releases her brutal force, rushing forward to strike. More tentacles burst shield forms around them and trapping everyone inside. Hei refuses to surrender. Feeling no exhaustion, even no point on their bodies, is truly fatal. Jui corrects that their strongest attacks mean nothing against her. Even if she takes hits, the damage is too small to matter. She adds that they may not feel pain, but if she increases her strength even slightly, their systems. Her intentions are just to keep them trapped. Meanwhile, Uncle prepares to proceed, but Xiao A1 realizes that something has happened. She orders 13 to take Uncle K along while she remains to handle Jui. They teleport to the jungle but find the corpses of fallen monsters. Uncle asks where the enemies went. Behind them, Jiang asks if they are searching for the giant monster. K slashes his sword while the other charges his weapon, claiming that he must be the enemy using disguise abilities. He assumes it is a new player's trick, but Jiang dodges easily. They soar forward, but Jiang commands the ground to rise. Countless small zombies crawling up from the soil left the two tenses at sight. Uncle K commands to keep fighting no matter what stands in their way. Explosions echo across the land as Xiao A1 sees it, activates her skates, dart forward to them. Jui hesitation clouding her as she questions the promise she once made. The player's eyes darkened with silent intent. Xiao A1 tries to connect to her teammates through messages. None of them respond, but then consumes her full force ability to speed ahead, and her eyes wide on the scene. Countless small zombies carry bricks, building stairs that lead toward Jiang. He sits atop a chair into an abyssal state. 13 along with Uncle K stand bruised skin. Jiang claims that management construction games are the easiest to control. Movement earlier, his small zombies had overpowered the others, then stack bricks under his command. He declares his victory but then turns to players, asking if they can fly. She retreats instantly, deciding to assist Jui instead. Then a shadow covers her as she witnesses the land floats behind her, controlled by Jiang. Back there, the queen tearing apart the tentacles. Her allies strike together. She lands upon Hei's shadow palm, but he hurls her away. Jui intercepts, traps her between coiling tentacles. Hei tries to contact the companions through the system, but no one responds. Jui realizes that the new players are overpowering them, gathering her strength to burst forward toward the opponent's castle. The queen soon realizes her intent, that she is targeting their castle. Hei launches his shadowy hand toward the enemy's castle, but his power crashes against a shimmering shield. Then the castle's health car appears in defense. He groans, but Jui knows that the castle functions like a player. Once destroyed, then the team falls. She charges her weapon, fires a storm of bullets. Jui dodges some, but several graze her. Then Juiz looks in disbelief. She watches the entire jungle land hovering behind her against their castle, status displaying the rising count of eliminated players as destruction sweeps through the battlefield. He watches the health bar of the Merchant Guild drop slowly. They realize it must be their king's move. His eyes fall on the cracked shield along with A1's body lying, questioning Jiang's strength. She decides to surrender. A glowing card flashes before her. Jiang pulls her back, asks where she is going, but the light engulfs them both to teleport. Jiang questioned where they had arrived. A system bar shows they regenerated inside the merchant lobby. Back at the human lobby, their population keeps increasing while the land remains limited. People scream at the edges as space runs out. Zombie monsters try to lift humans inside protective shields, but the barriers begin to overload. One man slips as the head catches him mid-air. He tosses him upward where Gu catches him, pulling him into the barrier. Chang shouts about continents disintegrating. Fur wonders about expanding possibilities while Lang yells that he cannot maintain the system balance. Ajun suggests to reducing humans would stabilize the count. but another silence him harshly. A large bar flashes as the human civilization wins. Alaya's eyes brighten that they can now exchange land using their coins. She begins calculating, but the monster demands instant expansion. Land masses stretch wider. Zombie monsters descend. Xiao Xiao along with the other players regenerate back. The queen claims they can keep fighting while Hei remains silent. Elia congratulates them for survival. The monsters remark that the exchange seems fair, adding they can add another section, but Elia interrupts, explaining that the expansion costs only 1 point, but lasts for a single day as rent. The group tenses, but the queen grabs Elia by her hair. She asks her to return them back. Elia pleads that she cannot change it, while Chang mutters that they will have to win every day to keep their lang. Ajun claims it is fine as long as Zhang stays with them, but then he pauses, asking where their king actually is. His eyes turn to Hei and questioning him. Hei admits that their king has been taken by another civilization. In the merchant civilization's lobby, Zhang tastes meals from nearby stalls, thanking Xiao A1 for the food while she goes through her message box. Some players suggest contacting the security department, then a message appears from her company head, scolding her for losing valuable assets. Xiao A1 groans that they never understand how hard it is to manage fieldwork. Messages continued flashing, but she shut the display off in frustration. She looks at Jiang, wonders if he could be a rare pet type, just then imagines that claiming him might bring her a promotion. She giggles quietly as she thinks. Jiang asks for another bowl. Xiao A1 promises he can eat as much as he wants, which makes Jiang enjoy his meal. From the security department, the officer targets Jiang and initiates the elimination protocol.